여치잖아 like a Bo5 누가 감히 on my hotbed 문 열지 마 that's a rough day I get on your mark cause I'm better than 필요 없는 시험들 다 보내면 But all of my numbers are talking bang 부루마법 message monopoly 눈종이도 네 number money 필요 없대 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it go get it go get it 더 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 그래 cause I got it different All I ever know is life upon the throne 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야 You want more No I got it so deep though You look like you could use some more No I got it, never running low Yeah I got it, more than enough Let it up and away You know I got it like bomb bomb through your mind Never giving less and it's how it'll stay You know I got it like all day all the time When I go it's for thought It ain't cool but I'm bold I don't fit in a mold I'm a rebel I don't do what you say Making moves I don't wait while I smile in your face I got different DNA What's higher than the top that's me Come take a look before falling at my feet 조용히 몸이 숙여봐 So take a look 나를 기억해 queen All I ever know is life upon the throne 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야 You want more No I got it so deep though You look like you could use some more No I got it, never running low Yeah I got it, more than enough Let it up and away You know I got it like bomb bomb through your mind Never giving less and it's how it'll stay You know I got it like all day all the time Way out感觉犹如海浪的微浪不断往前 Oh you never way down This is how I do it every day Wow wow 这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间无比的耀眼 I know you want some more 准备好就一起走 Giving it all more No I got it so deep though You look like you could use some more No I got it, never running low Yeah I got it, more than enough Let it up and away You know I got it like bomb bomb through your mind Never giving less and it's how it'll stay You know I got it like all day all the time
Don't try to make yourself remember Darling, don't look for me I'm just a story you've been told So let's pretend a little longer 'Cause when we're gone Everything goes on You're staring at the window And I said I'll just bring this to you
and the light leave your own eyes.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Ain't the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, caught up to the rock. 유행 선두차. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 할리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you like real, real wild Here to light it up, set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddest do Never going back, nah, nah, that Diamonds on drip cause I came to make a splash Gonna break rules and hearts and tools Cause that's what the baddest do It's crazy Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad Only took a minute for me to get what you had Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad Yeah, for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags Way that I look should be breaking the law If I don't got it, I take what I want My circle small like a round of applause You know that I love the sound of applause You know I mean everything that I say When you see me come and get out of the way Back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모두 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane It's crazy Sorry not sorry for being the best 언제든지 내가 your mask Look at the gold all on my chest Look at the gold call it a flex
we view this match and this tournament as the most important series and the tournament of our year. Everything we've done, or like all the improvements we did even throughout the last split towards the end, does not mean anything as long as we don't win this tournament.
DSG has gotten pretty good at just kind of playing to their current strength, which seems like their two Korean players, their AD and top, are both pretty good. Rahel, their AD, is very good as like a classic team fighting AD.
Bienvenidos and welcome y'all to our grand finals for the LTA North Promotion Tournament. Winner takes all and goes to the LCS for the 2026 season. My name is Mark Rafa Alexander Arambide. I am joined here once again by Matthew Cubby David Samuelson. It's been an honor. 5 years of casting together. I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else, buddy.
I'm excited about this one, man. This is for all the marbles. It's an LTA North Promotion Tournament, but we get to say they're playing for an LCS spot for next year. This is what every kid dreams of when they're sitting behind their PC, and it's really exciting to see if this team of pros that felt like they earned a spot with their play in Tier 1 can now fight to take it from Disguise, who are defending that spot and have been the favorites so far this tournament.
Yeah, and let's take a moment to see how we got here in the first place. This promotion tournament started with 5 teams, 2 representatives from the NACL and 2 teams from La Liga Regional Norte in Conviction and Luminosity from NACL respectively, and Estral Esports and SDM Tigres from LRN. In the end, it is Luminosity that is able to make the lower bracket run after being conquered by Disguise in the upper final 3-0, and now Luminosity are looking for revenge.
Yeah, we said it when it was the upper bracket final. We expect this to be the grand final. That happened in pretty clean business as Luminosity Gaming took down Estral in that 3-0. Very one-sided series, but I think the first meeting we did have between these two teams, a 3-0 is not indicative of how close that series was. I do think that Luminosity Gaming played some decent league on the day. Disguise was just better. And we're going to have to see if Luminosity Gaming cleaned up some of the parts of their game that they're going to need to clean up if they want to win today and earn that spot for themselves.
Well, let's take a look at one of our grand finalist rosters, just to remind everyone at home who's playing for that LCS spot in 2026. It's Disguise on one side of the rift with Castle, XU, Darkwings, Rahel, and Huhi. And for everyone at home, if this is your first time watching this roster, it is a stark contrast of what the Disguise roster looked like at the beginning of the LTA North 2025 season. The biggest changes came in after Split 2, heading into Split 3, and that's where we saw it reflect on the rift here, Matt.
Yeah, I really feel like Rahel just totally changed this team. And, I expected Rahel to be good. I knew this guy was a good player, even from watching his time in the LCK Challengers League, as I was on the LCK that split, and that was the most exciting team coming up, was that DK Plus squad, right? Well, I think the story of him being good, that's one thing that really changed the team. But also Darkwings being this good with this team, he was always a player that was kind of slept on and counted out because no one really believed that he had the hands to play at the highest level. Darkwings has shown that he can play mid at the highest level. I think that the defensive identity that Disguised has built has really been around their 2 carries in both Darkwings and Rahel, and just saying, hey, if we play these defensive comps, we think this is what's going to give us the best chance to win, to empower these guys to carry in the late game. And 25 minutes plus was the big difference maker in the series against Luminosity Gaming.
When you have XU and Huhi who are consistently able to form that defensive foundation for Darkwings and Rahel to thrive in the backline, it's a damn good recipe for success. But one of the players we have to also look at is kind of the wildcard X factor in Castle for the top lane. Because Castle, when he first came onto the scene, at least in LCS in 2024, debuting for Immortals, this guy was known as an up-and-coming carry top player. His Aatrox was one of the most feared out of that challenger scene from Korea, and a lot of people were saying, I think Castle's going to be pretty good. Obviously, the Immortals stint did not go as well as they would have liked, but on this Disguised roster, he's been able to at least breathe some new life into this roster, be able to find some of the confidence that we know that this player can do, especially when so many scrim rumors we heard over the course of the 2024 season. We're talking so much stocks about, guys, Castle is really good.
Yep. Yeah, I think Castle, he kind of changed his identity for this tournament from what we've seen so far, and it has been a good look for him and Disguise. So, gonna see if he can get the best of Fake God again today. I really feel like the 2 roles where there was the biggest individual difference the first time these guys met, it was top and bot with, I'd say, a mix of jungle in there. I feel like mid Darkwings just ended up scaling to where he was more relevant, and then game 3 Disguise just played better as a team. But Yeah, going to be interesting to see if they could do it again today, as Disguise, of course, did find that 3-0 against LG in the upper bracket final. But we got to take a look at Luminosity Gaming on the other side of the rift.
Fake God, Tomio, Insanity Tactical, and Zazel, your back-to-back NACL champions of the 2025 season. And a majority of this roster is no strangers to being back-to-back NACL champions, as they, between the 2023 Cloud9 Challengers roster in spring and the Disguised roster in summer of that same year, were able to triumph as conquerors of the NACL, and a majority of them got a chance to promote into Shopify Rebellion's core for the 2024 season, and now a majority of that core roster wants a chance to fight their way back into LCS for 2026.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny, this series against Astral, we were talking about how Astral was really built to promote. Yeah, LG was so good that we didn't even really say they were built to promote. We just called them Tier 1 rejects, because frankly, that's what it was. It was, these players, the core of Fake God, Tomio, and Zazel, the last 4 splits they've played Tier 2, they've won. And then their Tier 1 stint, they weren't the best players in the league. They weren't the worst players in the league. I think a lot of fans at home, especially of Insanity, felt like he should have been a Tier 1 mid laner after what we saw from him in his stint with SR. And look, these guys have had opportunities to go Tier 1. You're telling me that no one approached anyone from Luminosity Gaming this past offseason when they went back-to-back at NACL to play at that next level? No, these guys wanted to stay together and do it themselves. They even brought in Mash, who was coaching Disguise, to help out with his team, as he's now trying to relegate the team that he was helping at the start of the year as head coach. So this team was built to be a Tier 1 team, and with the new system this year, they have a chance to earn it for themselves if they win a best of 5 today.
On the other side of the rift here, we talked a little bit about Castle. Fake God is someone that is no stranger to the Tier 2 scene. A lot of fans from the Tier 1 scene will have a bit of a skewed perspective on the player, but when he plays in Tier 2, he continuously finds himself to be the most dominant top laner in the entire league. And now, Fake God has a chance to try and make it to LCS once again.
In those finals, he has taken down Surdy. He has gone up against and taken down Zamudo. I think that the list of top laners that he's been able to beat with his team in NACL, pretty impressive. We've always seen good play from Fake God. I do think that while Castle got the best from him in that first series, he had a lot of good play, especially that Mbessa in Game 1. A pick that's been banned away from him now for a lot of the tournament, too. So I think for Fake God and Luminosity Gaming, really curious just to kind of see what they end up going for when it comes to these champ pools that we're about to look at. Because we talked about this defensive identity for Disguise. I think you can really see it with the mid picks. That's a very heavy mage focus with the Rise. You can also see the tanks that Castle's playing up top. We're used to seeing a little bit more Aatrox or Gnar from him. Not this tournament. He's been on dedicated tank duty. And with Rahel on these big carries, the Jhin was the only game that Disguise has lost. So this has been a good identity for them. And our question is, as Luminosity Gaming, we know they can play a lot of different stuff. Are they going to, try and match the scaling? Are they going to maybe go for more of these artillery mages? Like, we haven't seen a Cogmaw on there. Like, do they change it up to try and maybe match this late game, or commit more to the early game in which LG were playing well against Disguised outside of that Game 3?
Right, because even though this is our champ pool graphic for what has been played this tournament, we know from watching the entire year of Luminosity Gaming that these guys have pulled out a variety of picks, of very, very eclectic champions that don't even match up to what are some of the
That's my word for Blue Water, okay? That's my word for Blue Water, not Luminosity Gaming, all right?
I don't know, man. You mentioned the AP Kog'Maw mid. I think that deserves a lot of respect, and if you're talking about late game scaling and you wanted to match the range and the defensive formation that Disguise is trying to boast every time they come into these matches, 20-25 minutes plus, AP Kog'Maw, that could be one, but that is just one pick out of potentially many that Luminosity have prepared for themselves ever since being knocked down to the lower bracket by Disguise.
Yeah, he loves the Vygar too. I know Kog'Maw was B1, I believe, in the finals, or one of the Series 2 finals that Luminosity Gaming played in NACL, but we've talked about a lot of players. This is a head-to-head matchup that I think I've got to look out for. Again, I said Rahel would be the best player in the tournament coming in, and I do really feel that Rahel has been the best player of the tournament. The way that he has played out some of these fights later on in the game, it's been really fun to watch Rahel pilot these fights. This guy is a very, very good player in Team Fighter. And Tactical, Tactical is someone that I really feel like has had a good year. He was not able to help carry his team to victory in that first series. I want to see Tactical step up just because I think Rahel is the person, the crux that Disguise are drafting around, building their comps around, and playing for with this identity that we've seen them play in the limited amount of games we've seen them play in this tournament. But still, they're really trying to play for 25 minutes plus. And that is where Rahel has been so strong and where Tactical has had the most dings against him in his career. Is his ability to pilot things later on.
The reliability of that backline core for Disguise has just proven time and time again that you don't necessarily need carry threats on the rest of your team. And while we know players like Castle and XU can pull out some crazy aggressive champions, if you've got Rahel in your back pocket, you can just play defensive fortresses and just make sure that they can't breach it. And for Huhi and Zazel, these are essentially the two leaders of their respective squads. Both of them have had long tenures in the Tier 1 scene. International fans will remember Huhi alongside CLG 2016 MSI Finals, or Zazel going with Cloud9 on that very fresh roster in 2018 Worlds to semifinals. And they've had, quite the career for themselves over the years. Zazel trying to work his way back up to Tier 1 after having a stint with Shopify Rebellion and the rest of that roster. I still think to this day, Zazel is one of the smartest players that we have in this ecosystem, and the fact that he is a domestic talent is so awesome to be able to boast for this roster. And Huhi, one of the most successful role swap players, going from mid to support. I still remember that Golden Guardians roster from a couple years ago being one of the most fun I've watched in a long time.
Hey, man, I still remember trying to watch him promote playing mid for Team Fusion. That was 10, 11 years ago. I think it was 10, and he gets to try and do it again today with Disguise now in the role of the vet. I know that he is not the biggest talker in comms for the team, but you ask anyone on that Disguise team, he is the emotional leader behind the scenes. I think it speaks so much to Jay. I don't think you can find a pro that has a bad thing to say about playing with this guy in his 10-year career. Both him and Zazel beloved by teammates everywhere, as those two guys going to try and lead their team to victory today. Disguise versus LG, Rafa. We think it's going to be close, but we're both on the side of Disguised.
We're definitely both hoping for a more competitive look than what we got in the upper finals. I think anytime you knock down Luminosity Gaming, they come back 10 times stronger. The question is that going to be strong enough to defeat Disguised, who are currently showing a really damn good, consistent prime form just based off of the identity that they have consistently executed with Rahel at their backline core.
Yeah, and I think that's the big question that we kind of have going into this game one, Rafa, is Luminosity Gaming, they are this very flexible team that can play a lot of different styles. I mean, these guys have played competitively in Tier 1 for the majority of their career. I think that what has made them the team to beat in Tier 2 is that they can play a little bit of everything at a high level floor-wise that, the barrier to entry or the barrier to beat them is too high. So for me, it really is a question of, hey, we know that if Insanity wants to, he can play Azir, he can play Victor, he can play Orianna, he can start to take these picks away from Darkwings that has been pretty good for Disguise. I think that any adaptation for me, at LG, I just am going to look at the mid lane picks because I think that I find Insanity to be the most flexible. So I think this game one draft could be really telling if LG has changed their approach coming into this one.
Whether they changed it or if they're going to go back to what was working for them for majority of the year, but just doubling down and polishing it further is going to be the big question that Luminosity have to answer as we head into draft for our first game of the Grand Finals.
Wow, and funnily enough, I mean, some of the tools that we saw Luminosity Gaming take in that game one against Disguise in that initial series actually being taken off the board, Rafa. We do have, keep in mind, it was the Akali being played. That was quite good for Insanity as they get the Azir for themselves here. It was a B1 Victor last time around, but with Victor and Orianna taken off the board, Azir is up and available, and we're going to have to see now what Insanity can use to play into this. I mean, if he wants to go for something like a Vigar, this could be the game for it.
I would also be down for a Kog'Maw if Luminosity want to try their hand at scaling pound for pound against Disguise when it comes to the late game. So far, they're not showing anything out of the ordinary with their picks. It's just the Ambessa for Fake God that you mentioned was such a highlight for this guy. Also, a Corki that could be flexed between either Tactical or Insanity.
Yeah, that's a good call. These are two champions they played in that game one against Disguise. This Fake God did have a very good Ambessa game. They just couldn't kill Rahel later on in the fights when he was playing the Zeri, which was the matchup into that Corki. So curious if he wants to grab it, but Disguise as a team, they've been very disciplined in taking the top side in these first 3 picks. I don't think we've seen many drafts, if any, where they haven't taken the top side the first 3. So gonna stick with that, as it's gonna be a Maokai for Tomio, and that kind of leans that Corki more and more towards the possibility of going mid.
It would help at least make that damage profile on the top side of the maps evenly split between the two. Mostly physical damage coming from Fake God and Insanity, and mostly the AP from Tomio. I'm just saying, Matt, Nature's Grasp is a nice way to guarantee a couple of living artillery shots from Kog'Maw if it gets locked in. I'm holding out for it. Right now,
range into Azir. I like it. You take range identity into Azir. I think Maokai is a good start to chip into that.
Yep. Luminosity, though, trying to take away some options from Disguise in terms of what Rahel might play. I like that Disguise already putting the pieces together and saying, hey, you know what? They're trying to set up long range into us. Let's get rid of that Ziggs.
Yeah, and I mean, that can be played both by Tactical and Insanity. I like the Ziggs into Azir matchup. I know not everyone's willing to play it. In this region, we have APA. LPL, we watched Knight play it earlier on in this split, and it was quite good. So I think the range identity, again, playing that into Azir, taking options like that away, that's going to be good. As Sivir taken off the board here, you know, Rafa, I think that these two bans for me, signaling, I think that we could get a Kai'Sa. I'm very curious if we have Kai'Sa taken away. Kai'Sa, a very big champion in this tournament, and for both of these players, really helps enable Tactical play aggressive as he uses that hit so well. Saw it in the series against Istral yesterday. But no, they're going to keep on attacking what could be mid, still expecting this Corki to go bot. But yeah, Kai'Sa is going to be the pick, and that's a big takeaway from Rahel and a big pick for Tactical.
Nice call, Matt. Well, with the Kai'Sa locked in, we know for certain that it is Corki in the mid lane for Insanity, and now all that remains is a support pick for Zeyzal. He'll get his support counter pick of choice, but Disguise going with that grand old defensive formation in the Xayah and Rakan locked in.
This does really make it so that Disguise, they have a lack of range. Like Xayah and Azir, they do not play in the range that, you know, you can utilize Maokai Nature's Grasp. Corki and Kai'Sa, I would say 2 shorter range carries, and Ambessa having to dive. I think that's why they were okay giving away the Kai'Sa. They knew that they could play this Xayah Rakan if they needed to. So Disguise, I think for me, important that they are able to get ahead a little bit in these lane phases and use that strength of Xayah Rakan and maybe move it around. I gotta say that for LG, there's a lot of strength to keeping Xayah Rakan as a duo, as of course they give themselves more in their kit if they do play as a duo. But if I'm Luminosity Gaming, I think that I'm really tempted to move that Kai'Sa top early on and get Tactical those couple waves of solo XP against that Cassandra. That could be a happy scenario for Tactical to get out of a lane where the first few levels are pretty tough.
I'm definitely not opposed to getting a Kai'Sa a little bit of accelerated spikes into for his own liking. As Luminosity Gaming, they have not really shown anything in this first draft, things that we were not already expecting, and what has been super characteristic of this squad for the entirety of the 2025 season. But it will be a good test for Luminosity to determine, do we need to change things up, or are we okay playing with what we have been able to polish for so many months, all to culminate in one last best of 5?
Yeah, and I mean, this is a curious one too, because I really feel like from the start, this was going to be Luminosity Gaming versus Disguise. We were talking in the upper bracket final. How much do you show? How much do you hide? Both teams going to leave it all out on the Rift today, as it's the end of the LTA North Promotion Tournament with an LCS spot on the line.
Game 1 starts now, folks. It is the grand finals of the LTA North Promotion Tournament, as we get a absolutely gorgeous view of Summoner's Rift. I know it's only 2 p.m. over my time, but it's looking like we're kind of forwarding time into nighttime here. It's a beautiful, beautiful skybox selection by our prod team.
You know, we got to start showing off the world stuff here pretty soon.
Oh,
As of course, World starts in 2 days, guys. This is 0.19, so 19, which frankly is a pretty close patch to 20. So if you want to get a preview of what we might see in China at the biggest tournament of the year, always a fun tournament to, check out this and kind of get a preview of what could be between this and EMEA, watching the Tier 2 players give it their all as they wrap up their year. And an exciting year at that for these guys is, of course, that LTA North/LCS spot on the line. A new addition to the ecosystem this year. And one that this guys knew they were going to have to defend from day one, as their entire year, regardless of how it went in the league, was always going to come down to this.
Yeah. I think many Disguise fans were at least happy the fact that Disguise were able to push Cloud9 all the way to 5 games in their last best of 5 of the year. There's potential for Disguise to go further, but I think just watching the growth of the core of this team go from what was the beginning of the LTA North 2025 season to the end of it has made this team a lot more formidable than what they began as.
We're going to have our junglers doing mirrored clears here, so XU going to be going from top to bot. Maokai and Tomio there, bot to top. As that top lane matchup, see if he's going to get involved. I think that Tomio mostly just wants to do this, make sure he gets all of his camps. If he was playing for the bot side camps, potentially at risk of a Xayah, Rakan, Xin Zhao invade, could be a little bit scary at that point of the game. But I still think that Disguise kind of needs to get the ball rolling here a little bit. I do think that if this game goes very late, I sometimes get concerned about Maokai scaling and Mbessa Corki as well. I think they can make life kind of difficult on Disguised in terms of auto-attacking and being in range for that. And that is where the Corki Maokai can be really nice against a champion like Azir.
I think the other thing to consider too is if Disguise don't want this game to go super late, then they want to prioritize dragon stacking as fast as possible this game. It will be a little difficult into Maokai because that Bramble Smash does give you that max percentage HP damage, which is always so nice in being able to secure objectives either for yourself or even going for a quick steal. Tomio will have to at least help relieve some pressure from this bot lane because right now Rahel and Huhi are getting the better end of the push here.
And Sanity getting the better end of mid lane too, as that is a 24-15 gap, and Darklings did not have the best first recall. No potions available, and that's going to hurt in the Corki matchup where you do some trading. So props to Insanity winning better. I know that Insanity said in the interview after they made it to Grand Finals over Istral that he felt like he had to be a little bit better this year. Didn't play his best in the regular season. Thought he didn't play his best in this series, and this was his opportunity to really step up and make his mark and make sure that their season ends in a victory. As it has been a great year for Luminosity Gaming, but most fans are not going to remember it if they don't win today, sadly.
That's the brutality of esports and competition in general. You know, you can look at a good old season,
promotion relegation, man. Yeah.
Promotion relegation too. Back-to-back NACL champions for Luminosity, but that will not matter if they cannot surpass the summit and be able to best Disguise and take their guest slot to go into the 2026 season of LCS. We're about 20 seconds away from the first dragon dinging on the map. So far, we haven't really seen any proactive gameplay from either of the junglers, just doing their camps and making sure that no lanes are going completely out of control. Some summoner spells were exchanged on the bottom lane with that heavy trade from Huhi and Rahel, and it ends up just being an exchange of heals from both of the supports.
I was a wee bit surprised that we didn't have the roll swap with the Kaisa, as we do have Insanity trying to use the Valkyrie to clear out this wave. Might try and squeeze in a base here on this timer. But I do think there's an opportunity to take an early dragon here if you are Rahel and Huhi on this bot side with the Xin Zhao, as they're going to get to that wave first. They see Insanity resetting, so Darkwings is going to have priority on this wave, and yeah, XU is going to start up that dragon. So I think this is a good timer from Disguise, very disciplined one. He sets XU's game behind a little bit. Okay for the Maokai as Tomio gets some free time, but all of his camps are already kind of down, and this being just taken off of lane prio is good timing from Disguised as they take a good step in the right direction and securing that first dragon.
No, it's nice because XU can still hit Krugs, and then if anything happens on the bot side of the map, he'll have a few seconds to go for something there. Meanwhile, Castle goes for the all-out onto Fake God after he already used the public execution, but neither of the top laners go down or at least burn Flash doing it, so it just ends up being Castle with the health advantage.
A couple of nice hops there from Fake God to get out of that.
Ooh.
But well
They gonna
played.
fade top. They might fade top here. Fake God is trying to get volatile,
Fake
but
God messed
Castle
up.
might just be able to best him before he gets there. That's the flash out of Fake God. You already see that Tomio and Insanity were moving on towards the top side of the map just to be able to protect and maybe look for a dive, but Castle thwarts it and even manages to freeze the wave in front of his tower.
I know some of our LTA casters think that Castle has an argument to be the best Cassante in the LTA. It has been a really big champ for him in this tournament, and definitely, I mean, outplaying Fake God in that sequence. I know that Fake God was playing a little bit up without his cooldowns to bait, but Castle played that very nicely in the top side between the 1v1 and then kind of maximizing his power in that 1v2. The one positive is that he is low on mana. So I do think that Castle is going to need a reset, as that TP coming in is going to be Huhi, as Disguise looks to set up for the Grub spawning here in 55 seconds.
Oh, and he even
that's
interrupts
very
the
nice.
base from Fake God. So
Very nice.
Castle will have an earlier arrival to the bottom side of the map. So not only Disguise are doing everything proactively and one step ahead of Luminosity in taking the dragon when they had a proactive timer, they teleport early to the top side so they can establish priority for the upcoming grubs. I'm concerned if Luminosity are not going to be able to have any objective to fight for. I know that this composition kind of scales a little bit later on, and you want spikes like Trinity Force for Insanity and Leandries for Tomio, but these guys are playing a relatively very fast game in terms of macro.
Again, I think it's somewhat needed, given the comps, and definitely think that this kind of comes from the jungle matchup and some just good rotations from this guy's overall. As Tomio really wants to farm, the Zaya Rakan does win out on this 2v2, and Cassante we have seen early on just push around Fake God a little bit, as Ambessa really wants to get to that 1-2 item mark before things get better. So I think that part of this is from the draft, but also got to give some credit over to this guy as to really, since that first series against Destral, have instantly cleaned things up a bit. We did not see them play their best on that day, but they played great league against Luminosity Gaming and are off to a good start in today's game.
Yeah, it was almost night and day. The first day of Disguise playing against Destral, it seemed like they were very clearly suffering from nerves. Hang on. XU, alongside Rahel and Huhi, are going to look for Tactical, and nice use of the ultimate. At least clips Tactical on his way out, forcing him to flash and Killer Instinct. Zazel using his own ultimate as well. Not bad trade for Disguise, as they only burned one ultimate to get pretty much a valuable summoner spell out of Tactical.
They'll take it. They get something. As Castle has the Sheen.
Almost solo killing him too.
I think if that W is angled a little bit like up, because the public execution is going to, arrive on the back half of wherever you cast it, right? You go through the opponent that you hit the R on. Maybe he hits it if he angles that one up, because that's where Ambessa would have been. There's a lot of your damage on Cassante after he got changed around a bit is now in that W with the true damage when you are in the all-out mode. So Castle's still a good play. Does have a health bar advantage, and with Disguise resetting out back onto the map, Tactical had to catch that wave bot, and Disguised again going to use their tempo in both side lanes to proactively swap. And going to get to both these waves first. So another opportunity for a fast play from XU, just from Disguise, again, using some good side lane tech. I think this is something that TL, year or two back, when TL was hot, they did this best. When they had double side lanes winning, go pull that swap, man. Coach Spawn drills his team hard in that. Good to see Disguise using that, as, again, they're going to get to both waves first, and that opens up XU to try and make a play.
We're about a minute
He's going to farm, but still, it's a good timer.
True. We're still about a minute away from the second dragon of the game, so XU will do his due diligence in clearing out a majority of his jungle. And even though Tomio has managed to steal a couple camps away, it's not going to be the end of the world for XU's own game. His job is just to protect his scaling carries as they are continuously farming up and hitting those spikes. And as you called out, the fact that DSG, if they're able to stack those dragons relatively fast, then it puts Luminosity on a more of a timer to try and answer back and not just let DSG start walking all over them on the map.
Yeah, I think one item is going to be big. As I will say that Insanity is going to be going for the first item Shojin. This is the Chobi build.
Oh, yeah.
For folks at home, this is what he does on the Corki. I think this gives you... I mean, Shojin's a very strong item. Triforce Spike is nice, but Shojin Spike as well. I think that the 2 items bigger, you just get tankier in the long haul. So we'll see if Insanity can use that one well. Definitely empowers your rockets a bit. With the poke. So we'll see if Insanity, again, can use that range advantage against both the Xayah and the Azir to make something happen. As at the moment, good control ward mid, pockets being carved out with Disguise's bot lane rotating up. Hui knows that summoner spells and tools are down on the bot lane of Luminosity Gaming. I think Tactical's Flash is definitely where I would look if I'm Disguise to try and look for a find.
The formation has been broken up, though, by Disguise, as Luminosity are able to pinch Rahel and force him to back off, which then pretty much puts everyone else from Disguise forced back over the Dragon Pit wall. Hui walks up, tries to re-establish control here, but at the moment, he's a little disconnected from XU, but he wants to go for that pincer maneuver, but Darkwings would have to face check into Zeyzal, so he has to be a little careful on his own. The rest of Disguise, though, group up at least as a 3-man core from the bottom side river, and now touching the dragon. 3K. Nature's Grass comes out from Tomio, who he pops the ultimate, tries to look for the charm onto Zeyzal, but he cleanses it as he gets knocked up here. Who he trying to look for tactical, but he's able to miss it, and Fake God has teleported into the play. Castle can't get in. Fake God picks up first blood onto Hui, and now Disguise. Oh, XU stole it away from Tomio at the very last second. Can XU get out, though? That is the question. He pops the Crescent Guard, deflects the rest of Luminosity back. Castle goes all out, separates Fake God. Here comes Darkwings, but he's below 50% HP. He has to be careful. Swoops in. Emperor's Divide pushes Zeyzal run on back. He's holding the line, but Tomio flashes forward with a twisted advance and puts down the Golden Emperor. It's absolute chaos in the Dragon Pit. Tomio tries to push Castle away, and the all-out times out. Here comes XU, though, as he slays Zeyzal down. Coming in to assist Castle. Rahel still had the Feather Sword this whole time. Insanity takes out XU, but the fight has been so damn long that Hui comes back from the grave.
He's got a flash. Hui might look to take Tactical's Flash away, as it is a 4 for 4. But XU found the big steal, because that secured feats for DSG. So they got the dragon. And we got to look at where the gold was kind of catered to. It's pretty big that we do have Insanity. Redemption came in just enough to save Tactical, as that was 1 HP there. But a lot of gold went onto Insanity, so he's going to be out on the map last. But Insanity, we'll see what he can do with his Chobi build now with the Shojin, as he was the big benefactor for LG as the individual. But I'd say Disguise went out as the team with that take.
The fact that XU managed to flash, smite steal the dragon away from Tomio, I don't know if we'll see in the replay that Tomio didn't have Bramble Smash up or not, but I think it is so good for Disguise game to maintain that dragon stacking relatively on time, because we talked about it before. For Luminosity, they need to not let Disguise get ahead of the curve too fast, otherwise they're not going to have the scaling to match up against the defensive fortress comp that Disguise has clearly mastered in this promotion tournament.
Do have some swaps coming out after that fight, as the bot lanes are now mid, and there is a Corki into Cassante, which I will say Cassante with that early Iceborne Gauntlet definitely going to benefit a little bit, being able to weigh into physical damage, whether it is the Corki or the Ambessa. There was no shred yet on Fake Guys. I believe he went for that Eclipse first. But yeah, you can see Castle against Insanity. At least gets a grass proc, you know.
Our next objective on the map here, Matt, is the Rift Herald spawning in about 10 seconds time. We don't necessarily see a majority of the members of Disguise set up in position for it on spawn. Yeah, I think they're going to use the power of these grubs, trying to look for Insanity. No flash on the Corki, who he already pops the quickness, gets charmed up, gets knocked up. Good night, Insanity. And that should open up Disguise to take the first tower on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they do have 3 grubs, so maybe dropping Rift just to take something more immediate. Either way, Insanity was the one that was the big benefactor from that last fight. And kind of nice they were able to remove him from the map, but Darkwings are going to try and do the same for LG.
Whoa! Darkwing swooped on in! Nice moves by Isaac Challenge! now, ladies and gentlemen, able to push them back and gets out of a disastrous dive scenario.
That was handled beautifully as the Emperor's Divide was cast right when the headbutt came in from Zeyzal, was not able to chain up the Pulverize. And that's going to mean first brick falls with Cassante still farming bot. That's a lot of gold picked up for Disguised, as LG will now start the Rift Herald, but because some tools were used, Disguised might be able to contest. Castle could TP after this wave.
DSG have so much time available now to continue putting the pressure on the side lane. They don't end up fighting for the Rift Herald, but they delayed Luminosity in what their initial plans are for so long that it gives Disguise just an extra wave of farm into their pockets.
I do like that. I mean, again, I think the play made was to give the Rift, so the play was done. They don't want to overcommit. I thought that with the Nature's Grasp being down, maybe it was a look or a thought. Zeyzal didn't have his ult either, but just going to commit to the play their waves out and return, and that's some decent discipline from Disguise. It's a 1.5k gold lead now either way, with this dragon spawning in 45 seconds. Cloud Soul on the map would be quite nice for DSG to pick these up, deny them from LG, and have more tools, more ability to close the gap with that bonus move speed.
I'm still a little flustered by that play from Darkwings, man. I was like, Isaac. These are the moments that I live for, because when we watched Darkwings in his career throughout Tier 2, throughout Tier 3, and then eventually his debut in Tier 1. Oh, we're going to go all the way back into this Dragon Pit. Okay, story time for Isaac later.
This might be just a chaotic replay, as, again, I don't even know where to start with breaking this fight down. I do like the ult from Tactical to kind of reposition. That's what forces Rahel out after Hui fell early, but Exy with that flash, yoink the dragon, and then from here, I mean, I just think Castle and Rahel play out a better fight than LG, straight up. And Darkwings as well. Like, this from Castle isolates two members of LG. Darkwings gets some good work down. As
we should go back to live.
Castle is going to get isolated
here. In a 1v3, went all out for Insanity, but the bait was laid down. Don't tell me. I thought Castle was about to get a 1-for-1 in the trade, but ends up getting shut down, and the gold goes over to Fake God. But Tomio not able to get into the pit. Good use of the Crescent Guard, deflects Tomio at the right time. They secure the third dragon of the game, and now Disguise are on Soul Point.
You know, it's funny. Tomio, the first final that he won for NACL, it was multiple games of Malachi playing into XU and Insanity on that Dignitas roster.
Yeah. Cloud9 Challengers versus Dig Challengers.
Yeah. And then that's kind of the start of Disguise.
What? That works like that? That's awesome!
Did we learn something new?
Holy moly!
I can't be this much of a noob to not know about that.
I just think I've never seen
that before.
Yeah, I've never seen that interaction before. Holy cow.
Okay.
Well, Isaac has come to play, guys. I love this.
Well, Emperor's Divide greater than Shelly, as he denies that crash, and I mean, that makes the Herald trade even better. There's a soul point now secured for Disguise, as Tomio couldn't win the Q Smite flip against XU. Those two smites from XU honestly could be very much game-changing.
Yeah.
As both of the last two dragons flipped, and man, both those go LG's way. Might be talking about this game very differently. Like, hey, LG still scaling up. Mbess is at 2 items. You have that Evolved Miramana on Insanity. And hey, it is a lot of team fight strength that is showing for Luminosity Gaming. I do think Disguise has to respect. But those two dragons, I mean, that's going to really open up the playbook here for Disguised. As we do have Otacon spawning on the bottom side of the map, so I think committing to bot and trying to control that is going to be the plan for both teams. But, of course, Disguised, if that Otacon's off the map, when that Baron spawns and Dragon's still up, they have the opportunity to kind of, hey, we don't need that Cloud Dragon. We could trade for a Baron. Opens up the playbook for sure.
Yeah, the fact that Disguise have effectively accelerated their game state so fast against Luminosity, who would love to take the game super, super slow, now puts the onus on them to say, we have to pretty much flip the entire game when it comes to Cloud Soul in the next 3 minutes. And because it's right before Baron, and it's after Otacon spawns, this is going to, as you say, open up the possibilities for Disguise to pretty much either have the keys to finish the game, restarting Otacon on spawn. Yeah. This is crazy.
I really like how Disguise is playing with Otacon. They've been very disciplined at moving Otacon to whatever corner they want to play to. So they have it on the edge of the Patience there, down low, which forces LG to extend even more. It gives them better terrain to play on with the Azir and the mages they've been playing.
They're trying to burst it. Oh, they finally go back in. XU Goat pops the Crescent Guard. It might have been a little too early. Still
Oh my gosh,
5k
missed.
HP on the Otacon. Darkwings below 50% HP. Tomio can move in and try to steal it. He goes back in. Flash for the grand entrance. Right onto Insanity, but he gets popped by Tactical. Massive knockup from Zazel. Emperor Divide does not do enough for Disguise. And Luminosity Gaming catch Disguise with the pants down. And Luminosity are able to take the Otacon for themselves.
Very aggressive Otacon play. I think Disguise did end up taking too much damage on that as the Nature's Grasp from Tomio. That angle was very good. Darkwings took a lot of damage. He was stuck in the Nature's Grasp when Otacon did the spin to win. And I think that's what it got his health so low between that and Corky damage. Really enabled Luminosity Gaming to have an easier fight from there. Look at Tomio's ult. This angle is so good. And yeah, see Otacon spinning. Darkwings getting so low from that, and the Corky damage was just stuck. And the re-engage from Hui was kind of desperation, because they felt like this was the only way we could try and win the fight, but they couldn't get to Insanity. Valkyrie's away. Everyone dogpiles on the Darkwings, who was already low. Rahel falls as well, and that's a lot of gold going over to Luminosity Gaming as 2 kills for the Ambessa and a shutdown for Tactical. And look at those items that he was able to pick up. I didn't see if he had a Rage Blade or not before the fight started, but he's got one and change now as he's on par with Isaiah.
And Insanity did so much work. The fact that before that Otacon fight, he actually had fully stacked Muramana as well as that Shojin in his inventory, while Darkwings, yeah, he had the tier 2 boots over him, but didn't have his second item fully completed. I was a little nervous about Disguise trying to start up that fight early, and the concept was, I can agree with, trying to hold that choke point, but in execution, Luminosity are able to get the better of them, and now the game state has changed completely in Luminosity's favor.
1.5k gold lead now for them, and this dragon spawning in 25 seconds could be all the much more important for Disguise. As Quetzal could change things. I will say, Hui with the Mikhails instead of the Redemption, I think a little bit of a power differential there between Alistar having Redemption, having that Unbreakable Will, which pretty much guarantees 2 spell rotations. For Khan, Redemption, still a lot of teamfight power, even if it was nerfed on this patch. And, well, we'll see if Rakan can really tank up some of these saplings between the shields and the Qs. Yeah, I think Disguise is giving. They don't have the conditions they want to fight this, so they're just going to commit to playing out the wave. So they're going to give away that dragon, try and play for mid-inner.
I like the trade instead. Just force Luminosity to all in onto the dragon so that you have at least a window to get some damage onto that tier 2 turret in the mid lane. But Disguise never really in an optimal position to fight Luminosity after what was such a winning fight from them and being able to accelerate those spikes. I think Disguise are going to have to wait for the next opportunity where they can get first move into the river and set up the vision control necessary if they want a chance for that soul. But before then, Matt, Baron will be on the map in the next minute and 30 seconds.
At least they signed up for the cross map, right? I think a lot of teams, they take that fight and then lose it. It's quite bad. Oh, Root still hit.
Oh boy, Castle. He's tanky, but I don't think he's tanky enough. Nice use of the all-out in the flash.
He's out.
He does manage to escape.
All right, well played. Tools burn, but Castle gets out, and that's a top inner turret taken in the meantime. And this is why I like the fact that Disguise did drop that dragon, because, you know, obviously that's a soul. If you get that, that's big, but they accepted the fact, hey, we don't have map position here. We're going to commit to where we actually have position. We know they're on the dragon now. Let's commit to taking mid. What happens after that? All right, guys, they're showing bot. They just took dragon. Let's take the top side. They get a win out on that play. I mean, it's 2 towers for 1, but at least they took down an inner. They can pick up all these waves, and they committed to trading something instead of fighting something where the conditions weren't there. They felt like the strength wasn't there, and you can live to fight another day with that. I do think that was the right call from Disguise. And now they're first to top side as Baron spawns. So yeah, they did lose out on 2 turrets, but even that delay from Castle gives them tempo to get into this top side and see if they can find a setup. There's a good ward placed by LG that spots everything, but still opportunities for tempo the way that Disguise is playing.
And this is the discipline that Disguise has been able to improve upon throughout this 2025 season. When this roster first started out at the beginning of the LTA North back in Winter Split, obviously a lot of changes have been made since we got into Split 3, but the fact that this team is operating more efficiently and understanding how to play the map better and not be lulled into bad macro plays. This is Luminosity now trying to go for the Baron immediately. They have the power of this Maokai
They're slow
to control
know.
all the objectives. Castle is pushing on the bottom side of the map.
It's gone. It's gone.
Baron is gone.
No, that's not what you want from Disguise. They're too late to check it. The Kaisa DPS was there, and now there might be a fight. They're bleeding out Zazel's ult. I think Zazel goes down.
Zazel flashed away just in time. Castle's still looking for it. The W doesn't get in range for the Q slow. Luminosity still don't have to worry about another Dragon Soul contention for another 2 minutes. So Baron cleanly secured by Luminosity Gaming.
And that's a heist and a half from LG. Honestly, again, Disguise, they were the ones that were playing out on the top side. They were the ones that were there first. And LG simply just calls their bluff, rips it down. And they're 2 marksmen each on 3 items. I mean, the DPS way too much for Disguise to... They could have afforded to just let everyone kind of come back before they check. They had to check earlier, whether it was a blue trinket or a body. Not found, and that's a free Baron going over to LG, and what a way to stabilize things later on for them. As now, I mean, at best is going to be 3 items. You can really use this Baron to try and set up your waves well to deny this next soul that spawns for DSG 2.
Rahel is still working towards what I believe is going to be an Infinity Edge for that 3rd item. Darkwing's yet to complete his own 3rd item, as he looks like he didn't have enough gold to be able to complete it quite yet. He has got to be careful. In his bottom side jungle, he has a lot of defensive tools, but burning them preemptively before what could be a Cloud Soul secure for Disguise would not be ideal conditions here, as Disguise now on the back foot. Luminosity find themselves 3,000 gold ahead ever since that victorious play over the Otacon. Oh, they found XU potentially. A lot of damage onto him. It's only 1/3 of his HP. Zazel forced to pop the ultimate. Castle walking away slowly from Tactical as he gets chipped down to 50% HP. But it's enough for Disguise to survive another day.
Thought there was a chance that Castle would just all out Zazel. He had no flash, so he puts him on the other side of a wall. Even with that Unbreakable Will, I think that he's out of position and goes down. Was a little bit surprised we didn't see Castle just send Zazel over that line wall to get him closer to mid, but gonna play back and gonna try and defend as the next Baron wave. I gotta believe that bot outer or bot inner turret's gonna fall at some point, but LG did take a quick reset using those Baron recalls because they want to make sure their dragon is clean. 20 seconds before this dragon spawns, and that's a lot of control through the bot side that Disguise is going to reset and probably give.
Rahel's now on 3 items, but Darkwings has yet to find his 3rd own spike. So Luminosity Gaming have complete control of this bottom quadrant and should be successful in denying another Cloud Soul from Disguise.
Yeah, Tactical just rips this one. I think this is the right call from LG. As good poke from Insanity too.
Holy.
That's when you stack up that Shojin, get those rockets going. That is kind of the perk of this build, between that and, you know, having that extra HP between the Black Cleaver and the Blood Mail. We'll see if he can make use of that one later on.
Oh yeah.
But Insanity, he's got the biggest lead right now over Darkwings. Did have a really good start to the lane phase and has played some of these fights very well, as there has been a very clear focus from Luminosity Gaming to make sure that they're playing around Darkwings' range. Between that Nature's Grasp at the Otacon fight and having him behind early on, we've seen a couple of good plays and moments from Darkwings to get out of ganks, but it is Insanity that has the biggest individual lead and has made good use of it.
Mm-hmm. The fact that Luminosity have done a great job of being able to rebound in what was a very scary tempo game that DSG were playing, being able to successfully stack all 3 dragons at a very rapid fashion. But everything went wrong for Disguise at that Otacon, and now Luminosity, they have the scaling advantage on their side. They have the gold advantage. These guys are going to have to dig deep and lean on their backline core, believing in the fact that if XU, Huhi, and Capsule can peel away every single threat that tries to threaten Darkwings and Rahel, they will be able to bring them back from the brink.
Rahel is starting to work on that pen, and a Seekers has been picked up for Tactical, which could be really big. I mean, we're talking about getting out of a Hui combo potentially with a well-timed Seekers. Can be a game changer, as Tactical getting even more gold for himself. Did clean up the turret in the top side as we have a little bit of a swap of power on the map. Tactical is the one playing faster. He's not there. But Insanity and Luminosity Gaming, they feel okay to clear out the wave. This mid inner being protected. They lose the bot inner. But, oh, there's a TP coming out. They're going to hunt down Tactical. They're going to chase him long.
Can Tactical get out, though? Tomio is already there, and I think the threat of a lot of the reinforcements from Luminosity are enough to just stave Disguise away from being able to pursue tactical further. The fact that level advantages have become such a clear boon for Luminosity. Insanity's level 17 on this Corki. Darkwing's not yet close to level
He needs
16.
Yeah. Hui's about to hit 11. Darkwings is about to hit 16. That will be really nice for Disguise, but Fake God just hit 18. That's a 3-item Ambessa that is very scary. So I think it's very important that Rahel has a good fight against Fake God and is able to connect with the Rip. I think if Fake God is able to get around the Rip at all as the Ambessa, that is where a lot of your damage lies on the Zaya. We'll see if Fake God can use his hop, skips, and jumps to navigate through that one.
Gonna be tough. We've seen Rahel be able to pull off some slick moves. Yeah. It really has become the thorn in Disguise side this game 1. Luminosity, 4,000 gold ahead still, getting ready for the Baron spawn in the next 10 seconds, taking up post on this top river entrance.
I think Disguise committing to the wave. They're just going to try and play out from there. And getting the wave first is smart for them, but they're going to eat a lot of poke from these saplings. They haven't really talked about the Maokai damage, but yeah, you can see where Exu's at between the Corki and the Maokai, and now the Void Seeker's coming in as well, with Tactical having more AP in his kit. That's going to be an Exu that has to do a camp and might even have to go back after that.
I mean, if he goes back and Luminosity sniff it out, that's a Baron gone. So Exu is gonna have to work with a slightly depleted health bar as another sapling's gonna find him, and yep, here comes the Rip.
LG stalling. They're going to try and get out one more boot trick. Oh, good turn.
Exu forced to pop the pressing guard here. The rest of the backline is keeping their distance. Luminosity still trying to just push Disguised out. The front line has been completely chipped
Castle's
out.
no TP.
It's only Huhi and Exu that can step up comfortably, but Castle with no TP has to make the best out of his scenario. Huhi, full man engage from Zazel. The Emperor's Divine pushes them back. They find Tomio. Can they rely on Rahel? Rahel's going crazy. He finds the feathers. It doesn't matter. Disguise. Dig deep, and they come out on top.
I think that's game. They get Baron, they get Cloud Soul. It was off the back of the snap reaction from Disguise as a solo lane carries played that fight brilliantly. The Emperor's Divide from Darkwings was the reset that found Tomio. Then look at how Castle finds the backline in this one too. It's a decent first engage. They take some tools away. No more Crescent Guard for Exu is a big one. And you're going to see Hui failed to find Insanity. The re-engage from Zazel is really good, but Darkwings was able to combo. Watch Zazel. It's the WQ flash. That gets 4, but Darkwings with the sweep. Tomio goes to the Baron. Then Castle, the flash onto Tactical was so good. It gets both of the 80 carries in the back line as Tactical couldn't do anything off the flash. Ult from Castle. The all out is an all in from Disguise as they get the Baron, they get the Cloud Soul, and now they're poised to win the game.
And that 4,000 gold advantage that Luminosity were holding over the heads of Disguise instantly evaporates in one single fight. Disguise lean true to their strengths in believing in Rahel and Darkwings to carry out the fight as long as the defensive formation is able to peel away threats. And that time, they find the 2 carries of Luminosity and now are on the victory siege.
Castle has TP. He's the one that split. His bot has been broken. Man, that fight too, that ult from Darkwings really bought space for Rahel as well. I wasn't paying as much attention to Rahel damage. He didn't even have to ult that last fight though, as he is quite fed. It was just a big play from Castle and Darkwings. I mean, the CC and how they played off it from Disguise, that was beautiful. How quick that was from Castle. I mean, that reaction, that's a fight winner right there from him. As Castle, I mean, you called it out. You had some coaches and some LCS folks that were like, hey, we think Castle's better than where he's at in Immortals. Or, hey, we think that even though Castle's on Disguise, we still think he's a better player than an 8th place top laner.
Yes.
Castle stepping up, trying to remain an LCS top laner as they need to win this series to keep their spot. That was a massive play from Castle.
I mean, the fact that he did it while a quarter of his HP left on the health bar, we were mentioning it in the fight leading up, that it seemed like the tanks that the only people that could step up comfortably were Exu and Huhi. Castle had to really wait for that moment, but here we go. Disguise continuing to do damage into Luminosity's base as they now try to push through the top side of the map after successfully taking down the bottom lane inhibitor.
Rahel's very big. This is a point where Xayah, if you get a clean fight, can kind of snap back in the matchup. Yes, the DPS from Kai'Sa is greater, but those rips from Xayah still can be so dangerous. As Insanity doing his best to connect the poke onto Xayah, but Rahel going to be topped off by Hui. Darkwing's holding the line. Nature's Grasp has come out.
He already using the Mikhails just to cleanse the root. Holds the line. That's one ultimate gone from Luminosity Gaming.
They aren't really syncing up these two waves. As you can see, top crash, then mid crash, as Castle's not really holding back on this one. If you hold back the mid wave, then you can get them to crash together. One area that Disguise could clean up a wee bit, but either way, it's good poke from Darkwings here as,
Tomio forced a flash. XU is in. They're just trying to buy time for the turret to fall, and the rest of Disguise can regroup and rebound as the rest of Luminosity trying to look for an angle. Good use of the Featherstorm, dodging out on the public execution from Fake God. But now, a lot of defensive tools have already been used by Disguise, and they're going to take this time to reset.
I think that's it. That was a good look there from Fake God. I respect that one. As Rahel on point with the ult of his own. I think that Hui's about to complete a redemption of his own too. Yep, redemption and a Guardian Angel for Rahel. Some big luxury items coming in with that GA. As it still is Insanity. It's not the Overlord's Bloodmail, but the Sterax. So really trying to be tanky on this Corki. And just put out the shred damage. Again, if he keeps the Xayah and keeps the Azir at bay, can be nice, but the Xayah just being this late in the game, there's lifesteal in Rahel's runes, and that's starting to work overtime against some of the Corki pokes. So some of this build's starting to be nullified.
When Luminosity are able to get to an objective first and lay down an aggressive enough poke before they snap for the engage, can look good, but XU just goes immediately on to Tomio's face. The rest of the engage from Luminosity trying to find the backline. XU and Castle getting depleted on health bars, but Zeyzal is the first one to drop. XU gets traded. Here comes Darkwings with a nice shuffle onto Fake God, who he leading the charge for the rest of the Toast Brothers as Luminosity Gaming could begin to crumble. Tactical, the last one standing, the last one to drop. Disguise gonna take game one of the series.
The last series, we saw Disguise 3-0. It was because they played the 25-minute plus mark better. Luminosity Gaming, we thought they were playing that part of the game better with the Otacon take pre-25, the Baron sneak later, but the team fighting from Disguise was too on point as Castle and Darkwings, their ability to hold the line was fantastic. Rahel was able to free fire, and Disguise finds game one.
That Baron fight was monumental for Disguise. Their backs were against the wall after a blunder punished by Luminosity Gaming in the Otacon pit. We were giving Luminosity pretty much the momentum to win the rest of that game one. The massive 4,000 gold advantage, the massive plays around the map, and being able to continue to control so many corridors, so many choke points. It looked grim for Disguise, but being able to find that clutch moment, that is why we gave Disguise their props coming into this grand finals.
I mean, neither team showed much fear in that game one. The stakes are so high in this one. Just the ability for Castle to snap react like that was so good from him. Darkwings as well, who had multiple very strong Emperor's Divides in that game. Darkwings has really shown that on the mages, Disguised and him, they can play with those champions and play around it. He's been team fighting really well as Disguised team fought better than LG in that game and find game one.
An epic way to kick off our grand finals. That's game one wrapped up in the books. When we come back after this break, we're going to continue on with game number two.
Hit so well, saw it in the series against Istral yesterday.
Playing with what we have been able to polish for so many months, all to culminate in one last. The rest of Disguise, though, group up at least as a three-man core from the bottom side river, and now touching the dragon. 3K. Nature's Grasp comes out from Tomio, who he pops the ultimate, tries to look for the charm on his Zeyzal, but he cleanses it as he gets knocked up here. Who he trying to look for tactical, but he's able to miss it. And Fake God has teleported into the play. Castle can't get in. Fake God picks up first blood onto Hui, and now Disguise. Oh, XU stole it away from Tomio at the very last second. Can XU get out, though? That is the question. He pops the Crescent Guard, deflects the rest of Luminosity back. Castle goes all out, separates Fake God. Here comes Darkwings, but he's below 50% HP. He has to be careful. Swoops in. Emperor's Divide pushes Zeyzal run on back. He's holding the line, but Tomio flashes forward with a twisted advance and puts down the Golden Emperor. It's absolute chaos in the Dragon Pit. Tomio tries to push Castle away, and the all-out times out. Here comes XU, though, as he slays Zeyzal down. Coming in to assist Castle. Rahel still had the Featherstorm this whole time. Insanity takes out XU. just
got no
power these
flash.
grubs. Trying to look for Insanity. No flash on the Corki. Who he already pops the quickness. Gets charmed up. Gets
Beauty.
knocked up. Good night, Insanity. And that should open up Disguise to take the first tower on the bottom side of the map here. In a 1v3, went all out for Insanity, but the bait was laid down. Don't tell me. I thought Castle was about to get a 1-for-1.
Terrain to play on with the Azir and the mages they've been playing.
I'm trying to
LG.
burst it. Oh, they finally go back in. XU Goat pops the Crescent Guard. It might have been a little too early. Still
Oh,
5k HP on the Otacon. Darkwings below 50% HP. Tomio can move in and try to steal it. He goes back in. Flash for the grand entrance. Right onto Insanity, but he gets popped by Tactical. Massive knockup from Zazel. Emperor Divide does not do enough for Disguise. And Luminosity Gaming completely chipped
Castle's
out.
no TP.
It's only Huhi and XU that can step up comfortably, but Castle with no TP has to make the best out of his scenario. Huhi, full man engage from Zazel. The Emperor's Divide pushes him back. They find Tomio. Can they rely on Rahel? Rahel's going crazy. He finds the feathers. It doesn't matter. Disguise. Enough poke before they snap for the engage. Can look good, but XU just goes immediately onto Tomio's face. The rest of the engage from Luminosity trying to find the backline. XU and Castle getting depleted on health bars, but Zazel is the first one to drop. XU gets traded. Here comes Darkwings with a nice shuffle onto Fake God. Huhi leading the charge for the rest of the Toast Brothers as Luminosity Gaming could begin to crumble. Tactical, the last one standing, the last one to drop. Disguise gonna take game 1 of the series.
The last series, we saw Disguise 3-0. It was because they played the 25-minute plus mark better. Luminosity Gaming, we thought they were playing that part of the game better with the Otacon take pre-25, the Baron sneak later. But the team fighting from Disguise was too on point as Castle and Darkwings.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between Luminosity Gaming and Disguise. And what a fantastic way to have game 1 of our grand finals turn out. The way that Disguise were getting pushed by Luminosity Gaming. Big mistake that they were able to capitalize and punish around that Otacon, but Disguise dug deep, Matt, and they were able to come back and take game 1 in stride.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty crazy game here, as it wasn't an Eco, it wasn't Alistar last pick, if you guys missed the last one, but I really feel like the difference maker for that, and it's so weird to say this with Disguise, because it was the solo laners. Castle and Darkwing stepped up in such a massive way. I think Darkwing's Emperor's Divides were so on point. He blocked a Rift Herald, something that I'm glad Azale was like, I don't know if I've seen this one before, because I thought it was crazy on the cast. This is the only person who was like, have I never seen that before, right? Then there was the play topside where it was the gank that Zazel had. He timed it perfectly, caught Zazel in the middle of his headbutt, so he couldn't chain the Pulverize together to find him. And then that Baron fight, that Emperor's Divide pretty much won the game between how he played that and then how Castle followed up on it with a flash all out of his own. Made sure DSG was all in as they took down both carries to start the fight. And yeah, I mean, that big Baron fight made up for the sins that DSG made around the Otacon of the Baron.
Cubby, I want to go back to one of the questions we asked at the top of the series for Luminosity. Was this team going to try and match scaling for scaling, pound for pound? Well, at least in this game, they were trying to at least have strong scaling on their side with the Kaisa and the Corki, the double marksman setup. And they were given a window where they had the gold advantage and they had a very, very devastating comp to deal with when trying to challenge choke points and get through Maokai saplings, Corki rockets, Kaisa void seekers. But in the end, it's just the clutch factor from Disguise as a 5-man unit that surpassed it all.
Yeah, I mean, you could see how LG fought back in this game too. This was a really fun game 1, quite frankly. I mean, this was back and forth, everything you could have hoped for. But this was the big fight. As I want to watch Rahel, because we know that Castle has a sick find in the back half. Even Insanity, like that exhaust kind of came out early from him, and Hui forces him out. But the fact that Insanity was the Fed member that didn't do much in this fight. Even the zoning here from DSG was not bad. Like, look at how Hui just gets Insanity out of the fight. Is that snap engagement when Tactical goes in? And then, yeah, he just immediately started eating autos from Rahel. I think that was kind of the oopsie. And for me, I mean, we didn't really mention or talk about Hui a ton in this game, but I think he was relatively on point as well. Definitely think that with my third look at that fight, him keeping Insanity out was more important than what I thought the first 2 times I saw it, right? As he followed up really well. And again, that snap engage, that wrapped up the game, following up his teammate in Darklings right there.
It prevented Insanity on being able to follow up immediately with Tactical, and I think that's a good point to make, because then tactical becomes the clear focus for Disguise when they were all grouped up in that banana brush. And now those small moments are going to be ones that haunt Luminosity Gaming forever if they're not able to learn from them and rebound in this series. We still expect this series to at least go the distance, but Disguise still being able to show that clutchness, that poise in even moments where things look dire, just continues to speak volumes about how well-rounded this team has evolved to be over the course of the 2025 season.
I mean, again, I think that the additions of Rahel, Darkwings, and Ido, it's really brought the team to where they are now. And again, this was a team where, yeah, they ended their season with the best of 5 against C9, where people were like, wow, I mean, hey, we like some of those drafts. Like, we like some of how you guys played it. Like, you know, people are questioning the whole region. Like, C9 just went to 5 against Disguise. Like, what does this mean for everyone, right? But behind the scenes, like, from what I picked up with, you know, just visiting with teams who were actively continuing to scrim Disguise, they prepped for this tournament because they were covering, you know, their own LTA North tournament. Like, they were playing against 100 Thieves, VKS, and FlyQuest. They're all like, yeah, we feel like Disguise is a good team. Like, we think they're favored going into this, right? I had teams telling me that they were a middle-of-the-pack LTA team by the end of the split and by their time prepping for this. And the way that we've seen Disguise play 25 minutes plus, I mean, it is legitimately very good, as Castle was the player that I think made the winning play off the back of Darkwings. That find on the tactical and shutting him down was so imperative in that Baron fight, as Castle's Cassante has, I mean, it's now been undefeated for the tournament, right?
Yep. At least Castle can take that into his own right at the end of this one. And for Disguise, the fact that not only Castle was able to hold his own on a majority of the plays, where XU was clearly putting a lot of focus onto the bottom side of the map, looking for the dragon stacking, Castle forced to being weak side. He handled himself in the 1v2 scenario where Tomio and FakeOdd tried to dive him. He even threatened FakeOdd to flash away when they were trying to prep that eventual 3-man dive with him and Insanity and Tomio earlier on into the game. And then being at quarter HP, like you said, finding tactical, just quick snap clutch play there. We're going to see how well Disguise can continue to rally behind some of these key individuals. But for Luminosity Gaming, I think one player that had a clear advantage and unfortunately didn't get to leverage it enough this game was Insanity. He had the CS lead on Darkwings for a majority of the game. Yeah, he was found one time in a 1v3 collapse, but he still was the reason why that Otacon fight was so successful for Luminosity.
Again, I mean, that was a really back and forth game. I feel like LG, we had the question coming in of, hey, is their approach into Disguise going to change? Because in the 4 games we've seen these two teams play, I think the most consistent factor is that Disguise are drafting for and playing for the later stages of the game. I think that how LG tried to break that, they still took a lot of dive, which we saw them in their first game where they did play Mbessa, Alistar, and Corki. They just had it with the Jarvan Akali. This time they had Corki mid with Kaisa and Maokai. I think the idea of the Maokai Corki is still relatively sound, but how Disguised have been playing and retreating into their pockets, and again, we talked a lot about range in that game. Well, it's the Maokai and the Corki that can outrange the Azir and the Xayah. What happened to that Baron winning fight? Kaisa goes early, Corki is zoned out, and they fight into the DPS of the Azir and the Xayah instead of utilizing the range or trying to stay a little bit more disciplined to play out the strengths their comp had. So, and I think they, like, for the most part, they did a good job of playing discipline and playing around the range of the strength their comp, but the few mistakes they made, the ability for Disguise to punish, and that's what made a good game of League. So, it was a fun game 1, and curious again if LG can change up their approach again, because I feel like whatever approach they want to take is really dictated by Insanity's mid lane pool, because he can play everything under the sun.
We saw it in the champ pool graphic earlier today, and we know that from covering NACL this entire year, that Insanity has way more champions that are very spicy in his back pocket. We don't know what Luminosity have specifically prepared for this grand finals, but I think it's time to start busting out some spicy picks, because if you do it game 3 when backs are against the wall and it's not the right call, then it might be one you regret. But game 2 might be the time to start experimenting when you still have some give, some leeway in this series.
I would like to see Insanity playing artillery mage. Like, I want to see the Vigar. I want to see the Kog'Maw get attempted. I think that Insanity, again, like, his pool is very deep. the LeBlanc is being denied from him, it seems like, in this series. But we know that, he can play assassins, he can play mages, he can play artillery mages. I would like to see an artillery mage attempt. I think that his play has been decent, but that Kog'Maw can be a very oppressive pick if you find the right game for it. And I think if you get an angle, I mean, look, Kog'Maw into Azir Xayah is pretty good. I think Kai'Sa was picked on Forest, so they wanted to see Xayah yet, but I think Kog'Maw is very playable. So we'll see. I'm hearing that Champ Select's ready, so let's dive on in and see what LG has for us.
I'm ready for the draft, y'all, and ready for what Luminosity have in store. And for Disguise, we don't expect the tone of their composition identity to change that much because they've done such a good job of being able to polish the strengths and cover the weaknesses throughout this entire tournament. And even looking back at the evolution of what this new roster became at the start of Split 3 to where it ended at the end of the LTA North Split 3 season, as we were told the draft was coming. Crossing our fingers, folks.
Bouncy. You got bouncy.
I'm antsy. I want to see what champions get locked in.
I mean, look, that was a fun game one, and we again, I feel like Disguise is 4-0 in the games we've seen these teams go head to head. I don't think that's been indicative of how close these games have actually been by any means. It has really only been one blowout, and that was game 3 of their first meeting in the upper bracket final. But we're diving into the draft. LG is on the blue side this time around. They're gonna get their hands on Tomio's Vi early on.
Jarvan instantly slammed in. That's the hot pot combo on the 1-2 for Disguise and Rumble and J4. So now Luminosity, how do you respond? Because Disguise are now setting up.
I think Aurora. I think an Aurora this game, quite good for either Fake God or Insanity. It's a good takeaway too. That's something that Dark Wings can play, and you can play into Vi. Sometimes okay. She doesn't bring the most CC, and they already have a lot of damage. But yeah, I think that's a good takeaway, or the right pick here for LG to make, just given that it's already good in a Rumble. You can play it both mid and top. And it's a bit of a deny because Dark Wings could play it as well, because it is considered a power pick. But I think the Dark Wings likely to go for the Rise here. Rune Prison can be decently threatening against the Zeri. Plays well with the Jarvan, and I think this was kind of a no-brainer pick for Dark Wings. So, I would expect that Aurora now to go top side and would start to consider taking away some of the better Lulu pairings. I know that they're kind of squishy, like showing early on, but I think removing something like a Lulu here is not the worst call in the world if you're just worried about, what could happen late game.
If you're anticipating Luminosity to go for an Enchanter support for Zeyzal, I think it does put more onus on Fake God to go for a tank top laner, which then... Oh, Malzahar. Wow. Okay, well, I don't know if it's a Scrim Circle info leak or... But
it's a pick that Dark Wings really respects, because he R1 R2'd it against Rise in the LTA split when a B1 Rise was showing. They lost that game, but it is a pretty oppressive champion against Rise later on, because you get Rylai's, and Malzahar's Q is such a powerful ability. Having that AoE silence, I mean, that's a very underrated part of Malzahar's kit. Oftentimes it's just the E that gets talked about, or the R. That Q is, for me, what makes him so OP in the right game. So didn't want to deal with it this game, as they're going to take away the Bard from Hui, and you got to imagine this is going to be Rahel's pick here. I mean, this is a game for Jhin if Rahel wants it, but we did see the Jhin for Rahel not be great. It kind of strayed away from that identity of Rahel being on the big carry later on. So
I am a bigger fan of this. Even if you are playing into the shorter range of Luminosity as Lucian, I trust Rahel, given the hands that he was able to demonstrate, especially in that Lucian performance against Istral in game 1. And for Luminosity, big questions to ask. Do you get an Enchanter for Zeyzal? And if so, does that mean you put Fake God on tank duty so that you have more ways to engage reliably with Fake God or Tomio on this?
It's kind of hard to blind. I mean, if you go Lulu here, then you're likely to get Nami'd. I'm worried about the Braum, because I think the Braum is really valuable to Lucian. But if you take the Braum here for LG, I don't think it's that valuable. So I think whatever support they're going to go with, I mean, you're kind of asking for Hui to go Braum now, as I think it really empowers the Lucian. Rumble R plus Braum R has some synergy with the slow stacking and the equalizer. And you already have main engage with the Jarvan and the Rise, so Braum can be decent secondary, and you just catch the Zeri. Pretty positive to empower Rahel, as the one time we did see him play with the Lucian in this tournament, it was paired up with the Braum in their first game against Istral.
Yep. And because Zazel can take duty, Fake God gets his chance to play the Aurora in that counter matchup we have seen really explode as so devastating to the Rumble. Insanity will pick up the Ari so that he can make some plays alongside the Vi. You called it, the Braum, the natural response for Disguise to pair with this Lucian into all the dive threats, all of the aggressive playmaking tools that Luminosity have on their side. It will be a great way to at least hold the line and slow down the pace of the fight.
Yeah, I don't think this ends up being the best draft for Rumble, as there are a lot of ways that LG can play into Rumble between the Aurora matchup in the top lane, and then being able to go execute and go hunt the Rumble in the side lane of the mid game with the Vi, Ari, and the Aurora. That said, I like the rest of the draft that Disguised has into LG. I think that Empowered Rune Prison can set up really nicely for Jarvan, Lucian, and Braum. And yeah, like, you know, Aurora, Ari, and Zeri are all pretty slippery, but if it's just like one good combo that comes out from Axu, Darkwings, or Hui, I think the ability for everyone else to chain up on top of each other, and then how oppressive Winter's Bite can be as well. We'll see if Rahel is able to play aggressively enough to proc those, because it really only is him and Jarvan that are going to, you know, be the auto attackers that can stack up those Winter Bites. So we'll see if it ends up being enough, but I like the idea. I like the core that Disguised has.
I think that's a big point that you mentioned, Matt, that Luminosity were able to answer as soon as the Jarvan Rumble, even though powerful combo in their own right, shown that early gives you a lot of time to respond to it. It's going to be up to Luminosity to see if they can use their mobility to outplay Disguise and attack them at all fronts, or if it's going to be Disguise moving to match point. Let's hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of our Grand Finals between Disguise and Luminosity Gaming.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
You know, Ari did see a couple buffs on this patch. Definitely was an Insanity special, Rafa. I think it is worth noting. I mean, we were talking about Insanity. He has so many champs that he has at his disposal to play. We kind of assumed this would be Aurora top into the Rumble early on. But going with the Ari, a different assassin in this one for himself, as this is going to be the third Ari game that Insanity has played this split.
Minions have spawned.
Definitely one of the champs that he leaned more towards, and 2-0 in NACL, so we'll see if he can find a win against Darkwings here. Do think that Ryze is playable into Ari. I think that XU coming mid, pre-6, definitely something that I would look out for if I'm Insanity. That Empowered Rune Prison and eating the EQ afterwards from Jarvan. Very good combo you can use to set up with the Ryze. But speaking of setup, I don't know if Fake God saw that.
Was it just
I don't think he saw that. I think that, I mean, he threw out the E and he gets some, but I mean, I think this is going to be a straight up take from XU.
I mean, we know that Vi level 1 is kind of ass. And for Disguise, being able to punish that fact that XU has the extra attack speed steroid buff can just kind of walk in and ensure that Tomio cannot do anything about it. Now, I don't know how big this is in the grand scheme of things, because Disguise, or both Tomio and XU, are still going to be able to complete camps at a reasonable pace that is similar. But it's nice to get in, get some info on Tomio, force him back, force him off a camp, and try to dictate the pace here if you are XU on this Jarvan.
I mean, at the moment, it's Jarvan up one of Vi's camps and Vi up none of Jarvan's camps, so I'll take it. I don't think we have to think more than that. We will see. I don't think Tomio is going to have access to it, just the way that XU path. He went towards his bot camps immediately. So as long as his bot lane's aware that Vi is going to be there at an earlier timer than usual, I think things are A-okay here. If you're XU, but XU, being him, he's going to stay a little bit more active on the map. He's got no red buff. He's got 3 camps. He has level 3, and he's going to go look for Tomio.
And he has the priority from Hui and Rahel, so he can make this play. Tomio, the only thing he's forced to do is just go for the Krugs, because that would be a safer take. Tomio's going to keep a ward on top of his red buff brush just in case he can try and look over the wall, but he's already used the smite. XU has his own smite, so Tomio is just regretfully conceding everything to XU that he wants to take.
Yeah, XU gets it. Very well played by XU. That is a really, really nice early game plan from XU. Really like what he's done so far in this one, as he is spotted on a ward. He doesn't know about this, but I think he's just going to play for the bot crab, or play to protect his top side, as he's going to try and go red to red.
Whenever I see junglers do proactive invading, sometimes they drop the ball and they just let the enemy jungler walk into the other side of the map and take some top camps. But this is, if you're going to play this proactive style, then you need to be on the ball, continuously denying resources away if you want to make a sizable level advantage. Right now, camp difference doesn't really matter, but it does prevent Tomio from being able to do anything aggressive, because not having blue buff or not having red buff, those are powerful skirmishing activators that allows you to make plays more likely to win.
It's gonna matter once he rotates out his camps next. As good trade onto Rahel, but Luminosity Gaming, they're just gonna try and take that first base for themselves, and they're gonna be a-okay with that one. As Rahel doing his best here in the bot lane, gonna be up a wee bit of CS, and we'll see if any swaps come out from Luminosity Gaming. But man, XU again staying very aggressive. I really like what Hui's doing here. He's going to go protect the bot river. XU's going to rotate out his Raptors. He's going to take his Wolves for the first time, take his Blue for the first time, can play for the bot Crab too. And after that, I mean, his game, the setup that they have to try and take that first dragon on time, that might be a fight between the Vi and the Jarvan. As Luminosity Gaming with Vi, they've been very disciplined at taking the dragon with Vi at level 4 or 5, around that 530 mark, given that Vi has had a couple camps yoinked away from her. And power that Disguise is showing, just prioritizing that bot river. I don't think that they're going to be able to take this dragon on time.
Yeah, they have vision of all these camps, so they can contest Tomio on the second rotation here for the Raptors.
X, you got it.
Wow. Clean smites today. Or
he didn't even smite.
Get it? He didn't even have to smite it.
Tomio smited, and X, you got it with the auto. I saw plus 30. That's a nice take there. Nice take from XU, as, again, I mean, if you deny Vi that level 5, that level does matter for taking the Drake. Vi does such a quick early dragon with denting blows. A healthy one at that, too. But Tomio's going to be behind. XU's already at level 5, and he's going to be here for a bot fight. And a 3v3 against Braum with a Lucian Jarvan. I do not like LG's chances there.
Tomio's just going to face check into XU. He's already used the Vault Breaker. He can instantly go for the EQ Flag and Dragon. That forces Tomio to flash away.
XU, man, is running this game from start to finish. Again, it's so funny because the first final that XU played in for NACL was against Tomio. They lost. He was paired up with Insanity. He's now reunited with Darkwings, where he spent one split at Dignitas Academy together with them. And now they're both on the We're Gonna Beat Dig Squad, you know, on DSG, the superior yellow team. That was some good branding. I don't know if Toast thought about that one with the Darkwings pickup, but definitely fed into that. And XU's just played a beautiful game here from start to finish, man. I mean, he's denied both monster buffs on the first clear. Has denied the Raptor camp without even having to smite. Tomio has nothing to do on the map right now.
And like we said before, it's one thing to just take a buff away or look for a camp and then call it a day. But the fact that XU has been proactively denying resources from Tomio, putting pressure on him, forcing him to look for opportunities, and now it actually means something. XU is going to hit level 6, have access to Cataclysm before Tomio has access to Cease and Desist.
I mean, it already led to a dragon. And again, XU, he can clean up these Raptors, clean up these Krugs base, and be really strong for a grub fight, too. So, I just... so much credit over to XU and how he played out this early game. I mean, this early plans are really good. And I know that it might surprise some folks, but with Hui on the team, but XU is the one that is usually doing the talking and making the plans. A lot of it is feeding info to him, questions being asked. I think Hui probably has the second greatest voice in the team.
Yeah.
But it's XU being like, hey, I want to do this, can we? Or, hey, I want to play for this, can we? Or, what? Hey, guys, what do we have, right? So he is someone that I think has always really tried to lead his teams. I mean, jungle is a role that's very much viewed as you got to talk if you want to play jungle. And for me, the biggest criticism of XU is that he's always had good initial plans. I think sometimes his secondary plans, when a wrench gets thrown in, he doesn't adapt as well. This time around, I think he's adapted very well to this game, and I love the initial plan that he had. So we'll see if XU can continue to keep it up, because this is really the comfort zone for him, is playing the invaders and the skirmishers. I mean, we remember his Elise, his Kindred, his Lee Sin, his Nidalee. Jarvan falls right in that wheelhouse.
XU is willing to flip the game and make things volatile.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was always the big signature factor about XU. Some junglers try to play a clean, consistent game, and XU...
Oh, we missed the smite.
Okay.
All right, first oopsie there from him. Missed smite. as Tomio gets that one. They're still going to try and go 2 for 1. A scary fight here as a cat. Oh! Ooh.
Okay, Flash Cataclysm, but Tomio was already winding up the Vault Breaker, so he's able to easily escape it. DSG now have to regroup here. All 3 grubs might just go over to Luminosity Gaming as a smite does come out to secure the second one, but Exu will not have smite up again, so it's going to be a flip for the last grub in this pit.
They're going to try and win out on the fight/skirmish. I think fighting Zeri here can be a little bit scary, especially with Insanity at 8. But
Insanity goes over the wall with a Spirit Rush, and the first blood goes over to Tactical. Here comes the teleport, but it might just be a little too late unless they can look for the exit plan. Exu's in the middle of all 3 of them, goes down. The Equalizer at least burns to a crisp one of them, but Tactical and Insanity still walk out alive from the engage.
I mean, 2 for 2 and all 3 grubs going over to Luminosity Gaming. That's a win given the initial setup that we saw. Insanity played that fight very well from over the wall, and Tactical got 2 kills to his own name. So I'd say overall, Luminosity Gaming happy with that, and the first oopsie made by Exu this game with that missed smite. And I will say the re-engage with the Realm Warp, I think if he gets an EQ off, it's good, but the CC chain, a little bit too good from Luminosity Gaming. He went down. That was a little bit close, but still, I mean, LG getting all 3 grubs from that's a pretty big win.
Yeah. Luminosity Gaming definitely needed that one. And now that the fact that this is a composition that spikes insanely hard topside off of their first item, if you can leverage that into getting a first brick, accelerated gold for either of these soul laners, then the map becomes wide open. And you already talked about the pitfalls of having just a champion like Rumble in this game against all the mobility the Luminosity have. I think you're going to fear for the rest of the champions on Disguise side, too.
Great chain. I love how Insanity played that one as Tomio goes down afterwards. And the damage here is good. I want to see the chain here was very sound from Zeyzal. No other EQ could have gotten off from Exu. As I think that was the idea with the Realm Warp in. It did look like to me that he would have had the EQ back up. I think the initial engage from Exu was a little bit fast too, losing that Cataclysm right off the bat. I think that they for sure could have gotten 1 grub if they stuck to it instead of turning at that point. Might have given LG a little bit too much space for why they played that one as quick as they did, but that was the play. Now you got to deal with the consequences, which is definitely going to be a plate going over to Ahri right off the bat as Insanity picks that up with the 3 grubs that they were able to secure.
It's going to give them that advantage in trying to push for some extra plates and extra gold in their pockets. Malignance off the back of that fight secured for Insanity's Ahri. So he's going to have access to more usages of that Spirit Rush. Pretty impressive that despite the fight not looking that great for Disguise, Rahel able to pump out a lot of damage on that Lucian thanks to the culling. We're going to have to ask him, if you are a Disguise fan, to continue doing that job, which, based on what we've seen so far, we don't think is going to be an issue.
The issue that I'm worried about, if I'm a Disguise fan of this mid-game, hunting Rumble. Again, Aurora, Vi, Ahri, Nautilus, that Rumble can be mincemeat in a side lane if Castle is not careful. So I want to see, especially because I assume that he's going to be weak side if he's able to use the equalizers on the right waves to avoid some of those timers or not play one wave too many. Do think that Castle, one of the weaknesses he has as a player is his ability sometimes to read the side lane. Can he play it or not? Something that LG, for sure with this draft, can punish, as all 10 members around this dragon. I mean, a big fight for both teams. You have Rumble on this timer. You really want to use the equalizer if you can.
The nice thing for Disguise is they're going to pressure the mid wave. Equalizer comes down. Zeyzal is the first one to be engaged, and Sandy tries to follow on up. Just zooming on forward with the Spirit Rush. Exu finds one more knockup before he goes down, but Zeyzal has isolated Castle for the taking, and the rest of Disguise cannot follow up on the play. Luminosity will get the dragon. They'll get 3 kills on top of it, too.
That was a really big fight from Tactical. His W hit 3, his ult hit multiple, and he was able to play that fight out very easily. It's Tactical.
Oh, boy. Rahel finds one window and does not miss as Fake God tries to answer back, but can't do anything about it.
Oopsie there from Tactical, and Rahel's there to punish. That's a shutdown that went over and honestly takes away some of the great work that Tactical did in that fight. I just don't think that Disguise is tanking up for this one. I mean, Castle starting it off is not how you want to start off a hot pot combo. Rahel's not here, and Disguise just kind of fight anyway. As Tactical, again, had a massive fight off of good setup from Zeyzal, and Sanity was gifted free resets early on. I just think that the way that Disguise started that fight, it was definitely disconnected. They were late to the objective, and their solution to play their way out of that one, not the best. As Castle started the party, not exactly what you want to do, right? More ideal to have some setup come in and then try and get a more effective equalizer off.
Yep. Fake God trying to help escort Tomio out away from danger there. I think if you're a Disguise, yes, there's a lot of mobility that can easily escape the Cataclysm, but for the most part, maybe if you're targeting Insanity, it will force the Spirit Rush early. And I don't know if you can look for ever an ideal combo of Cataclysm onto priority targets. You kind of just have to use it preemptively and then use your EQ to get back out. But Insanity might be in trouble. Gets locked up by the Rune Prism. Has one more dash with the Spirit Rush. Is he going to go down? Not quite. Just a sliver of HP.
We'll say if Zeyzal makes his way up here. Okay, they got full vision. Good play from this, guys. I mean, this is going to get some more gold in the Rise in the mid game, which is always a positive. Darkwing's, of course, going for the double scaling items. Very important in this matchup against the Ahri, because you kind of need both in order to live or sustain or not give over an initial reset. I think it's also important to note one more neutral objective for LG, and they have feet secured, that or first brick. As plates have fallen, and not many plates were taken, Luminosity Gaming able to snipe away a few, but going to look to use the 3 grubs to knock down that first brick and secure feats for themselves. As especially in a game like this, I think feats very important. Just because one of the stronger upgraded boots are the Mercury Treads upgraded. Yeah. And you're playing against double magic damage solo lanes on each side. So I think it's a lot of power you get if you pick that up. As Tomio, he's got to send it.
Hunting for Rahel. Can the rest of Luminosity follow up? Good defensive maneuvers by Huhi, but it just might not be enough. Rahel, Huhi, and Exu all get eviscerated by Luminosity Gaming, and they can take the Rift Herald for their prize.
Huhi, the depth charge was on him. I think that he wasn't able to space away from Rahel, who didn't have that barrier up yet. And a beautiful charm from Insanity was able to snipe Rahel to make sure that Lucian couldn't dash his way through a fight. As he was sent packing to the gray screen, that's going to be Rift Herald secured, feet secured for Luminosity Gaming as they take quite a lead.
Castle forced to use the equalizer, tries to get a decent chunk. Here comes Darkwings looking for the play on the Fake God. Still has a flash available. Tags him with the Spell Flux. Overload. Nicely done. That's a big shutdown going into the pockets of Darkwings.
Well played. Still respect this guy is able to find something on the other side of the map. Of course, Rift Herald fell. First brick fell, but Darkwings will pick up the kill and pick up this tower for himself.
Oh, not even.
Never mind. TP. All right. Insanity's going to defend, and that's a pretty big win for LG across the map. Let's take another look. Watch this charm that ends up connecting from Insanity. Just a beaut, as again, Huhi couldn't quite space this one. It's a really good Glacial Fissure, but the flash charm from Insanity, it catches Rahel while he's in midair. Make sure the Lucian falls initially, and Luminosity Gaming with a very nice setup and execution to find the fight, find the Rift Herald, and find a big lead of the map. 2K gold in their pockets over Disguised.
For Disguise, starting to get a little bit of flashbacks from that series against Astral, where one game they were able to win, they were able to overload threats onto the backline, and because it was a numbers advantage for Luminosity, not as many defensive tools there for Disguise to bail out Rahel. But now his flash is back off cooldown as we're getting ready for the third dragon of the game in 40 seconds.
Hextech, very powerful soul, available for either team here. But this dragon, I mean, 3 dragons away from soul, we'll see. Because if I'm Disguised at this point, I think trading out this dragon to find something else is not a bad option. Darkwings would, you know, get a Seraphs coming up here. If I can avoid this dragon fight and get gold on Rise, I think that's okay. Instead, it's going to be Rumble getting hunted. Talked about this earlier on. And Castle.
Well, Castle throws on the equalizer, and Fake God and Tomio easily space it out. Not much Castle could do in that scenario. Does pick up the wave for himself and guarantees some gold. That does open up DSG to make a counterplay on the bottom side of the map.
I think LG can still maybe play this. I mean, at least the exit fight if Tomio is able to rotate. But no, they're going to commit to drop that Herald and play for the inner and play for that gold. So going to stick to their strong side of the map. They're going to get a TP out from Darkwing.
Wait, actually doesn't have Smite. He doesn't have Smite. Who's going to get the dragon? Oh, no! I don't know why Exy didn't have Smite, but I guess Luminosity Gaming were keeping track of it, which is why Insanity felt bold enough to challenge him in the Dragon Pit. They're getting everything this game.
What a disaster for Disguised as they lose cross-map. I mean, you're cross-mapping to take the dragon, but you called it, Rafa. No Smite on XU. I thought that was kind of done and dusted once we saw Darkwings get on over. Instead, oh, the cube left it at 79. Go back to live. Rahel didn't burn any sums, but he's low mid.
Oh, yes, he did. Both barrier and flash expended off
he did.
the
Okay, he
engage from
did.
Tomio.
Okay.
Looks like Tactical was willing to send it into the back line as well. Barely gets out with a quarter of his HP still left in the tank. Disguise starting to lose grasp and control of this game fast.
Insanity gets another turret for himself. As look at the gold advantages that have started to emerge. And what was such a hot start for Exu off those invades and getting up in the face of Tomio. Couple duds have come up now, Rafa. As that dragon, I mean, that's a pretty big loss from Disguise. Just trying to greed a little bit too much. It's something where, hey, I mean, you don't have smite. If Rise stays, make sure you can burst down and secure that dragon. Insanity can't do something like dash into the pit if the Rise is still there. So I just think kind of a team error there from Disguised. As you're right, you can only really make that TP if Smite's up, and we assume that that one's going down. But no such Smite available for Disguised, and that is a disaster across the map as they lose the dragon and lose, I mean, 2k more gold into the pockets of LG.
Yeah, it's another 4,000 gold advantage for Luminosity around the 20-minute mark, just before Otacon spawns. I think off this next back, Insanity's going to finish his second item of the game. Or at least should be relatively close to it. Yep, Horizon Focus picked up. That is a massive spike for this Ahri who wants to continuously hunt for Rahel. Now especially, both Summoner spells being gone off of this solution.
Rahel going for the IE build, as they might look Sazel. No, they're staying very disciplined here.
Oh, caught.
Wanted to get,
right.
yeah, maybe wanted to get the shield off of them, but didn't have enough info. No one was showing on the side lanes, so Disguise did not want to jump onto the Nautilus there. But yeah, Rahel going for the IE definitely wants to be a little bit more bursty on the Lucian, try and find a couple of the crits. We saw him go Flicker Blades earlier in the tournament when he was up against more melees, but that's not the game in tow. You got to really dodge out and survive the one-shot potential that LG has between the Vi, the Nautilus, the Ahri setup with the Aurora Zeri over the top. It's a lot of upfront damage right off the bat. Rahel
tries to step back with the calling, and Insanity's just going to flash forward and guarantee the death of the Lucian. Darkwing's going to go down next. Exu tries to re-engage and throws down the Cataclysm right on top of the Equalizer.
GG.
It's just not going to do enough. This just might be the game wrapped up for Luminosity, because I don't know how Disguise come back from this.
That's GG. I think that's Otacon taken, and yeah, you're right, Rafa. This is a tough comeback as Rahel, I mean, the last person that can get caught out first gets caught out. As the Summoner spells were taken away from a mid-play that we saw Luminosity Gaming make, and, well, those Summoner spells being down were fully punished by Zazel as that Dredge line into the depth charge on the Lucian. Exact member you want. Darkwing splashes right into the waiting arms of Tomio, who finds the Q over the wall. And just nothing that Disguise can get going for themselves in this game, as it was a hot start for Exu, but we saw a missed smite on a Grub, we saw a failed take on the Dragon, and it just feels like LG continue to bleed more and more out of Disguise.
Still about 3.5 minutes away from the Baron spawning on the Rift, and nowhere near for a soul to be secured. Luminosity would need 2 more Dragons, which the 4th one can be picked up in the next minute and 10 seconds.
You know, it's funny, Rafa, because I feel like we saw the upper bracket final where Disguise found the 3-0. And we're kind of looking at ourselves in Luminosity Gaming like, okay, we know this team can play a lot of different styles. That was one of, if not their greatest strength in NACL.
Yes.
What kind of approach are they going to take into Disguise to switch things up from that first series? Game 1, it felt like a little bit more range and scaling, right? They mixed in the dive, but you're playing Ambessa, Corki, Kaisa. That's a lot of scaling you have on your solo lanes. That one doesn't go well. Disguise beats him. What happens in the next game? We're playing Aurora, Vi, Ahri with a Zeri. Like, we're playing to just go lightning speed against these guys. And this approach has been the one that's winning so far, as Castle, again, is going to be found at the side lane.
Just a difficult place for a Yordle, even in a robotic mech, to survive in, as Insanity is so far ahead. Tomio, despite the early game deficits and the bullying that Exu was pretty much exacting on his jungle quadrants, he didn't let that get the best of him. He held strong and was able to weather the storm, wait for his time to shine around that Grub Pit fight. And ever since, he's been the one that's been playing a lot more cleanly than Exu has.
Soul point going to be secured here by Luminosity Gaming. Tomio smites that one away. The LG, I mean, we got to talk about comeback plans for Disguise, like best case scenario with the fight. I really think it is going to be removing tactical, but honestly, it might be Insanity, who is about to have a death cap finished up here and can be quite slippery and powerful on this Ahri. As things are really just that grim for Disguise.
I mean, we talked about it before going into the second game that Insanity was one of the only players in Luminosity that still had a somewhat distinct advantage over Dark Wings throughout the game in Game 1, even though it didn't lead into a win. Insanity had to step up big time. And for this series, we know that you had mentioned in the interview he gave after beating Astral Esports that he needed to step up this game just to make sure that Luminosity could challenge Disguise as the defending team that would have a chance to go back to Tier 1 play and officially enter the LCS for the 2026 season. Luminosity, if they're able to close out this game too, we're going to have a exciting grand finals on our hands, Matt.
Well, Insanity felt like he had to go, go to the well and play better. Ahri buffed up a little bit this patch throughout his career. 15 plays, 80% win rate. Always been a good champ for Insanity. Looking to push that win rate up a little bit with a win here. As 4-0-10 and pretty much I would say, I mean, it's hard to call something a perfect game, but it's been a beautiful game that we've seen from Insanity so far. With the finds that he has been able to have with these charms that have been very on point. That said, luxury items are definitely something that can eliminate some of the power of a Vi Nautilus Ahri as a Seeker's Arm Guard in tow for Dark Wings. That's definitely going to help try and survive the onslaught. It makes Rahel the very likely target now of a Cease and Assist or a Depth Charge, definitely a more valuable one, as you got to imagine that the Seekers will be used to nullify one of those abilities if it comes Dark Wings way.
Poor Rahel still hasn't gotten a chance to finish his Tier 2 boots because he's been trying to prioritize as much raw power as possible through
RC.
proper item spikes. Snag onto who he forced to cleanse. As he's able to walk away from danger, Luminosity continue to control this top side jungle quadrant.
And that's all basic abilities being thrown out by LG, and I like that a lot too. Like, use your basics, don't lose anything significant. You have better conditions with the gold lead and just the fight you're showing. Don't give any reason or any look for Disguise to actually get back in. Take the chunk if you can have it. That chunk, he did send Hui back to base, and that bought enough space for Baron to be started.
Oh,
That's a lot
nice
of
chunk from Insanity.
Oh, boy.
Just a charm into an Orbit Deception, and now Fake God with the flank. Waits patiently, forces Darkwings to pop the Seekers, but he's gonna go down anyway. Disguise losing out on their mid laner. Will try to re-enter the jungle quadrant, but they're gonna have to defend themselves from the onslaught of Luminosity as they send the full house into them. Disguise get dropped one after another. A full 5-man ace at 26 minutes, and that's game 2 wrapped up for Luminosity.
And the first game of the series where Luminosity Gaming was able to play out an early game well enough to make Disguise look like the rest of the opponents we've seen against LG in this tournament. They have doused every opponent in games that has not been Disguised, and now they take Disguise, and it's game 2 to even things up in a quickie.
We were questioning whether this series was going to go the distance. Well, Cubby, dare I say the magic words that every caster loves to say. We have a series on our hands.
LG have to be happy about that one. Let's see Coach Ido in the background. Coach Deos walking in, saying, let's go team. And they're going to talk about this and see what's up for game 3. As we are 1-1 after this one. And man, again, I was really questioning the approach that LG would take into Disguised. Feels like game 1, slower approach, trying to go for that scaling to match it, to beat it later on. That doesn't work. Game 2, what happens? They see the rumble. They say, let's hunt in the side lane. We already have the buy. Aurora picked early. Ori found later on. They take a Zeri away from Rahel, a champ that was really big for him in Disguised victory over LG too. And put together a game start to finish that, outside of XU getting some early advantages, once they flipped that at the grub fight, found those 3 grubs, and then found a dragon fight where Disguise was desynced, LG did not look back from there.
Cubby, I think we have answered the question for Luminosity coming into this series on what kind of look is going to be successful for them going into the very defensive formation identity that Disguise have really taken their time in trying to polish this entire tournament. Just try to overload them with a lot of threats. Now, were there execution errors from Disguise? Yes. But I think having the tools necessary to just overwhelm your opponents can give you those windows to strike at Disguise. But that is game 2 wrapped up, y'all. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's game 3 here on stream.
Are all pretty slippery, but
I think that's a big point that you mentioned, Matt, that Luminosity were able to answer as soon as Insanity goes over the wall with a Spirit Rush, and First Blood goes over to Tactical. Here comes the teleport, but it might just be a little too late unless they can look for the exit plan. XU's in the middle of all 3 of them, goes down. The Equalizer at least burns to a crisp one of them, but Tactical and Insanity. The nice thing for Disguise is they're going to pressure the mid-wave. Equalizer comes down. Zazel is the first one to be engaged, and Sandy tries to follow on up. Just zooming on forward with the Spirit Rush. XU finds one more knockup before he goes down, but Zazel has isolated Castle for the taking, and the rest of Disguise cannot follow up on the play. Luminosity will get the Dragon. They'll get 3 kills on top of it, too.
that was a really big fight from Tactical. His W hit 3, his ult hit multiple, and he was able to play that fight out very easily. It's Tactical.
Oh, boy. Rahel finds
Soul Rings on each side, so I think it's a lot of power you get if you pick that up. As Tomio, he's got to send it.
Hunting for Rahel. Can the rest of Luminosity follow up? Good defensive maneuvers by Huhi, but it just might not be enough. Rahel, Huhi, and XU all get a vicious. Darkwings looking for the play on the Fake God. Still has a flash available. Tags him with the Spell Flux. Overload. Nicely done. That's a big shutdown going into the pockets of Darkwings.
Well played. Still respect this guy. Instead, it's going to be Rumble getting hunted. Talked about this earlier on. And Castle.
Well, Castle throws down the Equalizer, and Fake God and Tomio easily space it out. Not much Castle could do in that scenario. Does pick up the wave for himself and guarantees some gold. That does. Who's going to get the Dragon? Oh, no! I don't know why XE didn't have Smite, but I guess Luminosity Gaming were keeping track of it, which is why Insanity felt bold enough to challenge him.
We set up with the Aurora Zeri over the top. It's a lot of upfront damage right off the bat.
Rahel tries to step back with the calling, and Insanity's just going to flash forward and guarantee the death of the Lucian. Darkwing's going to go down next. XU tries to re-engage and throws down the Cataclysm right on top of the Equalizer. It's just not going to do enough. This just might be the game.
Speed against these guys. And this approach has been the one that's winning so far, as Castle, again, is going to be found at the side lane.
Just a difficult place for a Yordle, even in a robotic, the charm into an orbit deception, and now Fake God with the flank waits patiently, forces Darkwings to pop the Seekers, but he's gonna go down anyway. Disguise losing out on their mid laner, will try to re-enter the jungle quadrant, but they're gonna have to defend themselves from the onslaught of Luminosity as they send the full house into them. Disguise get dropped one after another. A full 5-man ace at 26 minutes, and that's game 2 wrapped up for Luminosity.
And the first game of the series where Luminosity Gaming was able to play out an early game well enough to make this guys look like the rest of the opponents we've seen against LG in this tournament. They had
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 between Disguise and Luminosity Gaming. The series is now 1-1, so we are hopefully going the distance on this one. No 3-0s from either team, as Disguise was able to put away Luminosity in that upper final. But this time, off of the Revenge arc, going through the lower finals, clearing out a straw, back here in the grand finals, Luminosity has got something to say here, Matt.
Yeah, that was a Viari plucked right from scrims from LG, you know? As Viari always want to play fast, the dream with those two champs, and they played it beautifully, as it really felt like there was no window for Disguise to get in that game after they made a few mistakes, and LG punished in full.
Looking forward into what could be the next draft for this game, Matt. We got a chance for Luminosity to answer one of the questions we had is, were they going to double down on trying to match scaling versus DSG, since that is a consistent compositional identity they have gone to time and time again throughout this promotion tournament. The fact that they've been able to beat it with a composition that spikes not only faster, but also just swarms you with all the mobility that they had. Does DSG change up their plans, or do they just say, well, it's Fearless, guys, they can't lock in Vi, Ahri, Aurora again, so we're going to hope that they don't have another composition like that in store?
I think it's more important to get Castle on a tank. I think that was one of my conclusions from the last game. Having him on a tank, or like, I think Sion might be a big pick in this next draft. Some of the answers to Sion are now off the table, so I do think that putting Castle in that position where, you know, we saw him get attacked in the sides on Rumble, but
I really feel like having that tank, it kind of sets up or allows for Darkwings and Rahel to play these big late game carries, which, I mean, that's not exactly what Ryze and Lucian are. And yeah, once they got behind to this one, it was tough for DSG to get back in.
Just taking a look at some of the highlights from this second game. It's almost crazy to remind us that XU began such a cleverly played out early game in stealing away so many resources from Tomio. But then everything just fell off the wagon for Disguise around that grub pit. A bit of a early flash cataclysm play that gets diffused pretty easily with no real tools being burned. The fail smite on the grubs. And ever since then, it was Tomio that was leading the charge in full boldness and full confidence for the rest of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Tomio's Vi has been on point for this tournament as well. As, yeah, I again, just curious if LG continues to play fast. Because you kind of were hitting on it, Rafa, with Fearless. You know, you can sign up for being like, all right, we aren't going to get another game of Viari coming in, right? You know, there are other champions to play quickly with. Insanity is already drawing the Blanc bans and Akali bans in this series.
Yeah.
So, curious if that continues, or I mean, I'm pretty down to give up an Akali if I can get a Galio off of it, if I'm disguised, and Darklings can kind of play that control identity. A Galio Sivir, something like that, could be a nice setup or potential for Disguise. Just control that front line, control that fight, and let Rahel pop off. As Rahel also just unable to really pop off in this one. Well, it was a tough game. I mean, they got really far behind, but when you have the cease and assist and Ari following up on your tail in every fight, yeah, it doesn't matter how good you are at the game sometimes. It's you just can't play in that scenario.
Point and click lockdown is a hell of a drug, Matt, and even for someone slippery like the Lucian, between the def charge, the cease and desist, and the fact
Holy
that...
mid-diff.
Yeah, I we asked for if Insanity was going to step up to the plate and leverage that advantage he had on Darkwings. While Darkwings has had a remarkable glow up throughout his journey in tier 2, tier 3, and even coming up to tier 1, and playing above what a lot of people were expecting for Darkwings, I think it is still clear that Insanity is a remarkable player, one that we did not expect to not have another shot in tier 1 after the end of even a disappointing finish from Shopify Rebellion. Insanity was still one of the players I felt like was still pulling his own weight and finding ways for at least Shopify Rebellion to have means to win their respective games throughout the 2024 season.
I mean, I think there were a lot of fans that were curious as to why it was Palafox over Insanity, right? And Insanity, look, he wasn't the best mid laner that we had in NACL for the regular season. I think he was voted as it, but I really felt like with the stage games we saw, it was Evolved or a Blaze Olive that was in that first team. And I had Evolved. I think a Blaze Olive ended up winning it. But Insanity, you know, he said himself he wasn't the best mid laner throughout this calendar duration of the year. But in League, it's about peaks and valleys sometimes, and it's all about peaking at the right time, which is today.
Yep.
Insanity, that's a pretty fat game over Darkwings right there, as he had a huge impact in that one.
You definitely had to play fast as this matchup from Ari into the Ryze, because the Ryze, you get to the late game where you have 2-3 plus items on your inventory and you fully scaled up. You get really terrifying just being able to machine gun spell fluxes into overloads into multi-groups groupings of people there from the side of Luminosity. But Insanity able to blitz the game fast enough before Disguise could regroup and rebound. And now heading into game 3, you already touched upon it. Insanity has been continuously banned away. His Akali, the LeBlanc, has not been available either. I don't know if Disguise are going to let either of those through, considering the monstrous performance he had on Ari. That is the closest thing to an assassin he's had his hands on this promotion tournament so far, other than LeBlanc, of course. But I think for Disguise, either they need to double down on the defensive formation, like you said, put Castle back on tank duty, or we might see some experimentation from Darkwings.
I think it's Castle on tank duty, and yeah, you're right. We spent a lot of time talking about Insanity's champion pool. I think it is at least worth talking about Darkwing's champion pool a little bit too.
Yeah.
As Darkwing's going back, I remember him playing in a 41 game split, like 21 unique champions, before Fearless Draft was even a thing. As he was one of the players who, when Proving Grounds was a thing. So what Proving Grounds was, for folks at home not familiar, it was the combination of tier 2 and tier 3 for a bracket event to wrap up each split. Dark Wings was the only player in the 4 splits of Proving Grounds to make it all 4 times on 4 different rosters, which I find to be a crazy achievement from him, especially with Tier 3. I mean, it was pretty tough to qualify because all the Academy teams were auto-qualified. So you had to really earn your way in. You did that 3 out of 4 times coming from Tier 3. So, yeah, we know he can play a lot of champions. I feel like his role has been pretty set in stone with this team. So, do think he's another player to look at where if they want to switch it up at all, he is someone that we know has a deep pocket. It just hasn't been his role within the team. And I will say that this guy is, when they stray from the roles within the team, I feel like those are the games where they've had trouble. Like their loss against Astral was Rahel on Jin. It was also against an Ahri, and that Ahri played too fast into the skies, and they didn't handle that very well. So, I feel like this last game, Castle being not on the tank, is something where I'm curious if Castle returns to that tank identity. Just, it may not be something exactly for him, because we know he plays other champions very well, like Gnar and like Aatrox, but could just be the role that he needs to be in for this team, which, when they are in their roles, this team looks like the team to beat.
Someone's got to be a role player at the end of the day, even if you have multi-threats and multi-carries that can express that champion pool in their own hands. But as you called it for Castle, maybe we see things like the Ornn pop back up for him, just so that you have some long-range safe ways to engage a fight that relieves some, I don't know, from Huhi the ability to always have to play a tank as well. Because if you have engage from other roles, then you can try and leverage Rahel to be maybe on a hyper carry. Maybe we get into Jinx territory, and Lulu and the other enchanters have yet to be taken off the board in this Fearless Best of 5 so far. As we're heading into Game 3, we know that there's some other potential, I don't want to say funny picks, crazy picks that could come out of Huhi's hands, but one person that did also step up in the second game was Tactical, as obviously the rest of his team had a full-on Smork composition, everyone diving into the backline, but obviously Tactical getting his hands on the Zeri, no enchanter at his side, he had to kind of independently act solo and choose his own battles, and he was able to leverage that further.
Yeah, again, that's Zeri, the follow-up with the all-in. I feel like that's kind of where Zeri's role is now, where you can play her with an Enchantress to be that big weight carry, but you can also play her with that Rel, that Nautilus to just kind of be the dive bomb follow-up to do all the damage. And Tactical was definitely pumping out a lot of that damage early on with the team, as those fights were over very quickly in favor of LG, as Tactical, I think, well positioned and well set up for success in that game. A little bit of a big difference from Game 1, where I do feel like Tactical, in probably the most important fight of the game, played it too quickly. So I feel like that set up and the way Tactical played that game, much better for him and LG. As we'll see what happens in this Game 3. Definitely curious about the picks and bans, Rafa. We have had another side swap, as this guys are now going to be back on the blue side. And so curious if, you know, we get the bans that stay the same as Game 1, or if we get a change from there. Because we have seen some bans be consistent from each side in the first couple of games, as we now return to the Game 1 setup that we had in terms of sides.
Yeah. We're attempting to get into draft phase as fast as possible. We're having some technical delays, so we will try to update you as fast as possible when those are resolved. But continuing the conversation, let's look at the support pool. Okay. Getting word that we're just going to go into a quick pause, and we'll try to come back to live as soon as possible. Stay tuned.
and I'm not, cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion, got things by my face. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll hunt for the fire, I can't fight it. I'll show you what I'm made of, what I'm made of. Yeah. I'll show you what I'm made of.
Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for Game 3. Hopefully, just to update you, both the teams wanted to take an extra 5 just to make sure they were feeling at their best as we hopefully load up the draft very shortly for Game 3.
You know, things are heating up down there as they are with us here in the booth. It's 1-1. A best of 3 coming in with 2 games of Fearless Champs taken off the board. We'll see if this guy's return to the blue side can use that side advantage to find their identity. They've been playing well in this tournament, which is 2 threat comps with a tank top, or if they go for something different as LG and a couple of different approaches into disguise. And we saw the one where they played quickly work quite well in game 2.
Yeah, you mentioned how Dark Wings does have quite the extensive champ pool, but what has worked consistently well for Disguise is just putting him on those backline control mages, being able to scale on up, get his farm in, not having to ask him to make anything super volatile early on. But we know that Dark Wings, true fans of the Tier 2 scene and the Tier 3 scene, and even Collegiate as well, Dark Wings has pulled out some pretty unique picks. I know Aatrox mid has been one that he has done in the past. Obviously, kind of hard to split up the Aatrox when Castle is a well-known Aatrox player as well. Not sure if Dark Wings is going to stray from that identity going into Game 3, but it will be up to Disguise to make that call as we finally get things loaded in for Game 3 draft of this Grand Finals.
Yeah, you can see the Trundle ban instantly responded to with a Scion ban from LG, so not wanting to give that one over. However, with the Scion being taken away, Victor and Orianna also off the board. Wukong is first picked. I think Wukong and Jarvan are the 2 strongest junglers on this patch, and Wukong with Xin, Vi, Jarvan, Maokai off the board, looking very delectable in this Game 3.
Definitely the strongest jungler that you can get your hands on here. If Luminosity Gaming wanted to match anything, I don't know.
Pantheon time.
Pantheon time for Tomio. But I do like Sejuani just being able to tango with something like a Wukong because you do not need to get aggressive or involved with the lanes as early on into a Wukong, since pre-level 6 Wukong has no access to CC. He can fight, but he is relying on his lanes to set up things for him, and XU would rather try and focus on farming to level 6 where he can get that powerful ultimate in the Cyclone available.
I mean, Sejuani is going to be your bridge for the Sivir, and Sivir in this game, again, looking like there are some good options. At least there's no Zeri or Zaya or Kaisa to respond, and no Corki either. So I think a lot of power for Sivir as well. No Alistar to play into the Sivir either, as Sejuani going to try and be that bridge for the Sivir later on.
DSG at least layering some extra CC with Huhi on the Rel duty, and a Yunara locked in for Rahel.
Insta Renekton too for Fake God, so expecting a Jax ban as Cassante already off the board. Can't defend against that Renekton Sejuani combo up there. So a very strong top side to try and scale Sivir into the rest of the game. I think that with Yunara important to be bursty because as Yunara's kind of evolved, your power comes from being in your alt form, right? The transcendent state. So what can you do to, continue to help Yunara be bursty? I think Wukong and Rel are really good starts. I just am concerned because, you'd like a Galio on either team this game. And I don't think that Galio is going to have great value here for Disguised against something like a Renekton, who can really, he wants to have melees in the game. Renekton benefits off that, given his empowered abilities and stacking up that Fury much better against the melees.
And DSG continuing to put respect on Insanity's name with the LeBlanc ban. I imagine that maybe they might look at that Akali as the next one to get rid of for this Game 3 draft. As you called it, Matt, Jax taken off the board from Castle.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the defensive picks against Sejuani, Renekton. It's those two. Or Cassante and the Jax, so might as well take away Jax when Cassante's missing. I'm curious to see what Castle goes for, because frankly, it's looking like he's just going to be relegated to Ornn. But not the best game for it.
Ooh.
Or at least a tough game.
Not the Akali. It's Renata ban. Just trying to take away some disengage options from Zeyzal, and the fact that you already have a tank in Tomio does give Zeyzal a little bit of flexibility in what kind of champion archetype he would pilot alongside Tactical Sivir. Or just another tank.
It's making Shreds pretty nice for Disguise, but Shreds against the Sivir team, it kind of increases the power of the Sivir in a way. As Rahel's cracking a bit of a smile. Oh, okay, it is going to be the Aatrox into the Sejuani Renekton. I mean, I like Aatrox in this game. I think that if you can make Sivir's life hard to auto-attack, it's good. Aatrox can help with that, but Aatrox can get put out of this game quite early by the Renekton plus the Sejuani. So with Hui coming in, Darkwing's going to take an Artillery Mage for himself and just try and maximize the damage. I mean, Blackfire Torch on Hui against this very low-range composition for LG could be quite nice. I was curious what Insanity can actually grab. Yep. And he doesn't want to go for Syndra this game. I think there's some real value for Syndra against Aatrox, Hui, and Yunara. But this would be one way to really make that Sivir a hyper carry if we wanted to get weird. Okay, not going to be Morgana, going to be the Cassio.
Yep. I think
don't
this
know.
is a nice
I feel
call.
like we're really committing to a low-range composition here for LG. I know that Sivir's ult's going to help out, but you're kind of assuming you're just going to tank up the Hui. But that's... I don't know if I love that one.
I will say, I think I prefer it over the Morgana because it at least gives you two hyper carries that you can rely on for later stages of the game. I will concur with you that range is kind of at a premium for DSG just off of the fact that Darkwings can space both the threats of Cassiopeia and Sivir with those severing bolts. So the onus is on Luminosity Gaming to get to objectives first so that it forces DSG to walk into them and play into the identity of Sivir or Cassiopeia.
I think it puts a lot of importance for Disguise to set Castle up for a decent game early too, because if Aatrox gets behind, Cassio can beat Aatrox in the side lane pretty heavily as well.
Yeah.
Because like Miasma, you just start chaining the QEs, and then if you get the move speed buff, and Cassio picks up move speed as the game goes on because no boots, haha, it's a snake. I do think it's an option where you can have a very positive matchup into Castle for the majority of this game if you set that Aatrox behind. So curious where Tomio goes early. Sejuani synergizes so well with that Renekton, and you can really attack the Aatrox early, which I think would be great for LG's game.
Well, here we go. Let's see who is able to move up to match point in our Game 3 of the Grand Finals between Luminosity and Disguise. Time to hit the Rift.
"30 seconds until minions spawn."
Nothing too weird showing off the bat. Is going to be that Conqueror for Insanity, not a Phase Rush. As you do have some options. I don't know what Phase Rush would exactly get you out of here, though. I think Conqueror is fine, because you're likely going to have to use that Petrifying Gaze to try and slow down a Wukong, slow down a Rel, and that engage, but this is a curious
Things could get a little dicey here. Darkwings, I think Darkwings is in trouble.
He started E.
Okay, he takes some damage on the way out. Will be forced to recall, but might not have enough time because it's already past the window. So
yeah,
he's going to walk into lane or be in lane with 50% HP, already forced to chug some pots.
He's going to stick with it. So kind of a cute little setup there by LG, as we are going to see Tomio start on the top side, so going to be working towards that Sivir. Of course, with that Renekton and the Aatrox, I mean, you have the option to play away from it. I just think playing towards it, again, you can get so much against Aatrox early on. I think really setting that champion behind, there is value. As Renekton, definitely a champion, the Fake God does play very well. So, see if he can handle himself in isolation, as both junglers working their way down to try and interact with this Sivir Yunara lane and the two hyper carries that each team are fielding there.
Really aggressive trading from Insanity onto Darkwings this way, level 1, and now that he's hit level 2, unfortunately for Mr. Isaac in the mid lane, he cannot dare to step up and challenge, as Insanity can just, hold that aggressive position in front of the caster minions. There's nothing that Darkwings can do but just wait.
Got his Q now. Was zoned off of XP though for 1 creep, so small advantage for Insanity, just given the fact that Darkwings did have to start that E. As both of our junglers on the cross. And I will say that interactions bot early on, I will give it to the Sejuani Leona team. I feel like that's going to be the team that's advantage for some of these early trades, if we do have a 3v3 skirmish down bot. So I think that it would be best for DSG to just kind of play the wave and play to maybe mess with Tomio instead of playing for this 3v3, in which I think it is very LG favored.
Good defensive ward from Insanity, can at least cover that mid-river entrance. Oh, Rahel's in trouble. Force to pop, the summoner heals. Zazel flashing right on top to guarantee the kill play, and Rahel's not going to even burn his flash. That's first blood going over to Tactical. Sivir here at 3 minutes, and it could be more. Huhi forced to flash away, gets out alive, but Luminosity's bot lane off to a great start.
Huhi was on a warding mission, and Zazel and Tactical strike as they get Rahel. Really good flashes coming out from both Zazel and Tactical, as they are able to make sure that Rahel falls, and that's a big advantage to Tactical, who does get that first blood. We'll see if he goes for a Cole or gonna get a Cole and change, so item advantage in the bot lane, and a good start for LG.
One of the things that we were looking at in this best of 5 was Rahel leveraged against Tactical, and we know that DSG had consistently been able to play through empowering Rahel in the later team fights, but if Tactical and Zazel are able to get a pretty sizable early game lead against this guy and prevent him from coming online, well, this is a great way to be in if you are Luminosity Gaming.
Just really good flashes from both Tactical and Zazel to take advantage of that Q cooldown being 5 seconds base level 1 for Leona, or just 5 seconds base cooldown. I mean, there's a lot of power in Leona early on, just because you get that stun so much more often. And Tactical with a beautiful flash as well. Get out of the CC, guarantee the kill, and hot start here for the LG bot lane. And Tomio, I mean, just going to continue to path into it. It is XU that is going to go for the super clear early on, and is going to try and sprint towards that Trinity Force. That is when Wukong can get very powerful. We have seen him just be a very oppressive jungler when he does get ahead, but man, this start, I mean, you got the hyper carry in the Sivir set up like this. That's everything that you could possibly ask for if you're LG.
The funny thing is that Rahel still has a sizable CS advantage over Tactical, but it was a big wave stacking up into the Sivir. Looks like they're trying to take a base now. Rahel being able to push in that big wave, able to get a quick cheater recall in so that he can match Tactical in terms of components. Tomio, is he going to face check into Huhi? He's on top of a control ward, so he knows that this is happening, and the Q stun goes wide. Tomio going to see if he can pressure this further, but XU is right behind him, so Tomio's going to back off for now.
They probably get the control board after that, if they want it, but they did have Rahel actually swap over to the top side during this, so Luminosity have the option to have a numbers advantage at this dragon if they want to take it, as they will TP Castle bot and pull off a swap, which does buy Rahel, I mean, a little bit of time. He's behind a wee bit in that lane in the 1v1, or at least in items. And I think that they're just doing this to pick up waves, and they're going to give away the dragon. I feel like they saw that one coming anyway, so might as well get Rahel some free time up top and see if you can, you know, play all the waves you can while you give this one up. So I still think that this guys, they've done a nice job of committing to when they are giving something up. Try and maximize what they're getting on the opposite side of the map. I feel like that has been a consistent of this guy's plays in this tournament, and definitely one that helped them get to the grand finals through that upper bracket.
It's a big wave that is stacked up on the top tier 1, but I don't think Fake God is in any danger whatsoever. XU is not level 6, and Fake God with Dominus does make Renekton one of the more fearful champions of trying to dive cleanly, especially if he still has a flash on top of it as well.
So I'm curious if they get out of this formation now, because Dominus steel caps Renekton cannot be moved. And Castle, I mean, with the item break point that he's on, because it looks like he's going to rush that Sundered Sky, he could be moved.
Oh,
he even
unlucky.
got the auto down. League of Legends at its best, you know?
Yeah. The BM
Game of
thumbs up
inches.
emote also thrown up too. Tactical knew that he was already out of there. We got Grub spawning in less than a minute here, Matt. Already, Luminosity Gaming trying to shift their strongest side of the map back towards that top side. Fake God will not have teleport for the play, so... But with Disguise sending Rahel to the bottom side of the map, does this give Luminosity an advantage in being able to secure grubs for themselves here?
I mean, they could be playing to play out of this too. And I think this is some of the power sometimes of, you know, champion like Renekton and this Sejuani combo. Like, yes, Sivir needs some time to scale, but Renekton is so oppressive at this time of the game around the grub fight. It does seem like Disguised are at least cryoing the grubs down, because, yeah, I mean, Hui just took a reset. He does have TP, but he's walking bot right now to make sure they don't dive Rahel, and this means the grub's likely just going to be given over. I do think that Disguised has good wave clear. Yunara Hui is pretty solid wave clear, so you can afford to give these over, but we really saw throughout the domestic playoffs being played, pretty much every team globally put a bigger priority on grubs than Dragon, because the grubs you can use the next 5 minutes of play to take plates for yourself, and that can give you a pretty big advantage going into the mid game. Now seeing LG take both the grubs and the Dragon, as this guys have opted to trade out, trade down to get gold on anything and everything. Just respecting the strength of LG's comp at this stage of the game.
And it's a bit of a flip of the script from what we saw from DSG in Game 1 of this series, where they were the ones that had pretty much taken every single objective of the game from Luminosity. Now, for their credit, DSG do have some strong champions that will spike later on into the game. And I imagine that the call for DSG is, let's not get too crazy early on. Let's just play a cleaner game, farm up, and we'll let our spikes and hands do the talking at the right moments.
I mean, look, whenever Sivir's in the game, I think that Sivir is such a game-warping champion in her ability to not just be the late-game hyper carry, but also you got to make sure she's able to auto-attack. That's where a lot of her strength comes from. And I think this is a difficult game for Sivir to auto-attack in. You're going up against a Hui who has a lot of different choices in order to make it tough for you to auto, whether that's laying down slow fields or you got to avoid the claw, which is really tough as Sivir sometimes. You also are going up against a Yunara that's going to be bursty. Aatrox, I mean, all those Q sweet spots are potential knockups that you either have to spell shield or could get Shane CC'd off of. And then Wukong Rel might be some of the best snap engage you can find into Sivir. I mean, you can only spell shield one of these things. So, yeah, I think that if Disguise can find angles and execute, it should be difficult for Sivir to auto-attack in this game. And that could really warp the game in favor of Disguise. But at the moment, they're the ones that have at least opted out of everything, as they try and buy time for the Hui and the Wukong to get to a better spot that they like to fight.
Yep, DSG clearly prioritizing just trying to get as much gold for them as possible and accelerate those first item spikes. Blackfire Torch already picked up for Dark Wings in the mid lane. See on your board, that Tactical does have the most gold in the game, but then matched by both of the solo laners for DSG as the priority in just making sure they are getting their farm and accelerating themselves as fast as possible is the main focus. We are about 50 seconds away from the second dragon spawning. Do DSG favor themselves taking that fight as, okay, well, that one goes wide.
Dark Wings did not dodge. Tell me you'll guess the dodge. Dark Wings just walked down and down smashed his way out of that one. As that goes wide. And I will also say, I mean, Castle and Dark Wings, they not only have the most gold, but they are at much better item spikes at the moment. So DSG waiting for everything. We have a real window now where if you are Disguised, I mean, you're up a torch on a very delayed Roa, especially given that Insanity is going tier and is down, just given the lane matchup. And then Fake God also delayed himself to pick up that Executioner's Calling, which, hey, that has value into both Wukong and Aatrox for sure, but that delays your first item that can be so important on Renekton. So yeah, if I'm Disguised, I think I'm looking for something on this timer.
And especially if Tomio does not have that ultimate on the Sejuani anymore, that's one of your main engage tools that's gone. You're pretty much relying on Tactical and Zazel to get things started, but once again, DSG taking their time and farming up, and they are pretty much giving this dragon away.
They're given. That will be the first aspect of feats secured by Luminosity Gaming.
Okay.
As they have 3 neutral objectives.
I like this.
I mean, if you can starve out Fake Out a little bit, it's something. But, Castle.
Magnus Storm is going to pull him in. Fake God still has a double slice and dice and a flash. XU holding on to that Cyclone for now. Zazel now committing to the top side of the play as he just tries to rush into the safety of that tier 1 turret. They've killed the majority of the wave. Tomio has successfully taken the second dragon of the game and now moves to try and threaten Rahel's Yunara. Glacial Prison is about to come off cooldown, but a TP is coming in from the Aatrox. Castle is going to try to bail out Rahel as soon as possible because it's another TP coming in as well. Castle pops the World Ender. They're going to have to turn on to Fakon. No Dominus, no problem. That's the Predator's stun. And Luminosity Gaming walk out with a dead Yunara on the heels of their foot.
Good clicks from Tactical, too, as he was able to get out of the sweet spots from Castle, and that idea from Disguise neutralized by a TP from Fake God. And that Renekton, who despite being down, that first completed item, I mean, still the stronger champion at this point of the game, and that TP put him right on top of Rahel, who, well, he got the cleanse off, but not the flash, so falls to the Croc. Another kill for LG, and in the back half of that, we have Tomio still waiting around. Darkwings
He's
has
got
a flash.
Glacial Prison back up. He's got his ultimate back up. He's just waiting for the right time. Maybe waiting for a spell to be used by Darkwings. There's the Maw. There's no more fear. But Tomio doesn't bite yet. He's waiting for Zazel. He's waiting for the guaranteed numbers advantage as Huhi also shows up to the play. That can make things
like this
dicey.
much anymore.
Yeah.
I think the 2v1's better than the 3v2. And Tactical did take some poke from this, but Darkwings is really far off.
Glacial Prison, dead center, right onto Darkwings. No chance to try and flash that one. Luminosity Gaming pick up the feat of warfare.
And XU got really nothing off that. Like, yeah, Tomio's not farming, but hey, you're a Sejuani. That's fine. XU's going to come play defense on the bot wave. It's a 3-grub Sivir. It got another wave of free time as they shut down Rahel. They get another kill onto Darkwings. That's both carries removed. As LG, I think, very happy with that one as they now have a small gold lead for themselves.
You're a little reserved about the play, but patience is rewarded for Tomio. And I don't know, Matt. Even if you do flash the Glacial Prison, I don't think you're getting out of that one. So that's just great patience and great timing from Luminosity Gaming.
Hey, Tomio rewarded for staying in that spot for a few minutes, like, you know, extra wave or 2 longer. As, you know, no shock needed for the Dog Jungler to do his job there. Good play from Tomio to make sure that he is able to stick around and take Darkwings out. As curious what Darkwings is going for next with the items. I'm wondering if it's going to be... I mean, the Blasting Wand there... Is it going to be a Horizon focus look, maybe?
Maybe.
On the way, yeah.
Yeah, Blasting Wand and Double Phoenix Codex.
Yeah.
Could be the play. It's a big stat stick, and it at least gives you some small utility. Although the stats on it is really the appealing factor, and it being significantly cheaper than it was before. Tomio trying to round off the entrance route as Insanity finds a nice miasma into Petrifying Gaze flank. Darkwings could not flash out of that one since he was grounded, and the rest of Luminosity Gaming continuing to accelerate the pace of this game.
Great look from the Casio. Again, talked about the range advantage, but if you break it like that, as Insanity did, a beautiful miasma, no chance the Darkwings could get out of that. Now, he has a TP, so if Disguise can stall, they might be able to play this.
He does stun up Tomio. XU. We have yet to see him make a play this entire game. Has not popped the Cyclone once, but he is fully farmed up. Trinity Force and Merc Treads. Can he make the difference here? But Tomio secures the Rift Herald and will walk out with the eye. The flash from Fakot gets away as XU sends it with the Cyclone. 2-man flash over the wall. Zazel is the first one to fall as Castle finally gets the shutdown on top of Tactical. Tomio's got nowhere else to run, snagged by the Infernal Chains, and Castle's Aatrox has finally arrived to Summoner's Rift.
Luminosity Gaming burned tools to get Darkwings down first in the fight, but they didn't have the tools to take the fight after the Rift, as Insanity will fall too. He's no flash. Goodbye, Insanity. Disguise wipes LG after the Rift Herald and gets the gold lead back in their favor.
DSG, they were waiting for their time to strike, and despite all of the early moves that Luminosity Gaming made for the past 15 minutes, at that Rift Herald, they don't even need to secure the objective. They play for the fight afterwards, and now DSG have the momentum on their side.
Hey, we called it out early, right? The stall. Darkwings had a TP up, and I want to credit Castle on how we played the top side of that fight into Fake God. Again, talked about the item advantage that Castle had. Look at Fake God post-dominance. Him and Hui have a really good engage. They get him off to the side. He can't be the one that's frontlining and holding the door. And XU, I mean, the double cyclone there, that did look like Sexu, as that was pretty nuts coming out from Lawrence. Able to find very big play on Luminosity Gaming as he got 3 men in the Cyclone. And Luminosity Gaming, they got Tornado out of this one as Insanity, yeah, already burning the flash, so this snake can't slither on out, and Darkwings and DSG going to take the win.
Luminosity Gaming trying to see if they can blitz this third dragon without a response from DSG. Looks like that's going to be the case. Rest of Disguise already setting up Castle to the top side of the map. It was a teleport invested from Fake God just to guarantee that this objective goes into their hands, but that means that no one's going to have a chance to respond to this wave pushing in from Castle super promptly. It is now Fake God recalling just to catch the wave.
You know, I feel like that was a missed opportunity from Toad, because his nickname of XU's old teammate Philip was Felipe Sexo. I feel like it could have been the best topside in history, by the way. Which is the funniest nickname of all time, too. Shout out to Philip, who was at LTA finals. And
shout out to Philip and shout out to Toad, one of our awesome co-streamers who always comes up with some of the most awesome nicknames. I remember El Mago for Spica, I think was another fond one of mine. It might have been El Genio. One of those two. Anyway, back to this grand finals. DSG definitely cooking up a nice gold advantage for themselves, despite Luminosity Gaming now being on Soul Point. But given that DSG have been very disciplined in prioritizing their farm and their overall power in items, I think they're going to be in a good spot when we get to that Soul Point fight. And it might be one that Luminosity Gaming are threatened to not even challenge.
Yeah, I mean, my concern right now is just the top lane item differential with Castle having that Sterax so accelerated. Fake God has some gold in his inventory, but no components that can build to something like a Sterax. And I like the Shojin first. Look, I mean, I think this item is very strong, very good on Renekton specifically. But I'm not sure if he can frontline effectively enough with that Shojin and no Sterax. As Darkwing's going to do his best to clear the wave, but not going to be enough. Luminosity Gaming does take that one down. As it's Otacon control being postured over, and I don't think LG has much left in the tank after this, so I think they're going to need a reset before this Otacon spawns.
They have defensive tools in case DSG try to engage, but they definitely don't want to start a fight on their own terms, as Castle promptly bouncing back and forth between the top side as well as the mid lane to just continuously pressure onto these second-tier turrets, forcing Fake God to respawn. Fake God still doesn't have a teleport for quite some time, where it is Castle that still has that Summoner spell available, and he's just bouncing waves back and forth, Matt. I mean, he's getting more farm for himself. He's continuing to put pressure on Luminosity.
In the Azir game that Darkwings played against, I believe it was LG, they did a really nice job of stalling out the game. It was the game 2. Around the Otacon. Like, they were behind a little bit. They kind of postured the Otacon like this, but bought time for their soul lanes to get gold back. I don't think DSG is pressured to hit this or do this. I think that they'd like to get it before the dragon spawns, ideally. But if I'm DSG, I am for sure letting Luminosity Gaming hit this first. You can utilize the poke of the Hui, and then wait for the snap engage with the Wukong and the Rel to find something big. If you can stall them out with the poke and buy some time for Castle to get more items. Again, I think Aatrox can be really big later on as Tactical.
Wow, Tactical forced to flash and pop the ultimate as well. XU threatening with that Cyclone and spacing out and waiting for the spell shield to pop before sending the Cyclone.
Yeah, that was nice, but I will say Cyclone's a really significant cooldown to lose. So again, I don't think that DSG should start this. They should keep on playing with Hui to try and poke and take more of Tactical's health bar out. And Luminosity Gaming, I think that where Tactical's at health-wise, they don't have the conditions necessary to start this themselves. So this is the stall we're talking about, where FakeGod, who does have his TP up now, but didn't, Castle's been able to bounce his way between 2 lanes, farm 2 lanes, and he's going to get almost a top inner turret just for himself in this scenario. So I think Xyu's pulling this to kind of keep LG here and keep him entertained, but just hold this little corridor parameter with the Hui, and I think that the Skies are pretty happy with this because it's going to be a tough fight for Tactical to play. No Cyclone's big, though. I don't think you want to take the straight-up 5v5. I just think you want to continue to play for Sivir's HP.
Yep. The Otacon will reset. DSG just trying to find a window where they can punish one of the members of Luminosity overstepping their welcome here, who he posturing in the spot lane, while Rahel and Xyu continue to try and control that river choke point. Tactical will have his ultimate coming back up off cooldown, so will Xyu, but still, there is no flash on this Sivir. A lot easier to punish
for resets
or disguise members.
I mean, I think that was a pretty good scenario from DSG. We're 30 seconds away from the Dragon, so DSG wants to make sure they're strong for this, because you don't want to give up a Cloud Soul against any team, but I think that LG, I don't know if they're going to fight this one or not. Tactical being no flash, that is one of the most important cooldowns in the game, flash on your hyper carry. And the ability for Hui and Xyu, who both have flash up, to find a clean execute on the Tactical, I think is almost too risky for LG to take.
Well, the Castle and Rahel both push out the mid wave together, trying to pressure and pull apart Luminosity. Castle now has a flank angle. Luminosity are going to have to give up this banana bush choke point here as Luminosity... Oh, Tactical gets jumped on. Remember, no flash, and nicely done. Xyu rinse and repeat. And the Cloud Soul should be denied unless Tomio wants to get fancy with it, but I don't think that's happening.
I love how slow and methodical that was from Disguised, as they used the mid prio to get Castle to flush them out of the banana brush.
Yes.
And then they caught Tactical off to the side, and they didn't even need to use a flash to get on the Tactical, so Tactical just missed position, needed to connect to this team above.
Mikhail's nicely timed from Huhi. And Darkwings is going to snag Insanity with the Spiraling Despair. Severing Bolt right on top with the Maul. Decent damage. Insanity below 50% HP. FakeGod cannot get through the flank point of Xyu trying to hold that choke point.
They're going to get mid and top off this. Yeah, they already got mid. Castle can just walk top now. So that stall, again, gets Aatrox really fed. And I think Aatrox really matters in this game because he does make Sivir's life difficult. The sweet spots can be hard for Sivir to navigate. And if Aatrox gets big enough where he can survive the initial onslaught, there's a Mikhail's now on his team to help him get out of those glacial prisons. I think Castle getting all this gold is really going to matter.
It's been such a flip of how DSG were playing before in the previous 2 games, where Castle was not necessarily being prioritized as much in ensuring that DSG were stalling out fights just to make sure that he is getting farm for himself. But this is a signature pick for Castle. When we first heard that he was coming over to Immortals, one of the champions that he was boasting about, or that he was known for, is this Aatrox. He is showing up big so far. The KDA, yeah, it's only 2-0, but the amount of threat and pressure that he already has in this game is monumental that Luminosity have to respect.
A Death's Dance coming up next as Tactical is dead again.
Oh, man.
Can't play that wave.
The flash cooldown was just barely about to come off cooldown, but DSG very disciplined with the timers, and yeah, that should be Otacon in their pockets. Castle is already wrapping his way back to the bottom side of the map just to ensure they have numbers.
Much better game from Xyu on the Wukong this time around, as I mean, it really was him finding Tactical's flash in transition that opened up for the last few plays to be made that have been so positive for Disguise. Taking that mid-inner turret, taking Tactical down twice now to get the Dragon 2. It has been them just picking on Tactical, and again, Tactical shouldn't be on that wave, but Luminosity Gaming also too far up around the map. Need to play for Sivir pockets before they do other stuff, as they tickle the Otacon, but take a lot of poke from Hui in the meantime, as Darkwings is doing a good job of finding health bar advantages for his team.
Yeah, you can see that Luminosity were pressured to try and do something. They saw the Rahel push out the mid wave and anticipated he went for a quick recall. Doesn't have his 3rd item online quite yet, but just trying to maximize his stats as fast as possible before any big objective fight. Otacon still yet to be taken. And we're past the 25-minute mark, Matt, so that means Baron is also for the taking, and that could be the objective focus instead off of a successful fight.
I know that Tactical has flashback up. If I'm Disguised, I might want to think about playing around the Otacon kind of quickly. I think that FakeGod's about to finish the Stair Axe, which is the item I was looking at. I think Stair Axe spike is really significant, considering that he's a frontliner. So I thought any fight they might take now, like, they would be quite strong. as it is pre-IE on the Sivir 2. But not going to be the case, as Disguise shifting a little bit of their power and focus up towards the Baron. And a 4K gold lead for them. I mean, it's a tense game, Rafa. I know that you're a tennis fan. We always like to say in tiebreakers, the most important point is 5-5, because it's a win by 2 when you get to 7.
Yep.
This is game 3. You put yourself one game away from having that LCS spot for 2026 with a win here. And I want to give a lot of credit to both their teams. I think under pressure, we have had teams in select comps that I think are a little bit tougher to play with these defensive comps and identities like Disguised. But seeing LG try and commit to the poke and do a decent job of playing that one out in game 1. See Disguised do it here with the Hui. I mean, this is not a smart comp where you just go in. You have to really be patient and pick your spots, which Disguise has done a brilliant job of so far in this one, as Castle does take the top inner. Baron is at 10k. And Tomio's split. If he goes over the wall here to get Castle.
Castle is completely isolated, and the rest of DSG cannot commit to the Baron either, so they lose out on both of the plays that they were looking for. Castle goes down, has teleport, has the death stance, but he is not going to be available for another 40 seconds. This is Luminosity's to pull the trigger.
It was Dominus and Glacial Prison used. Those are two pretty big tools. Oh, Solar Flare too. I mean, Darkwings just gets a poke for free now. I think Darkwings gets a very free setup. I think it's a little bit dangerous for LG. You're going to take a lot of damage from Darkwings in the way. You should be able to do some work here. I don't like that ability choice with the Q.
7k, 6k, Zazel getting chunked out here. Darkwings and Rahel trying to do as much as they can. XU waiting for his moment. The Spiral Despair comes down. Big Petrifying Gaze flash, but XU strikes with the Cyclone. The Magnus Sword run on top. Luminosity Gaming getting cooked, and Rahel is still alive to free fire, but he's forced out by Tactical. Tactical sends it for the play, but it cannot save the day. Luminosity Gaming fall to DSG's hands, and Darkwings is going to chase them out.
The Wukong Rel was so good at making sure that LG just couldn't make a play. I think that Baron start was very aggressive as Darkwings finishes up his job with a poke, takes down the jungler. They've given up the Baron because they want the Otacon, but again, your two big engage tools in the Glacial Prison and the Solar Flare were down, and you're letting Hui poke you on Baron like that. Darkwings didn't even hit all of his abilities in the replay, but still got so much health off of LG. And then the turn, XU was hiding in vision the whole time, finds a perfect re-engage with Hui as they got everyone stuck in the middle for LG. Rahel flashes out and gets himself a clean fight along with Darkwings, who wasn't able to be focused because they couldn't get in range of the Hui on the back half. As Tactical flashes in to try and finish up Rahel, but he goes down on his own. Probably a too aggressive play and flash from Tactical to try and trade himself out there, as Rahel lives and DSG takes everything.
And now DSG find themselves with a 7,000 staggering gold advantage over Luminosity.
No Soul too. I mean, that's 7. They took the Dragon and the Otacon in that replay. I love that call to drop Baron for both of those. I think LG are tempted to play this one fast because Darkwings doesn't have TP and just showed bot.
Darkwings is going to book it. He has the power of that movement speed boost off of one of his W spells. Luminosity cannot dare to try and start up the Baron again like that. They have to wait for a pick. They need to be able to find Darkwings or Rahel. Look at how much gold Darkwings has been able to pick up. The damage that he did in that fight was completely astronomical, but that's what is going to happen when the Baron Nashor is shredding your MR and you're playing into a Hui who can just play with range safely.
No, 100%. And now we're in the play pattern that we saw Disguise use to get their last big lead, and that's Tactical is down flash.
He's looking for a flank angle. I don't know if he's been spotted over the Raptor Pit wall. If he can find Rahel, he goes for it, but the Mikhails instantly cleanses it. So that's a summoner tool gone in exchange for an ultimate.
Yeah, Rahel has cleanse on CD. Good catch with the Mikhails there. Hui has not been building Redemption. He's been building more aggressive items in the Mikhails and the Locket to try and do something early. As Castle looking for the flank. He's going to get caught out a little bit here. He's okay. He's tanking up now, like with the Death Stance and the Sundered Sky, and what's going to be a Shojin's good, but XU's going to find Tactical.
Insanity, no flash. The Petrifying Gaze slows down the fight, but it doesn't stop it from happening. XU about to drop, but he's able to dash back out just at the right time and survives. And now here comes Castle to end the worlds of Luminosity Gaming. They got able to double slice and dice his way back to safety. Tactical limps away from the battle, but Disguise still win it all, and they're going to look for the Baron after.
Yeah, no ult there for Castle, and still found 2 sweet spots to force Tactical out the back half of the fight. whereas the rest of the fight was just won by XU. XU got a lead on this Wukong, and he did not look back. He has played very well this game. It was mistakes from XU in game 2 that really helped turn the game back in favor from LG. Missed a smite on a grub, didn't have smite, and got a dragon stolen away from him. But he has been on point in this one, and as you highlighted earlier, Rafa, XU is not one to shy away. I think that sometimes he suffers more from making too many plays instead of, not enough. And he's found the right balance in this game, as he didn't let game 2 get in his way, and XU has been able to find exactly what his team needed to win this game 3.
There was a clear mentality switch for XU going into this game. While pieces were starting to fall for Disguise as Luminosity made some decent attacks in the first 10-15 minutes of the game, XU continued farming up a storm. He didn't pay any attention or let any of the early advantages from Luminosity try and dissuade him from his initial game plan. Just get farmed as fast as possible, become strong as fast as possible. And the first engage we see is one that helps DSG really gain momentum in this game all the way back to the post Rift Herald take fight. And he has not looked back ever since. 3-0 and 8 on the Wukong, helping DSG prop themselves up going into match point for the grand finals.
I mean, Tomio split pushing away of mid, which I don't think is the ideal formation. Because Castle's going to go hit the Sejuani, and there's nothing really stopping Castle from just chasing Tomio. As DSG could have collapsed mid there if they had gotten out. But Castle's going to fix mid wave. DSG's going to reconnect, and this siege will continue. This is where the Hui can be very deadly. Just the range and the... If you don't find a clean engage or a clean pocket into the Hui, really tough to fight into the Hui, who is going to force you to walk through so much damage on the way to find any fight you can look for now.
Darkwing Slash just about to come off cooldown, so the threat of trying to catch out this Hui is going to be running out very soon. Rahel still has both of his summoner spells, so does Huhi. And with the Mikhails available, it seems damn near impossible for Luminosity to find a window where they can justly punish this Yunara from stepping too far forward. And even though the identity of this composition has been slightly different than what we have seen position around Rahel in previous games for Disguise, I think overall the playstyle still stays true to their strengths. Even though Castle's not on a tank, Matt, he's putting a lot of pressure on the front line, forcing Luminosity to respond to him, and it's all about creating space for your backline to thrive.
And he's at an item breakpoint now where he's not going to be messed with for the rest of the game. I mean, you got Sterax, Death's Dance, and a Shojin on Aatrox. You're a very, very happy camper. Insanity 2 is just not been able to keep up with the farm this game. It's kind of tough with the Hui and having to be dragged around the map now that this guy's ahead, but only 3 items on the Cassiopeia. I mean, Rylai's can maybe help close the gap or help with that move speed diff you can create between Sivir and a Rylai's now on Cassio, but I don't think it's enough. And again, that's where walking through Aatrox, walking through Hui. This was a very short-range comp showing early on from LG with the Sivir, Renekton, and Sejuani, and I love the thematic counter or just answer that Disguised has. Like, even Hui blind, you're going to find so much value into what was already showing from LG, right? Like, you're going to get something from that pick. Just, I think this was the game, even without Cassio showing, to be like, okay, we're against a Sivir and then Leona, Sejuani, Renekton. Like, we found the champion that builds Torch, Liandry's, and Void, and is very happy with all that. That is the Hui game. And to take that away from Insanity 2 was quite big as XU. Okay.
Crazy poise from both teams to not expend any summoner spells or ultimates on that face chuck, as XU does lose about a third of his HP, nearly 50%. I'm going to take this time to quickly recall since there are no objectives to play for the next 2 minutes.
And that quiet time on the map. It's been a lot of gold going over to Disguise, as I think Disguise wants to wrap it up now. Rahel was full build, and Sivir can still be scary later on. Again, we've seen Tactical make some errors and be punished heavily in this game. I think that Disguise has had the right approach into Sivir, and how can we make it tough for Sivir to auto-attack? There is still the world where if Sivir can auto-attack, she is a hyper carry that can carry these fights. As Disguise, they have a big lead. It's tough to overcome a 10k gold lead, but you got to imagine that if LG were to do it, it's got to be off the back of Tactical on this Sivir.
And Luminosity have to be able to create the space necessary so that Tactical can just, without abandon, fire off multiple ricochet casts and spread that damage across the entire squad of DSG. As Luminosity have to deal with the encroaching vision line into their base through the top side of the map. They have one Death Brush set up with double control wards just to ensure proper vision is established. DSG will not push past that line, but they don't need to. They're just waiting for the Baron to spawn in the next 40 seconds. And we'll see if Luminosity can find anything, a miracle, to bring themselves back into this game.
Rahel taking the red buffs. The team has the global double buffs, and I think that's a big advantage here for DSG if they get both, which they do. At a good timer, too. I mean, Baron's about to spawn. You take that red buff, it's just shifting everything up to the top side now, and we'll see how liberal DSG wants to be when it comes to playing around this Baron.
Castle has CP. He's going to go maybe feint towards the top side of the map where a wave is crashing into that inhibitor tower. Castle is holding his position so that he can look for the flank over the wall.
I think it's kill this wave and then go. Xy's going to clear it. And yeah, Rahel starting it. Darkwings can manage this wave on his own. As Hui Castle will help hold the line. And they're going to try their best to hold that control ward, and Baron's just going to fall. LG cannot get there.
They get a blue ward right on top of it. Luminosity cannot fire and engage fast enough as FakeCod has isolated Castle, but he just pops the World Ender. Petrifying Gaze onto two people. Hui is stunned where he stands. Cannot advance forward. Xu sends it to the right side flank. FakeCod holding the line so that Tactical can continuously fire Ricochet blades off, but Insanity is forced out of the fight with the flash. FakeCod forced to run. Tactical gets dropped again. DSG hunting for the remaining members, and the flash Infernal Chains allows Castle to slay Insanity where he stands. DSG have taken nearly every member from Luminosity Gaming, and they will move to match point.
I said Rahel was the best player in this tournament. He completely changed the trajectory of DSG this year, and his hyper carry is greater than Tactical's, as when Tactical was down flash, DSG did a brilliant job of punishing, as Rahel and DSG stands tall as they win that game 3.
And DSG are now one game away from successfully defending their spot in Tier 1. One game away from LCS 2026. And for Luminosity Gaming, backs are against the wall. No more second chances. No more do-overs can be afforded. Luminosity, the culmination of their year, is now on the line. Being back-to-back NACAL champions will not matter if they cannot recover from this and take us to a Game 5 against DSG.
Again, I want to give DSG a lot of credit for that draft, a lot of credit for how they played that out. They look to be a team on the same page today, and we saw another game where I felt like scaling contributed more to the 25-minute plus identity we've seen from DSG, but that was another game where it gets 20 plus. DSG can play some defense. They played quite well. They scaled up well. They played the team fights very well. As Tactical, I think, just consistently punished throughout that game, for me, was the story. Some errors from Tactical, but also have to credit DSG with some good play. Xu had a fantastic game, was definitely the MVP of that one for me.
Absolutely. It was the mentality switch from game 2, being able to decrease the amount of volatility he was bringing to that early game, and just recognizing, I don't need to try and push the game faster than what the game needs to be. Letting the game come to him, farming up a storm, and allowing himself and the rest of DSG to strike when the moment needed him to. But that is game 3, done and dusted. We move to game 4. It is match point for Disguise. Can they close out this series, or can Luminosity bring us to Silver Scrapes? We'll find out right after this break. Just off of the fact that Darkwings can space both the threats of Cassiopeia and Sivir.
Puts a lot of importance for Disguise to set Castle up for a decent game.
The stats on it is really the appealing factor, and it being significantly cheaper than it was before. Tomio trying to round off the entrance route as Insanity finds a nice miasma into Petrifying Gaze flank. Darkwings could not flash out of that. Treads. Can he make the difference here? But Tomio secures the Rift Herald and will walk out with the eye. The flash from FakeCod gets away as Xu sends it with the Cyclone. Two-man flash over the wall. Zazel is the first one to fall as as Castle finally gets the shutdown on top of Tactical. Tomio's got nowhere else to run, snagged by the Infernal Chains, and Castle's Aatrox has finally arrived to Summoner's Rift.
Luminosity Gaming burned tools to get Darkwings down first in the fight, but they didn't have the tools to take the fight after the Rift, as Insanity will fall too. He's no Flash. Goodbye, Insanity. Disguise wipes LG after the
So you're going to have to give up this Banana Bush choke point here as Luminosity. Oh, Tactical gets jumped on. Remember, no Flash, and
Too
nicely
easy.
done.
That's too easy.
XU, rinse and repeat. And the Cloud Soul should be denied. So you have to respect it.
A Death Stance coming up next as Tactical is dead again.
Oh, man.
Can't play that wave.
The Flash cooldown was just...
Is at 10k. And Tomio's split if he goes over the wall here to get Castle.
Castle
They
is
left him.
completely isolated, and the rest of DSG cannot commit to the Baron. Darkwings and Rahel trying to do as much as they can. XU waiting for his moment. The Spiral Despair comes down. Big petrifying gaze flash, but XU strikes with the Cyclone. The Magnus Storm right on top. Luminosity Gaming getting cooked. And Rahel is still alive to free fire, but he's forced out by Tactical. Tactical sends it for the play, but he cannot save the day. Luminosity Gaming fall to DSG's hands, and Darkwings is going to chase them out.
The Wukong Rel was so good at making sure that LG just couldn't make a play. I think that Baron start was very aggressive as Darkwings finishes up his job with a poke, takes down. He's tanking up now, like with the Death Stance and the Sundered Sky and what's going to be a Shojin's good, but XU's going to find Tactical.
Insanity, no Flash. The petrifying gaze slows down the fight, but it doesn't stop it from happening. XU about to drop, but he's able to dash back out just at the right time. As Fakehot has isolated Castle, but he just pops the world under. Petrifying gaze onto two people. Who he is stunned, where he stands, cannot advance forward. XU sends it to the right side flank. Fakehot holding the line so that Tactical can continuously fire ricochet blades off, but Insanity is forced out of the fight with the Flash. Fakehot forced to run. Tactical gets dropped again. DSG hunting for the remaining members, and the Flash Infernal Chains allows Castle to slay Insanity where he stands. DSG have taken nearly every member from Luminosity Gaming, and they will move to match point.
I said Rahel was the best player in this tournament. He completely changed the trajectory of DSG this year, and his hyper carry is greater than Tactical's, as when Tactical...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for Game 4 for our grand finals between Luminosity and Disguise. This is match point now for Disguise, the currently and reigning defending guest team for Tier 1 here in the Americas. Now, at the beginning of the year, Disguised entered Tier 1 as an esteemed guest of the LTA North. And now, Matt, they are one game away from being able to earn their way into the LCS 2026 season.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else to say about that, man. Toast always wanted to compete in the LCS, has a chance to win that spot for himself and the team going into next year with one more win against Luminosity Gaming here. Was a back and forth game somewhat, but really felt like post 20 minutes, one of the bigger plays for me was actually, it happened in transition this game. It was XU trading his flash for Tactical's flash and ult around when the Icon spawned. From there, they killed Tactical twice and took a dragon and a couple towers while Tactical was missing that very significant summoner spell. And that's really what turned the game around for Disguised in their favor.
And like we mentioned before throughout this game, there were some decent looks by Luminosity to try and quicken the pace of their game. But it was this Rift Herald fight where everything came together for Disguise. Patience rewarded as they pull off the snap engage and destroyed Luminosity where they stood.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I'm trying to think of like more trends to see for this series, Rafa. I think for me, I'm starting to think about mid lane champs more because we're getting Orianna and Victor banned away every game so far by Luminosity Gaming. And I just don't think the Cassio was the right answer for this game. It's tough to play some of the melees into Hui, but I think Cassio ended up being too slow and too limiting of a pick to play this game. As we did see in, I mean, even there, like Insanity, you could say that's a decent engage, but the Wukong Rel getting through that was too hard, and Tactical was not in range to actually wrap up this fight, as Rahel just had a miracle fight as well. Very well played by Hui to get into the brush, break the vision, and still be able to flip Tactical there. And honestly, I think Hui might be the unsung hero for Disguise so far. We haven't really talked about Hui a lot, but I really feel like Spellbook and some swaps being a thing. We haven't seen swaps today, but that feels like a meta that Hui can really thrive in, and we have seen Hui, I think, have a very good event.
He's either been a clutch secondary or primary engager for Disguise in a majority of these game-winning fights here for or against Luminosity. I like the point that you bring up. Remember that Hui is probably the most tenured voice on this roster, and even though XU, who had a fantastic Game 3, being able to bounce back from a lot of the unforced errors that he made in Game 2 on the Jarvan, I think with the wisdom and the guidance that you can gain from someone like Hui can help polish a player like XU, where whether it was Hui or Coach Ido or the team as a whole collectively coming together at the end of Game 2, clearly there was a shift in how fast XU was meaning to play this Game 3, which was way slower, more reserved, and prioritizing his individual resources and allocation. And that led itself to probably the best game XU has played this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw Game 2, big mid-diff in favor of Insanity against Darkwings. Felt the same way with Darkwings just having a much more impactful game and pick on the way. But, I mean, it was a turnaround with not just the mid lane matchup, but mostly the jungle matchup, as XU did a much, much better job this game on the Wukong, focusing on getting that farm, getting to that Trinity Force, fighting in the windows where he's strong, and he played very well.
It's not often we get the chance to sing this many praises about XU, but he is someone that, like we said time and time again, he's not afraid to make the game volatile and flip when necessary. And in the past, the criticism has been doing a little more than he needs to, but this game, he was able to strike that balance, as you beautifully put it, in understanding when to strike and when to wait.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good Wukong game. I think a lot of the strong junglers on the patch are gone now. So it's going to be very interesting to see where our teams go from here. For me, Trundle is the big pick that's up, and I'm curious if we end up getting any sort of trade that focuses around the Trundle. Poppy has also been denied from XU for the majority of the series. I think that's going to continue now, as I'm expecting Luminosity Gaming to take blue side, Rafa, but we just got some news. Luminosity Gaming has selected the red side for this game, which is a bit surprising for me.
So I'm curious if that means they're setting up counter pick for one of their solo lanes, or if they are really trying to prioritize bot lane strength and getting a counter pick for Zeyzal, because those are my immediate thoughts in what Luminosity are trying to play for. But with a lot of the priority picks already gone as we head into our fourth game, 15 champions total being taken off the board, I love how you mentioned the jungle pool being super limited now to possibly Trundle Poppy. I think this is where jungle champs are going to get a little weird.
So idea for me with this is if LG goes red, maybe they drop the Orianna plus the Victor bans. No. Okay, they kept them both. Sion was banned, or Trundle was banned third, which prompted the Sion ban, and I think it's going to be a first pick Poppy potentially for XU, but no, a first pick Ziggs which I guess technically I expect both Darkwings and Rahel to be able to play this, but this is surprising.
I imagine, given Rahel's strength as a marksman player, not to try and put a knock in his Ziggs abilities, but I think you want to give Rahel a strong hyper carry for what could be the series-winning game for yourself here. And Darkwings at least can play a very safe game in the mid lane on this Ziggs, but Luminosity are going to buckle down. Pantheon had received a lot of nerfs, but used to be the king of the jungle for a majority of the 2025 season. Tomio gonna trust in himself that he can still use this champion strengths in the early game and snowball it to a game 5.
I think it's got to be a Poppy here for XU, or okay, it's going to be a Skarner.
Wow.
Tanky jungler, and the Jax likely for Castle just going to be slam/blinded as one of the stronger champions up. Definitely some defense into the Pantheon, having that counter-strike to get around some of the auto attacks. But Fake God has the option to take his champion now. I gotta say, I don't love Gnar in this game with what's showing already. I think that Gnar has to walk through a lot of damage with the Ziggs, so curious to see what Fake God grabs, because a lot of those top lane options are gone.
Well,
okay, it is
Fake
the Gnar.
God says, no, we ball. We are going for the Gnar into the top lane against Jax. This has been a comfort pick for Fake God in the past, and one that he has been able to pull out show-stopping performances on. But
They panned the blitz.
Luminosity, yeah, they take respect of who he with the blitz. I feel like Luminosity are really doubling down on just the early game snowball identity here, and having a priority lane like Gnar to play through if you're Pantheon, I can see where the theory lies.
That Ashe ban, definitely targeting an Ashe Seraphine, or Ashe Hui is one of the few supports that would still play Ashe. I'm wondering if they want Renata. As Ashe Blitz being banned, I know Ezreal Renata is kind of a weird lane, but Ashe and Blitzcrank, both good champions into Renata. And Skarner and Jax is already some dive, so bringing the hostile takeover this late is something, as they do take away the Karma. I think that was a very expected ban with the Ezreal showing. Nico is not an option, as...
Why are we flexing jungle picks? This isn't a Pantheon support, is it? This isn't a Pantheon mid lane, is it?
They could Panth support. It's Panth support.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. I had Pantheon support. Kangas, where you at, buddy? Time to lock in, brother. If you want to watch potentially a masterclass, this is a Nidalee for Tomio, too. Wow. I mean, this is a pick that Exio has been able to pull out some MVP performances on, but if
I
you
will
are playing...
say...
Go for it.
It could be Nid Panth, with Panth mid still. I mean, you could blow up Ziggs. I don't like that. I think that's creating far too volatile of a game. But I also don't like landing Pantheon in the Jinx Lulu. That does not sound like a winning formula to me.
And I think that's why you kind of reveal the cards early. You try to bait DSG into thinking, yep, this is a Pantheon support. What the hell is going on?
No, it's definitely a Pantheon support if they're having that. It could be. I think it's going to be Ezreal mid from Insanity. I think that's what's going on.
Well, double marksman with a Nidalee empowering you for the mid and late game with that primal surge. It's not a bad way to tie things together. There it is! Mid lane Kog'Maw, baby, has arrived.
Okay, mid Cog makes some sense this game. You can outrange Jinx. So using your ult, as you get more points in your ult, you get more range. We have seen Insanity play this one very well. You kind of outrange Ziggs as well with that artillery mage matchup in the mid lane. This is going to be interesting, because I feel like the setup with Skarner, if Skarner gets a good ultimate off, the ability for Ziggs and Jinx to follow up on that with the AoE damage that they have. I mean, you get 2 or 3 members in a suppression, I think those members are going down. That's going to be really tough to fight as LG. But the poke between Kog and Ezreal, I think you're going to need to use that to have better conditions going into some of these fights. I'm just worried because I don't think the poke matters all that much into Lulu, between the shields, between the redemption you get later on. And I think Hui plays this pick very well, as he's able to flex some of those mid-lane mechanics that might be 10 years removed but still exist. So he played this very well, as the Jinx and the Lulu were used to win the game 3 against Astral, game 3 or 4 in that series. So makes an appearance later on here. And we'll see how Rahel can pilot another hyper carry for himself.
Well, if you're a Luminosity fan, already the players are in high spirits, talking up a storm. Can they bring us to a Game 5, or will Disguise put this series to rest and ascend to LCS 2026? It's time to hit the rift for Game 4.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
No surprises in the runes so far.
30 seconds.
Of course,
until
Insanity
minions
playing this
spawn.
AP Kog'Maw, guys. The E brings a lot of wave clear, and the poke brings a lot of damage. And we'll see if Insanity can really scale himself into this game, because when he has played this pick in the past, it definitely is one where I think kind of pending the game, it takes a little bit of time to get going. But he also, you know, he doesn't mess around building a tier. He doesn't mess around. I mean, this is Ludens, this is Shadow Flame, this is full damage, the way that he's played it in the past. So we'll see if that ends up being the choice again for this one.
Important to note, looks like Tomio was able to find a couple spears or two into XU's health bar, being able to chunk him. And I think Tomio is trying to play a very similar game to what XU did as the Jarvan into the Vi from Game 2. Tomio wants to invade. He wants to use the pressure of this Nidalee, how you can get into the face of Skarner, try to bully him around, and find that advantage to snowball the game with on Luminosity side.
Bot side starts for both of our junglers, but we do have a swap with Rahel going top as the Jinx. I think this, and I assume we're mostly taking this for a Jinx play. This is a rather weird duo in the bot lane. As yeah, Castle and here are going to have a little bit of trouble here early on, but we'll see if they can get Rahel some bonus XP early to get Rahel a better game overall. As Rahel has been the hyper carry for DSG and has been fantastic in this tournament. Pitched him as the best tournament going in, and I think Rahel has lived up to those expectations tenfold. As he has been a massive carry and a big difference maker with DSG. Just his ability to consistently team fight, and some of these fights seeing Tactical just play a little bit too fast in multiple games. Been a really big difference maker among all the games in both series here for DSG versus LG.
And there's two things that you accomplish with this role swap, or lane swap. One, Rahel is able to farm pretty safely into Fake God, but two, if Tomio wanted to invade using the priority of Insanity into Dark Wings plus Fake God into what should have been Castle, you would have had that advantage. But now that Rahel's pushing on the top side, you already have Huhi coming up over to the top lane, so Tomio less incentivized to go for a delayed invade, trying to challenge XU off of these camps, so both junglers will end up being able to get a full clear despite some of the poke that Tomio had tried to set up level 1. Now, I don't want to say that there is a timer on this Nidalee, because thanks to Riot, she's been given kitten buffs in being able to be an Enchantress late game with the Primal Surge, extra range and extra attack speed steroids and healing, but they're going to set up for an aggressive play with Zeyzal on the top side. Tomio just trying to mark out where XU could be, but would have to start with Fake God landing a decent wallop, and that forces the early cleanse from Rahel as Castle, 200 HP.
Well played. I like that wallop too. Rafa kind of pointing out. So, well done to at least have a look, but that look going wayside does mean that XU is going to take the double crab for himself, so that's a pretty good response for XU and that Skarner. Getting out of that first clear undeterred is definitely a win.
Tomio continuing to stay on the top side of the map. They're pressuring for the dive. Rahel still has a flash available, but because there's no cleanse, it would be super easy for Zeyzal to land that empowered stun and set up for a spear combo. But they're going to drop the play for now, as Tomio is delayed on the base, whereas XU already back on the map with the Giant Spell.
Yeah, there was a ward. So Disguise were able to scout out Luminosity Gaming looking for that one. Also, I did say that Insanity with this this Kog'Maw, it's like, you know, no tier, we go full down. There's a tier being built. So he's got a tier for this. Maybe it's a Seraphs as potential that Insanity's worried about the point and click execute that could come out from Ziggs, from Jinx. Again, a lot of upfront damage that can be comboed with this Skarner that I think Luminosity Gaming definitely has to be aware of and play around in these fights. Because Skarner plus Ziggs is a hell of a combo.
A nice way to guarantee a Mega Inferno Bomb to hit the sweet spot in the center of the ultimate. First dragon of the game does spawn. Doesn't really seem like any team is going to be playing for it immediately, as both of our bot laners are either off the field for now as Tactical TPs back over to the bottom side of the map, but Tomio is full clearing into his top side camps. Still a bit of a window. As Rahel and Huhi now getting their own base off. We'll see if they continue to stay on the top side of the map, which they do. And if DSG, how fast will they play this game? Because obviously, Matt, you have a lot of scaling aspects in this Ziggs, in this Jinx, this Skarner as well. You don't necessarily have an early bridge other than just praying that Luminosity Gaming don't completely snowball out of control.
Just think it's another clash of styles this game, Rafa. It's going to be the poke of the Kog'Maw, the Ezreal, and the Nidalee going up against the Sound Engage of the Skarner, as Exu's going to really hope that he can find clean ones.
Would have been an ill-advised lead strike. Castle does not have counter-strike for that. Empowered stun, the Ignite comes down, he flashes away, and it just might save his life as there's no extra follow-up from Luminosity's bot lane.
I didn't check the bottom left of my screen. There was no counter-strike available, so Castle gets pretty dinged up. Gonna do his best, though, with the second win, the D-Shield, and the Reju potions to get back into this lane, but that is enough damage where I think he's just going to catch this wave, and that's going to be Dragon going over. Good play from Luminosity Gaming as they utilize their bot lane being bot. The numbers advantage they had to take this Dragon for themselves. We're not getting that funky, are we? Yeah,
I don't think so.
He was trying to guess. Always worth a guess.
XU taking the lessons from Game 2, not trying to flip the game unnecessarily into Game 4. He is playing the Skarner. He is going to become stronger the later the game goes on. Just wants to work his way towards that Heartsteel first spike.
Lulu, man.
Yep.
That's heinous.
Crazy, Tech.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I get why, especially in swaps, but I'm still going to call it heinous.
Does it betray your code of support playing?
Hey man, Fauna Life gets crazy value. If you check out the value you get from Fauna Life in the games, it's slept on. It's fine. Lulu can take Demolish, getting extra golden though. Jinx is A-okay. As both top laners have been set behind a little bit, we'll say Castle being down half a level could matter. Both of these top laners likely rushing towards that Trinity Force. I say likely. That's what's going to happen. But see which team decides to rush towards the Grubs. And if that ends up being an angle that Disguise looks at. Because you do have level 6 now on XU. So the ability, the opportunity, the chance to chain his ultimate with the others that could be very impactful for DSG, it's on the table for this one.
One of the things I was curious about in this specific Nidalee game from Tomio, he did take the Conqueror setup, so it is still skirmisher favored, but for a while, the Liandry's rush has not been the best for Nidalee, and I figured that he would react by going for a Lichbane, which doesn't give you any HP, but it gives you a lot of damage. It gives you a lot of good offensive stats. Zazel is the first one to stun up XU, but he pins him into the wall, and there's the combo impale into the Mega Inferno Bomb, and the rest of LG have to turn tail. Tomio at least secured 2 grubs for Luminosity, but the last one goes to Disguised.
Really nice job there by Axu, just using the basic Skarner combo. Wallbang into ult. Easy take on the Zazel. I think Luminosity Gaming in the big picture going to be okay. Losing 1 and winning out on the Grubs, but damage dealt. Disguised able to find what they wanted with their comp, whereas LG used the poke, the control they had in some of these leads to also get to that objective first and get a 2-for-1. So decent trade from both teams. See who can use those Grubs on LG, as they do have that 1 Grub advantage.
We're still about 3 minutes away from the second dragon of the game. Get a chance to look at the replay.
I like how Darkwing's played this one. I mean, he got a lot of value. His ult found 2. Good stats charge here on the Tomio. Was able to chain up a bouncing bomb too. Do think that Ziggs, you know, a lot of LTA fans know that Ziggs can be played mid and played at a high level. It is an APA favorite. But I think the fact that only really APA plays it definitely speaks to Ziggs being a skill-intensive champion. If you miss those bouncing bombs, you miss those skill shots, his value goes way down.
Or if you use
a lot of other mids.
Yeah, or if you use your explosive minefield way too early to control a choke point.
Uh-oh. Fake Out almost has Mega. This is a little funky as he gives his position away, but thought he was waiting for anyone to rotate. Didn't have anyone rotating. But Mega at the right time should prevent a dive, as XU just going to play for a camp or 2.
Darkwings doesn't look like he's going to be exposed mid lane, but Zeyzal does have access to that Grand Starfall now that he is level 6, so this is where the proactivity needs to be leveraged for Luminosity. Try to attack the side lanes that DSG will not be able to answer in a rapid fashion. You know, I was expecting something more proactive from Luminosity happening after those words, but it looks like it's just a recall for Fake
I was just letting this one breathe, man. I was in no rush to say something up next. LG is in no rush to play this game either. That's okay. I will say the swap, of course, Jinx really benefits in the swap sometimes just because she gets an attack speed steroid against the turret. Good to see Castle using that his own attack speed steroid against that turret. They've gotten that one quite low quite early. Tomio has snuck in here. This guy's kind of snuffing this one out, but Tomio going to get a good chunk onto Lulu as Hui and Rahel realize that they're going to be under siege.
Darkwings attempting to attack Fake God. It just walks up and says, "Nice turret, bro." Throws out the Mega Inferno Bomb. Bouncing Bomb will not find its way onto Fake God's health bar, but he does enough to grant DSG first brick of the game.
Nice rotation. Only lost one plate over to Insanity. I'd say that's well worth it. As we're using alts for tempo here.
Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Zeyzal has his ult of his own, so he could get back and get involved in this one. Kind of curious to see what Zeyzal goes for first, because I think Black Cleaver is your most efficient item on Pantheon, at least in this role, but, you know, Gnar might want to go that second. I think that one of the two should probably build Cleaver. Helps out enough with the Ezreal and Panth, but also, I mean, Redemption's still strong enough where if he goes Redemption or Heartsteel, what we saw when Core JJ was playing Pantheon support a lot in Split 1, kind of the other options. But I don't think this guy's is ready to fight this one quite yet. They have a Kraken Slayer, but the strength of LG at this Dragon fight as a comp, much higher.
And Rahel is late to the play, so he's not going to be able to get there in time. So
they stall, maybe.
Luminosity are trying to use their poke to their advantage at the moment. Insanity not quite at the level 11 mark where he does have that extra bit of range and base damage, but decent poke onto Darkwing's health bar as he finds another Living Artillery right onto his face. That puts him below 50% HP, but I think the DSG pressure is enough to start leashing the dragon for themselves.
Yeah, they got Banana Brush control and they got Wave control over both mid and bot, so really good stall from DSG there. As LG didn't want to commit to that one, wasn't fast enough, and the poke did hit on Darkwings, but not enough to make a difference. As the waves were deleted, the dragon was taken, and Disguise, they now have first brick and at least defend from the objective feats going over to LG. First brick might be instrumental in making sure that Disguise can secure feats for themselves this game. I'm worried for LG in this one, Rafa.
Yeah.
I think Jinx Lulu is really tough to beat later on, and this Jinx is off to a pretty good start. I know Rahel is a wee bit behind the roll, but you're going to get to play Jinx in fights later on, unless you get poked out. And I mean, I don't know if that's going to be enough. I like the engage of the Skarner and the ability to break it.
Yeah. I think one of the things that I was very cautious, but still very much advocate for, is that Luminosity Gaming need to play this game a little bit faster than how the game has evolved so far. Yes, you have some late game insurance policies with this Insanity Kog'Maw. Ezreal, if he is left unaffected and unthreatened, can continuously fire out poke for Luminosity Gaming. But like you said, this is a massive front line that DSG are going to have set up with XU and Castle. And the shielding and the healing and the sustain overall from DSG's core should be able to help them weather the poke storm. And then you have all these strong engaged tools for this backline to thrive in. I really do think that Luminosity Gaming, while the early game has been a little bit slow, now that they're on one item spikes, this is the time to step it up a bit.
Yeah, I'm just wondering like what the breakpoint's going to be for maybe looking for Nidalee poke with the team, or when Kog'Maw is ready to find and set up for poke. I think 2 items for Kog'Maw are going to be very important since he went Seraphs first. I understand the Seraphs for the defense. Going up against the Skarner, again, I mean, if you get found, it's bad, but also you're kind of playing poke Kog'Maw. I was a wee bit surprised it was Seraphs and not Ludens, because I think there's a world too where you just can't be reached in this Comper draft unless Skarner has flash up. So
Sure.
I was surprised it wasn't Glass Cannon, especially given that's what Insanity has showed in this pick in the past. But
It would have given you your best options in being able to safely attack Rahel and Darkwings and get full-on burst damage. Rift Herald has been started up by Fake God. He's about
They
to
have
go
control.
Mega. And Luminosity
Yeah, we'll get
right now
Insanity.
doing their decent
Wow.
job of just poking them out.
Insanity did a lot of work on that last E into R combo. Got Rahel quite low. You can see another E connects, and that's going to be Rift Herald falling. As LG did get to this part of the map first, they took control of the terrain, and that meant Disguise couldn't walk in. As Darkwings taking
Oh boy.
more and more skill shots down to half.
Just saying, guys. This is poke from a Kog'Maw with Seraphs. We've seen what it could have been with Ludens in the past. So,
Yeah.
but Luminosity, confident enough that they do not need the extra bit of burst from the splash damage, and that thankfully for them, Insanity is not the only person that can poke from afar. Tactical is managing to weave in some Mystic shots. I'm actually really curious for Tomia what his second item is going to be. In the past, this has been Lichbane into Leandries when this was the core.
I think it's Leandries again.
I mean, it probably will be Leandries. I'm just going to put that out there. Bloodletters. Because this has been a build that I've seen Speaka play a lot in solo queue when he plays Nidalee.
Yeah,
and
it might
it
be
does help with the
Bloodletters.
MR shred between the mixed damage of both Insanity and Tactical.
Yeah. I will say, too, like, one of the perks of the Seraphs are that Kog'Maw, I mean, very mana intensive. Because those living artilleries, they cost more the more you use them, the more damage they do. So can't help with the standoff where maybe they're thinking with, hey, we have Kog'Maw with more mana, we have Nidalee with the heals. Can they ever beat us in a standoff? I don't think so. It really, the onus is really on XU and on Castle to break the formation of LG, find that engage, and then use the burst damage of Ziggs and Jinx from there. I think that fight is very playable for DSG. And if they get one, Rahel's ability to snowball throughout a fight is going to be deadly, being a Lulu-empowered resetting Jinx. So, I mean, a clash of different styles, right? It's just going to be who can execute theirs better. Grub fight, we saw DSG be able to find an advantage. LG, though, played that Rift Herald exactly the way their comp wants to. It's just that their poke comp's down 2k, and if DSG can force heavy, things can get hard.
Castle's going to engage on the Fake Out, but he's got Tomio in his back pocket. A TP is coming in from, I imagine, is Darkwings, but a teleport is answered by either Tactical Insanity. It's the four-man squad. The Avengers have arrived, and Darkwings overplays his hand. Luminosity are completely content on giving up this third dragon of the game as they play for the top tier 1 turret.
You know what? If Darkwings TP to this turret, I think the TP's okay, but LG kind of bait him in there, as with the Pantheon ult, they turn a 1v1 into a 2v4. They're going to get 2 crashes here, bot, and Disguise actually want to fight this. They're not going for the dragon. They're going to try and answer.
This might be ill-advised, but they're going to trust into Rahel in his ability to get resets. But Insanity is poking out Castle, forcing him to play dodgeball with these living artillery shots.
Insanity is You can see, I love what ViRVTO always says with the Karthus cues, kind of the S pattern. You can try and guess them dodging and see Insanity kind of trying to guess that with how he's dropping the living artilleries. Like, imagine an S on the map and how people are going to path. I think that's actually pretty good, trying to catch him. But, yeah, again, I mean, when Darkwings lands, it's just flash for flash. Sazel happy with that one. He'll take that trade in the first place, not to mention find a kill and find a double Herald crash. As Disguise tried to answer, they were slow on the play. XU going to try and find Zazel, though, who is flashless and will die.
Immediately chained into the traps from Jinx. That's a quick pick for DSG. Now a 5-on-4 in favor for themselves. This dragon should go to them unless Luminosity want to make things interesting, but I don't think it's going to happen.
No, Tacticals in base. Insanity, again, was kind of late to reset off the poke and playing out that last play, so LG going to drop that dragon. As good play from Disguised. Again, Zazel flashless, so just take what's given as XU. Didn't need to burn a flash himself or do anything too fancy. And a nice chain CC onto the Pantheon that you were able to see. I mean, the Skarner R was able to drag him onto the Jinx route. There was a polymorph afterwards. No chance for Zazel to outplay that one as he falls, and DSG take their second dragon of the game.
While we wait for the Otacon to spawn in the next 40 seconds, man, I want to scope out a bit. Actually, we'll get a chance to look at the replay again, but kind of touch upon it. Yep.
Yeah.
So, one of the things that Disguise want to be able to prove, and not just earning back their spot into LCS 26, but also showing that the time in Tier 1 was well spent. And given their credit, they made some changes necessary it wasn't a roster that immediately flourished when they first debuted in Split 1 of the 2025 season, but by the end, you can tell that this team, even with the change in individuals, the players that still stayed on the team through the changes grew a lot, and they are doing their best to show that experience spent in Tier 1 does matter.
Yeah, that's the tone that Ido wanted to set. Coach DSG said, hey, we got to show that being in Tier 1 was a real advantage, and we're the first people defending that spot. Is it going to be a rotating door among teams, or are we going to prove that playing in the LTA North was a real advantage for us in 2025? So far, one game away from being a part of the LCS in 2026, as it has been an advantage for DSG, as that true shot barrage is going to find Nauticon not being started, and DSG really trying to get control over that bot side jungle.
Zazel posturing towards the top side of the map. It's another Grand Starfall. Castle tries to flash away and buy as much time as possible. Already threw down the Grandmaster's Bite, but Zazel should have enough CC in the tank with the Ignite ticking him down to take Castle off the board. Now DSG are prompted to start the Otacon, but here comes Luminosity.
Darkwings can continue to delete this wave. Tactical having trouble getting in, but a TP from Fake God will bring a numbers advantage. Zazel is late, but LG pulling this Otacon up. I think XU might try and reset it, as it's kind of close to resetting, and does.
Nicely
Okay,
done.
that's a big win for DSG. But again, this poke war where you're down a number against Ezreal, against Cogball, against Nidalee, this is a dangerous spot for DSG to be in.
Castle is coming back up in 10 seconds. Has teleport available to rejoin the fight. Luminosity Gaming trying to stall this one as long as possible, or at least DSG's ability to enter with the poke.
Mega's up.
3K. Castle doesn't have TP. Never mind. That is Tomio securing the Otacon, but the
That's a
Mega
reset.
Inferno Bomb and the Rocket hit true on Azazel. That's one big reset. The Impale will bring back one in
Rahel's
Fake God into Darkwings' hands. Hahu is about to go down to the Living Artillery. Tomio surges forward. Tactical and Insanity right behind him. And Luminosity able to equalize the kills on the Rift.
We need a replay for that one, because Rahel died to Tactical as the Ezreal was able to find the Jinx. Hui was sunk up with XU to try and continue the play, but Rahel was left on his own and got taken down by Tactical on the Ezreal. So DSG, they get feats, but LG get the Otacon. As we take another look, it's a good start to the fight, a good combo from Darkwings, as they aren't able to get the Otacon, but they get a lot of damage off. The ult from Rahel was fantastic, but he gets stuck. Insanity drops the E, he gets slowed. Rahel not able to react to the flash, and Tactical was able to hunt him down and find him. Again, Hui was trying to help XU continue the play, but Rahel was pushed up in the lane. I think he needs to follow up with his team through the Tri-Brush if he wants to play that one, as he gets sat down by the Cogball and the Ezreal.
With the Otacon secured, it doesn't put Luminosity that far ahead in terms of gold. They do feel confident in where they stand in terms of their spikes. 2 items on the majority of their carries now. Tomio, at one of his strongest points that he can be, he did opt in for the Leandries just for the additional HP burn on this front line, and the traps will help proc it as well, trying to give Luminosity even more ways to poke out this composition from Disguised Castle. It's going to face check into Azazel Pantheon, but we'll still be able to pick up this wave safely on the top side.
Deep breath before the Baron spawns and the Dragon comes on the map. 30 seconds till another Chemtech Dragon spawns. Could be soul point for Disguise. I will say, I think Chemtech Dragon actually matters a lot if Disguise is able to stack it up. Just the healing and the shielding power. I mean, both Skarner and Lulu can really use and abuse that. Not to mention, if you get low, that damage reduction when you get the soul can be quite big too. As Tomio up 2 levels on XU. I mean, somewhat expected in this matchup, Rafa, but definitely a little bit significant now as LG. They have control. They're starting this one quickly. I'm a little bit worried about this. XU doesn't have flash, but he can definitely find a play here.
Castle
If
has
Castle
TP if he wants to
TP
join
in.
the fight. Is there a flank ward? Not really. DSG not able to get into the pit.
Lead?
Zazel flash right on top of XU, but he's way too tanky. Wallbang into the Impale, brings Zazel right into the fray, but XU is slain by Tactical in the backline. Castle looking for the Counter-Strike stun, finds 2, but there's no proper follow-up. Mega Death Rocket goes wide, and DSG's backline cannot finish off any of the additional members of Luminosity.
I think if Castle TPs a little bit sooner, or XU just takes the first ult, that might have been a better play for Disguised. But they're late to the objective, and they lose out on the fight as they eat the poke from Luminosity Gaming. I saw a real angle, though, there, Rafa. I mean, keep in mind, like, that last fight, Insanity is still no flash. Right, I think that the choke that they ended up retreating in and kind of playing in, there was a real opportunity for XU in Disguise to is down flash himself, but to at least do something or make a play. But man, between the Otacon being snagged by LG, these level advantages for a poke team are quite big now, as Tomio has just dinged 15. And we're seeing Disguise kind of struggle to walk in and find the approach, as the poke from LG is pretty dire at the moment.
And while Tomio doesn't necessarily have the flashiest KDA, he has been doing his job on this Nidalee.
Like right when Tactical E's in, just cast your ult. If you take Tactical's flash, it's at least something you can play with later on. As Castle does his best to buy some space, but not enough gas in the tank from Darkwings, and yeah, Castle just falls to the Kog'Maw E. As that Slowfield is, I think, being disrespected a little bit by Disguise. It's a very powerful part of the AP Kog'Maw, because it enables everyone to land their skill shots with how severe that Slowfield is if you're on top of it. So I really like how LG is playing around that. I think Disguise need to pick up some levels and buy some time and try and find that cohesive engage. XU has flash up. Tomio and Zeyzal are both missing flash. If I'm Disguised, that's the only play I can really look for right now. Trying to find a pick like that in isolation, ideally around Rahel. You'd love for him to get the kill and kind of catch back up into this game.
Luminosity now have a 3,000 gold advantage for themselves going into what could be a fight for Baron control. It's not soul point for either team, as the 5th dragon of the game will be spawning in just about 2 minutes and 45 seconds time. 3 item spike for Tactical. He is quite monstrous on this Ezreal, and if Luminosity are ever given time in a standoff, these Mystic shots are going to hurt.
I still think the scaling of Disguise can be big. I know how difficult it can be to fight into a level 16 Kog'Maw. But Disguise, I mean, they still have a lot of sustain with Redemption Lulu, with what, I mean, could be a Shurelya's to try and play around that next from Huhi. Like, the Jinx Lulu, again, there is a range advantage and identity that LG can use to kind of nullify that, but it's difficult to avoid the DPS fights late game. And if Rahel gets a reset, if he gets going once he wraps up this Infinity Edge, that can be a lot of power for the Jinx, and we have seen Disguise. This is the identity they've committed to. Playing defensive, playing with, you know, mages mid, Rahel on the hyper carries. The best chance they have to win the tournament, they felt like, was putting these players in these roles across Fearless Draft, which they've been pretty consistent about. You gotta believe that Rahel very empowered to still find that DPS fight later on in the Jinx Lulu comp, even if it is difficult to play into the poke.
Hasn't always been the cleanest for Disguise in this particular game for Rahel. Getting eliminated early on in that Otacon fight helped make the difference. But if DSG can go back to their core strength, forming that fortress
16,
around their backline.
Yeah.
Even with all this poke from Luminosity Gaming, you got to believe, if you are a DSG fan, that they will be able to make it happen. Castle getting attacked on the side lane once again as Zeyzal sends it with the Grand Starfall. Redemption from Huhi gives Castle a little bit of sustain, but because of the Oblivion Orb picked up by Tomio, it might just not be enough.
Ooh.
Insanity pops off the last living artillery, drops Castle, and now it's a 5-on-4 potentially for Baron.
I thought that was decent defense from Castle until the Insanity damage connected. And that's one fed Kog'Maw as Luminosity Gaming going to try and get back to this mid wave as they pass up on taking the Dragon. Tomio getting a lot of damage down to the Darkwings, but it's traded. Tomio does have the heal.
Wow, Oh no, the Satchel Charge not ideal! And you can see that Darkwings was not happy about that one. He gets dropped, forced to flash, still burnt it for nothing anyway. Luminosity Game now surely with a 5-on-3 advantage. You have to imagine they're starting up this Baron.
Yeah, Insanity's going to hold the line, whereas Tactical is responsible for the DPS, but LG, I guess they don't feel confident enough with this one.
Oh, they're just waiting. They're waiting. The flash stun onto XU Impale onto one member, but Rahel cannot find a reset off of it. And now, surely, with no smite available from DSG, they won't tango with the Baron, but they will just get the guaranteed Dragon instead.
Well played from LG. They'll take the Dragon, they'll take the Soul Point, and they created the chain of events where, well, DSG kind of chained into them. Is LG doing a really nice job of taking control and sticking with it with the poke comp they have this game. Again, I think the Otacon fight, how that one panned out, really significant just because the flower difference, the level difference that we're seeing LG have. very impactful when you're playing up against a poke comp, you know? Extra levels mean extra points and abilities, and that means more damage coming through, especially on a champion like Kog'Maw, where 3 of those abilities are being used for damage, right? From a long way away. Speaking of which, Insanity about to hit 16. That's more range on the R and a death cap behind it to boot. As dealing with Insanity has been very difficult for DSG in this game, and Insanity has been doing work.
And it's not something that a lot of General League fans know, but level 16 is actually such a huge Nidalee power spike. When they first changed her back in like season 6 and 7 and tried to make her early game not as oppressive, they gave her a little bit of extra execute damage. So now,
look at the
Tomio is quite threatening, but Castle, 3-man counter-strike into the backline. Tomio is able to get away. Zazel chunked it below 50% HP. Fake God about to go Mega. Get a little bit of HP back for his own troubles. Huhi and Rahel chunked to 50%. That could have been dicey from Luminosity, but they don't manage to drop anyone there.
They did get Insanity's flash. We are seeing the damage this Kog'Maw is putting out. That could be a big one that DSG could punish moving forward. I mean, I see Axu with a flash up and a Kog'Maw with a flash down. Yeah, I think that's the most valuable person I can remove from the equation at this point. I know Tactical's really fed, but are you seeing what Insanity's doing on these spell rotations? I mean, it's like half the health of Lulu Jinx removed immediately. If you can CC and remove Kog'Maw from the fight, I think that might be DSG's best path forward. As they're going to try and retake this into the Kog'Maw again, and that is 1 E drop from Insanity, and a quarter of the health gone from Rahel.
Yup. Yeah, that's some nasty Void Ooze Insanity is spitting out right now. No flash on this Kog'Maw, but he can always fire from a range away, no problem. Flash from XU, looking for the Impale onto 2 members, drags it right into the big vertical bomb! Big shutdown on the Tactical, but Fake God answers back with an R into the wall! Dark Wings is destroyed! Rahel forced to flash away, can he kite this one out? But he has to sidestep everything. He has to go big alongside Castle, who is the only frontline member left for DSG. Redemption comes through, gives a little bit of healing back, but Rahel can't even step in it because the threat of Insanity's Kog'Maw is forcing him away.
I mean, it was a good engage from Axu, but it wasn't onto the Kog'Maw. Insanity found 4 as he goes legendary on this pick. And yeah, that's where we were pitching before the fight. I think Axu with the flash advantage. The member he had to find was Insanity. It was a good engage, but they did not find the Kog'Maw as Insanity gets 4, faces TP's back, and that's going to be Baron for Luminosity Gaming.
And going into the next fight, Matt, it is Chemtexel on the line. 2 minutes from now, DSG have lost a majority of their flashes on their key carries. Rahel is going to have to step up big time in the next fight as we take a look back at the replay.
I mean, they got Tactical, right? We were talking about, hey, we know Tactical's fed, but we think it's more important to get Insanity. That's why. The CC, the combo with Fake Con there, getting the E and 2 Rs onto the carries in disguise. Darkwings and Hui fell to just that. As the rest of the fight was played out as well as Disguise could, but Castle, I mean, he keeps on trying to look, fish around, go for these plays, and he's just getting melted by the Kog'Maw every time. He's working on the Seekers, which won't give him MR, but will give him that stasis that he can use to get out of a couple of big spell rotations if he needs it, as Darkwings, he's heading for the hills, and that's 2 Rs as he almost goes down.
I mean, Darkwings is already below 50% HP. That cost the Locket Shield or something from the Seraphs. Some type of shield
Castle
given over to Darkwings, still not enough.
Insanity, no flash.
Oh boy, XU 3-man appeal. They got Kog'Maw! Insanity is gone. Fake God now forced to retreat. Tomio trying to pepper from the sides with these spears, but he cannot just go 1v5 into the rest of Disguise. Fake God trying to do everything to play behind Tomio and use his Primal Surge to keep him out alive. Castle takes a spear to the face. Cannot contribute to the fight anymore.
Don't step on a trap, Castle. If you do, you might fall. Tense game, but that's the flash differential that we were talking about. Insanity down flash, a beautiful angle from Castle. That pretty much saves the game around the Baron as Castle was able to get in, not spotted. And even with that, Axu just found the Impale onto the flash with Insanity too. So, yeah, I'd say a oops on the setup there from Luminosity Gaming. As, I mean, it's one thing for Insanity to go down to like a flash from Castle. It's another thing just to get impaled, as his flash is almost off cooldown. I think this is going to be the dragon secured by Disguise. Insanity just spawned. He's got no flash, no TP. Castle's going to do his best as Castle.
They don't even need the Impale for the Mega Inferno Bomb setup. It's just Castle landing the Counter-Strike right on top of Tactical's head. It looks like he just had Flash come off cooldown, or he had it. I don't know what's the real story there, but this guy's able to find miracles back to back, and now they are also at soul point.
Yeah, you hate to see it from Tactical, man. I swear to God, we watched this guy for all of NACL, and it was better. But it's such a bummer because this guy mechanically is so talented, but sometimes just the later half, whether it's him, the team, it just seems every team that he's been on, he gets found at points in the late game. And when you're playing this role, when you're playing a marksman role, you cannot afford to go down like that. I don't think that was a contest either way for LG, but I mean, that's time that you can get on the map to get more resources, get more gold that's now gone. And Tactical has been using the resources that he has gotten very well in this game, but this is why I was kind of concerned in the earlier stages of the game for Luminosity Gaming about playing this game out fast enough. Because when we get to the late game like this, Lulu teams scale so hard with what she can provide with her kit. And look at Rahel's items. He's going to be full build. And yes, we've seen fights, we've seen standoffs and setups where he's been completely taken out of the game by Insanity. Now it's Banshee's Veil, by the way. That's a good pickup. That's going to be a lot harder to find him in the back line. But we've still seen the difficulties that Rahel and Hui can face going up against his Kog'Maw. But again, you make one mistake against the Jinx, and Jinx gets a reset. And we've seen the big engages that XU can find and how it synergizes with the Ziggs, with the Jinx. And that's how this draft can be playable for Disguise in the later stages. And when they have executed, it's been advantage them at this point of the game. So I think the gold now being much more close, evened up, this is where the Jinx, where the Lulu, and even the Ziggs damage can start to take over later on.
I mean, we're starting to hit the point where the gold lead does not matter because everyone is about to hit 5 items very soon. 36 minutes into the game. Not quite super late game, but 3 minutes from now, Chemtech Soul will be up for grabs. Baron coming up in under 2 minutes time. And with Rahel finally finishing a full item build Jinx, I think the last thing he's got to do is just upgrade his Berserker Greaves into tier 3 boots.
I'm not looking at the items anymore, Rob. I'm looking at the map because I see Tomio looking for a couple angles on a couple spears. They know where the Nidalee at. See if they can get Rahel out of there. Now the move speed buffs from Rahel
Tomio's
again.
Be
more
careful.
points in a Whimsy.
Boy. Yep.
That's a big flash lost. And again, XU, if he finds one person, that's the first reset for Rahel. Still think Insanity is the most important individual as Castle is going to be found.
Castle going to take some damage from the Living Artillery. Redemption keeps him topped off. Below 50% HP. He flashes out.
They got Insanity
with the Insanity Impale. They got Vertiball right at the top. They got both of the carries. DSG eliminate the artillery from Luminosity Gaming's backline. And now it's Tomio trying to cut off the wave. But DSG might just try and push this one to the brink.
Look at the death timers. Look at the Baron timers. 4 seconds after Baron spawns, Insanity and Tactical will spawn. And XU, the player who was knocked out of Dignitas after they went for the old school LCS roster, finds his way onto Disguise, can't win a game early on. I think a lot of fans were asking for a change to maybe be made in the jungle for Disguise too. But it's been XU who is the big voice in this team that really has to make plays in this game on the Skarner, who has had the big finds later on to set up his carries, to find the winning fight with these big wombo combo ults that they've been hitting. And Disguise have been playing their comps out so well in their games against Luminosity Gaming. Again, I think both teams have had a good idea of how to play out these compositions. It's been good competitive games of the league, but Disguise have played out their identities better.
And Luminosity Gaming, as strong as their lead was in the mid-game, it has not been enough to break Disguise. No matter how late the game got, DSG continued to dig deep and brace themselves as the time passed. And now DSG, with Baron buff on their side, they have all the tools necessary. After one more fight that goes their way, they can clean out this series.
I think Soul matters more than Baron. But Baron will help DSG try and set up for this as the waves are easier to play. They can use the wave priority to get some scouting and try and find LG. As they are going through bot, they've really committed to this, and that's going to create a play mid. Zazel's porting out, but Castle, he got over the wall. He leap striked. I don't even know if he flashed. And Castle, I mean, they can just play this bot wave out now and try and play for the Dragon. LG very much playing from behind to try and contest this Soul. And again, I think Chemsoul has real value this game, as the Bloodthirster shield and the healing going to be more Lulu's kit gonna be more. Skarner with the shields gonna be more. The damage reduction as well helps against this poke comp. I think it's a big secure one that DSG has a slight advantage of, but Zeyzal, okay, Zeyzal showed himself, Insanity showed mid.
Fake God.
XU has a flash up. I think
He's
it's
in
just
mega
fight
form.
Insanity.
Fake God is about to run out on this timer. This will be DSG's time to just burn down the dragon
Oh, they
without
got
any
Zeyzal.
answer. Luminosity Gaming have realized
Got
it is
Zeyzal.
no longer an option. Chemtech Soul is secured for Disguised.
Great chunk from Rahel again as the game goes forward, guys. The scaling of Jinx Lulu, it can break a lot of stuff. And we have seen Insanity do some serious work on this Kog'Maw pick, but the last two fights, it's almost like he got too big, you know? It's like what we say in solo queue. It's like, all right, we lost that fight when we're up 10 kills just so they won't FF too soon, right? I feel like once Insanity went down once, or they took Tactical out, not Insanity, they figured out that we
Rahel's
have
resetting.
to remove the Kog'Maw.
He's going crazy.
We have
He's going to start
remove the
peppering
Kog'Maw.
down. Look at the damage he's already putting out. Zeyzal almost below 50% HP. Fake God getting threatened in the mid lane. They're just bursting down the next turrets. That's the first one to fall. DSG now have to reclaim position and make sure that Rahel is not exposed. As Castle goes in,
Castle.
Fake God tries to scoop him up. X2 tries to slam him into the wall. That's the first kill. That's the first reset. Rahel now
X2
looking at
up mid.
Insanity. Flash up
He got
top. He got Insanity. He's looking for Zeyzal next. Tactical Tomio can't do anything about it. Rahel is undeterred and the world is at his fingertips. DSG finished the culmination of one 2025 season and victory. Welcome, Disguise, to LCS 2026.
A mix of joy, relief, exhaustion, and some determination in there. Disguised a team where it took them 3 splits to find a single win in the LTA North. Take down a team that only dropped 1 game in both of their NACL championship runs for spring and summer as they find the 3-1, a 4-1, or a 7-1, I should say, in total against Luminosity Gaming for the tournament and secure their way into the LCS for 2026.
They started out as the esteemed guests of LTA North for the 2025 season, and like Toast always wished for, his dream to play in the LCS and have a team compete. It's official. Disguised will be playing in the 2026 season of LCS.
Changes made, man. Changes justified. As Disguised in their first year, having to pivot like that, going from Coach Mash to Coach Ido, going from, you know, Jerry and Abadage to Rahel and Darkwings. And I think that still is the story for me, the fact that they made the right changes they needed for this team to be successful. Ido got this team from a team that wasn't winning any games in the LTA North into being a team that can take down a team of traditional pros in the LTA North when looking at Luminosity Gaming in very convincing fashion. As I think Rahel was the individual that I give the most credit for in terms of changing this team. But Darkwings for me is still the story. Because I don't think anyone behind the scenes believed this guy was going to be good enough. I thought it was toasty or bust for this team when looking at NACL players. But Darkwings proved that he is an LTA level mid laner and he gets to compete in the LCS with Disguised, hopefully for next year, because he really played well with this team. And being the really versatile piece that really set this team's identity up, with Castle going to more of a tank role and playing these 2-threat comps with Darkwings and Rahel, that ended up being the winning answer here for Disguised in finding their road to promotion.
Such an amazing journey to witness, and the glow up from both XU and Darkwings from their very first stint in Tier 2 competitive play with Dignitas Challengers. Back then it was Dignitas Academy in spring of 2022, to then Darkwings being essentially benched and sent back to Tier 3 because Dignitas at the time wanted a more veteran, experienced voice, and Insanity being brought up. And for them, that evolution ever since then, XU jumping back and forth between trying to play for Dignitas in Tier 1, being benched for the experienced LCS roster that we saw in summer 2024 for Dignitas, coming in once again as an official starter for Disguised. All the criticisms went towards his way. Well, XU showing that the investment into a full year of LTA North, now becoming LCS in 2026, does matter.
Yeah, I mean, congrats to Disguised, man. It's really cool to see them promote. I think that when NACL had its big changes in 2023 and academy teams were no longer required, I really credit Disguise with saving the league, saving the popularity of NACL, and keeping interest up. To have them back in the league, I mean, it was a tumultuous split for them. Not winning a game for multiple splits, the Toast was pretty bummed, and changes had to be made within this team. I think Disguise, I mean, behind the scenes, I know with these guys that they always stayed positive. They really like the core of this group. I think staying positive in a split where you have not been able to win games for multiple splits is almost impossible. But the fact that these guys were able to stay strong enough mentally to get here on good footing and do what they always had to do when this year started, which was win their spot back, speaks a lot to them that the advantages of competing in Tier 1, they are a thing. You might lose a lot of games, but you can also learn a lot. And this team, for sure, learned a lot and proved their mettle in this tournament, taking down LG twice in convincing fashion.
Completely floored by the level of play we were able to see in our grand finals, and I'm so glad that we got to witness it side by side, Matt, because the first time these two teams played against each other in the upper final, after that first game, it seemed like this guy's just heavy-handedly dominated them from start to finish. I'm glad that Luminosity were showing such a cool identity in this game 4, but as you called out, when it came to trying to reposition around your artillery backline, if any member is caught out or mispositions against the very reliable engage of that Impale from Skarner, it doesn't matter anymore, and it goes belly under.
This is where the game changed, man.
Yep.
I really believe it was the one fight they went for tactical. They go, okay, that didn't work. Insanity, no flash, we got to go for him next. And from there, I think that learning from DSG, I mean, I was calling it the fight before, like, hey, I know Tactical's fed. I think you got to take down Insanity. They take down Tactical. Next fight, they take down Insanity, and he was the focus for the rest of the game. As Banshee's Veil, doesn't matter when Smite's up. Wasn't able to flash out of the Skarner combo, just perfectly changed from XU. I really like how they used the Skarner to break this game. That big front line with the Lulu, too. You can chain the CC with the Wild Growth quite nice, and just give Jinx, Ziggs that free time to get the burst damage in, get that first reset, and let Rahel take over the game, which he did so well throughout this tournament later on.
We saw it happen as soon as Rahel started ramping up from the turret take and the inhibitor take. I was already on the edge of my seat thinking this is where DSG just can close out the game, and he finds his window to just flash forward boldly to successfully defend that spot for Disguise. You look at the damage charts there, Insanity trying his damnedest. This Kog'Maw was a monster. But at the end of the day, it was not enough. And now we look forward, Matt. Disguise successfully defending their spot in Tier 1, officially being part of the LCS.
Pretty impressive, man. I mean, I know that there was a point in the split where they were even, you know, thinking about, hey, can Pobelter come back? I think it's something that a lot of fans were hoping for. Toast reaching into his network. But to see what Disguise has done in their first year, you know, I want to see what year 2 looks like for them. I think that whenever you get into League for the first year, the first time, you're going to learn a lot. And I know from talking with Disguise, they've for sure learned a lot about what it takes to build a winning team, find the right pieces, and to make those mid-season adjustments top-down. Kudos to them for figuring out how to put together a winning formula to defend their spot. I'm excited to see what year 2 looks like for them with the learnings they took and what else they can do and contribute for the league as they got the guest spot yet again, and excited to have Disguise involved yet again, as it's a brand that I think, at least even when they were losing, they were able to still create fans, create fandom, and get people interested and engaged in what they were doing. I want to see what happens when they win some more games, because I really feel like this team has the potential to be a little bit more competitive than where they were at for the past year.
And to be completely transparent, the NA ecosystem desperately needs a team like Disguise to remain at the highest level of play. So, Luminosity, they tried their damnedest, but Disguise, for them to not only come back to the LCS, earning their way and playing their way to show that that year investment, the initial investment into LTA North for the 2025 season, proved worth well spent. And offseason can be brutal. We don't know if roster changes will be made, but we're hoping. We're hoping that the core of this roster will not change because they have proved all 5 individuals can step up when the time needs it. When you look back at how well they were able to push Cloud9 in a best of 5, and all the talk of the scrim rumors from 100 Thieves and FlyQuest and VKS of saying, hey, Disguise are a pretty formidable team. They should not be discounted here. We're hoping that Disguise can make a grander push going into the 2026 season for LCS. But I am hearing from production that we have, okay, not the interview yet, but Rahel has been named our finals MVP for the promotion tournament.
Said it before, Disguise played a single game. I think Rahel's the best player in the tournament. I also thought the upper bracket in the grand final would be Disguise versus Luminosity Gaming as the 2 best teams here. Rahel wins MVP now in both of those series, as he was the difference maker overall. I think honorable mention to XU, who did have a bit of a stinker of a game 2, but boy, oh boy, did he bounce back in those games 3 and 4 to find the engages onto the key carries that Disguise needed to win those games and set up Rahel to have good fights. As Rahel, again, a big difference maker having him in, but I knew Rahel was a good player. We all knew Rahel was a good player behind the scenes. He was good in LCK Challengers League. He was good in EU. He was good on Disguise for the LTA North. I still think the story is that Darkwings made this work with the team. Darkwings was not just good enough. He was provided a lot of value for his team throughout that run in the LTA North, throughout the run in the promotion tournament to get that LCS spot back. It was really big in helping all these guys compete next year with Disguise for the LCS.
And it speaks volumes about Darkwings' individual journey.
I couldn't root for a better kid, man. I'm so happy that he's doing well. But again, at every step of the way, the hands weren't good enough. The hands were not there. I think the hands were great. I mean, that Azir performance, saw all those Emperor's Divines just be fantastic. As Darkwings was really big today. Did his job and more for the team to help them overcome Luminosity Gaming.
It just gives validation to all the times that teams will overlook not even one of our top prospects from a certain role. And they'll say that our pool for this role is not deep enough. We don't have talent here. Well, Darkwings was able to step up in a grand way to help Disguise keep their spot in Tier 1. We get a chance to look at the final bracket, how everything ended up. Disguise, at the end of the day, remain victorious. They defend their spot. They will be going to LCS 2026. And shout outs to all of our teams that came in and tried to put their best foot forward to try and knock them off that throne of being able to play in Tier 1 alongside the rest of the LCS teams for 2026. But at the end of the day, it is Disguised that remain victorious.
Ben, well, I know what I'm doing after this one. Going through the Toast Coast stream, seeing how you reacted to his team winning. It's definitely a fun one, but excited to hopefully sit down and talk with one of the Disguise members here soon on what it means to make it back into the LCS. As this was the LTA North promotion tournament for 2025, but now we can get excited about the brand of the LCS returning with Disguise this time around.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hearing from Prod that we have our interview locked in and ready to go with both Huhi and Darkwings from Disguised. Congratulations, you two, on defending your spot in Tier 1, and you guys are going to LCS 2026.
Yay!
Yep. Yeah! I love it. I love it. Jay, I'm going to come to you first, buddy. First emotions that come to your mind after this series.
Honestly, a big relief. I didn't know I felt this much pressure, but honestly, after we won, I figured out how much pressure I was getting. I'm just so happy that we won, and I think the relief is kind of becoming happiness now.
It's finally setting in. The reality of the scenario is overtaking you, and I'm glad you get to experience that. Isaac, for you, man. Yeah. Talk to me about that game 1, Azir, man. Were you processing how hype it was your Emperor Divides were? The way you were able to evade so many disastrous scenarios? Like, what was going through your mind in those situations, man?
I was just like, oh damn, I'm gonna get like run down by like 3 people at the top dive, and I was like, oh, I'm okay, guys.
Isaac, before you continue, put your mic a little closer to your mouth. I want to hear you, buddy.
Yeah. So
there we go. It
was like I just kept saying like, oh, I'm good, you know. So it was a crazy game for sure.
Those are some slick moves you had in there. For Jay, What was the discussions like behind the scenes at the end of Game 2? Because it was a pretty strong response from Luminosity. Was it an overall team decision to play a little bit more reserved, or was it a particular individual that said, let's just slow the game down?
Yeah, I think we just realized as a team, I started saying that they don't really know what to do as long as like we don't make a mistake. So I was trying to like reduce the mistakes that we're making. For example, Game 2, I think we hit the Atakan and that gave them a really big lead, and we kind of got swept from there. So I think starting from Game 3, I think we all started to realize that as long as we just play the map, they really don't know what to do as a team comp, and all they can really do is kind of diving into them, and they were doing that really well. So yeah, I think we just tried to really I guess analyze on what they were good at and what we were good at and try to capitalize on that.
Definitely makes sense, and you guys demonstrated it beautifully. Isaac, this finals was probably one of the most intense finals we have seen for a Tier 2 competition, and with the stakes being the grandest it's been in Tier 2 recent history. When you think about some of your past accomplishments, like winning CLOL with St. Louis University, where did the pressure rank up in this finals compared to some of those other finals that you've been in before?
I think the pressure of like losing the LCS spot is like a very big part, and it's like kind of caused, I feel like, all of us to feel a lot of pressure. I think compared to like CLOL, it was also a lot of pressure because that was like one of my first big wins as well, and we were like the underdogs. But this time, since we were the quote unquote like the favorites, it was a completely different feeling.
And I just want to follow up on that real quickly, Isaac. For you came in to this disguised roster into Split 3. Where do you feel like the most lessons you have taken away from being on this LTA roster, defending their spot? Where do you see a lot of the evolution in your play and in yourself as an individual really came from?
I think in a lot of my previous teams, I felt like I was like one of the better players, and I feel like I was kind of like, I had a lot more say in like what I want to do. And in this team, I felt like I was learning a lot more, but then eventually I think I got to a point where I can still say what I want to do as part of the team. And yeah, it was just like, it was like a big difference for me.
That's awesome to hear, Isaac. Jay, one last question for you.
Yep.
You have had the task of taking a lot of younger faces, a lot of younger players on this team, and try to, I don't know if you had to rally them up, but as you grew with this team, what are some of your favorite memories or favorite experiences? Not just winning this finals, but some of the things that you've come to learn and grow alongside the other 4 teammates that you have for this final roster.
I think my favorite memory on this team is definitely like the LTA's playoff towards the end when we were playing versus C9. I really started to feel like, we can do this. Like we can actually beat these teams. All of these teams I thought was beatable because I felt like we were improving a lot. I feel like Isaac having Isaac and Rahul in, and like even Lawrence and I started kind of playing with them better, kind of learning that we don't have to be rushed all the time, and kind of knowing the win condition gave me a lot of confidence that we can do this. And yeah, the C9 series we fell short, but that was still a great series that we played, and I'm really proud of the team. And yeah, I think it's like those moments where I feel really refreshed, and yeah, I just still am not burnt out about it. So
it's awesome to hear, and it really did show. After that C9 best of 5, I think all of us on the broadcast were really anticipating, excited to see what the challenge would be like from either the NACL squads or the LRN squads coming to face you. Both of you, Jay and Isaac, thank you so much for your time. Before I let you two go, I'll go to Jay first and then Isaac. Any last shout outs, any words of thanks that you would like to give on the broadcast?
I mean, thank you to all the fans and this guy's Toast, like supporting us, all the staffs as well. Like our manager is working really hard trying to make sure we're comfortable. And special shout out to Angela, my partner. We didn't one-shot Deathless. We gave them one game, but still we got the dub. So I'll come back soon and love you.
And Isaac.
Yeah, shout out to like all my friends and like family and everyone watching. Like, special shout out to my brother because he's been supporting me a lot, and my girlfriend also. But yeah, it was a great experience.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you, Isaac, as well. Both of you, again, round of congratulations. Please give my best to the rest of the team, and go ahead and properly celebrate while you still have some time over in Mexico.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You got to go enchiladas after that one, Rafa. Something hearty.
Hey, hang on. If you're in Mexico City, tacos al pastor. Get it from the heartland.
You know what? I have not visited. I know that you have. Respect. Also, respect to those guys talking about the pressure of a promotion relegation match. I remember I had Fifth Flaren swing by my stream, a Counter-Strike legend who helps out with Disguised. And I asked him, I was like, hey, have you ever played in a match like this in your CS career? And he said no, but I actually was in the same room as Bjergsen and those NIP teams who were trying to promote into the EU LCS way back then in like 2012, 2013.
Yeah, 2012.
He's like, I saw firsthand the pressure that it is on those guys. Because, you cannot convince me that there are higher stakes matches to play than playing promotion relegation matches. Even a World Finals, guys. Like, it's playing to win something versus playing to keep your job. To hear those guys talk about the relief that they're experiencing, and to know that this is the project that you are signing up for, regardless of what happens throughout your year at the start of it, to have a tumultuous year where it takes 2 splits just to win a game, or like you win 1 game with Jerry in the lineup, right? Then you have to make some of the changes going in for split 3, find wins with this lineup. I think it really speaks to that group of people behind the scenes that these guys were able to turn into winners to get their spot for the LCS for 2026.
There's no grander prize in being able to not only defend your spot in Tier 1, but then join the rest of exciting teams that we have on the horizon for the return of the LCS 2026 season. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the conclusion of our broadcast today, the conclusion of the LTA North Promotion Tournament, and the conclusion of our 2025 season here in Tier 2. It has been an absolute pleasure to not only be able to deliver you this finals alongside one of my closest friends, Cubby. We've been doing this for more than 5 years, at least as a duo. One of the first matches we ever casted together was an amateur tournament for Big League, and it was one of the first looks at 100 Thieves X, who was one of the starting orgs of trying to prop up amateur talent and develop a talent pipeline into eventually Tier 1, and being able to relive some of the stakes on the line here. It's been
fun,
nothing short of magical.
It's been fun. It's crazy to bring back the promotion series and to have a player like Hui, who was trying to just promote into the LCS back with Team Fusion as a mid laner, seeing what he was able to accomplish from then to now, and also get back with his team for next year. Love the shout out that he gave, but hey, that was mission accomplished for him. And again, a tough project to sign up for when you have been an LCS champion, have played on great teams. To come in with Disguised and play like this is crazy. So props to him, Disguised, and thanks for everyone that tuned in for some very fun matches today. Shout outs to LG too. We haven't talked about LG enough, but they had a great year. They only dropped 2 games in the bracket stage for NACL in both spring and summer. To not promote has to be a bummer for a team of that pedigree and caliber. But they had a great year. Sadly fell short of getting the prize at the end. But shout out to Coach Teos and that group too, who I know are feeling the other side of a very tense match, and heart goes out to them as well.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of everything. We don't know what the future holds for us, but I'm looking forward to hopefully a fun off season alongside Cubby and the rest of us here on the broadcast team, and on behalf of the broadcast staff and crew. Please stay healthy, y'all. Please stay safe, and see you all next time.